Panicked shrieks erupted underground as William made his way towards the queen's room. No ants dared to block their way in fear that they would become the anteater's midnight snack. Kasaganaga looked at the running critters with bloodshot eyes. Its paw would subconsciously raise from time to time in a gesture that was akin to saying, "Don't run. We are your friends." Soon, William arrived at their destination and all the rank B ants gathered around their queen. They were 2 meters tall, and their features didn't make them look like ants. They were like mutated creatures with 6 legs, and their appearance was largely affected by the beast genes that they were born with. Some had wolf heads, boar heads, monkey heads, and other creatures that were native in the forest. Regardless of what they looked like, all of their legs were shaking in fear at the presence of the rainbow-colored anteater, whose drool was starting to fall down like a waterfall. "Finally, I see you." Kasaganaga stared fixedly at the spot where the ants made a protective defensive perimeter. It unconsciously wiped the saliva that was pooling on the side of its mouth as an infatuated expression appeared on its adorable face. "My precious Cree." The ant's queen screeched in fear as her instincts told her that she was facing her natural predator. The warrior ants stood in front of her in an attempt to block William and his group, but it was to no avail. William stepped forward, and the sea of ants parted to make a path for him and his group. He also activated his appraisal skill to get additional information of the unique race that had the ability to evolve by eating the flesh of other creatures. Requiem Ants Queen, Queen of the Colony. Threat level B low. Cannot be added to the herd. Requiem ants are a unique race that flourished in the Eternal Evergarden. They are originally an inch tall and 3 inches long. These ants are called the first-generation ants. In time, they ceased to exist and were replaced by stronger variants that the queen had given birth to a few years later. Among the beasts that have the ability to evolve, the Requiem ants was considered to be one of the most terrifying ant species in existence. The unique feature of this ant species is that no matter what form they take, the ants will still have 6 legs. This is the most notable feature of the Requiem ants. There was a point in time during the era of the gods where the Requiem ants queen had reached the rank of a pseudo-demigod. She had birthed hundreds of millennial ants during the war and threatened all lives in the world of Hestia. According to the rumors, this queen ants was personally raised by the deity of the sky in order to provide it with a constant supply of food. Whether this rumor was true or not, one thing was certain. Before the era of the gods ended, this powerful myriad army disappeared from the face of the world, never to be seen again. The Requiem ants queen backed away until she reached the corner of the room. She screeched in fear and cried out for mercy from the anteater that kept on calling her "my precious." "Don't worry, I will properly raise you." Hee. Kasaganaga tried to coax the terrified queen ants as she desperately called for her soldiers to protect her. However, the soldier ants stood rooted in their place like trees that were shaking their bodies as if they were having an epileptic seizure. "Can you understand me?" William asked the queen ants directly with a smile. The ants queen replied to William's question, and her reply made the half-elf secretly give Kasaganaga a thumbs up in his heart. Scree. Don't eat. Don't taste good. Don't worry. I won't let him eat you. I just want to ask you a few things. Scree? Don't eat? What ask? William asked the queen if she planned to invade the human outpost, and the latter admitted that she had indeed planned an invasion. William asked several more questions, and the queen answered them honestly, in fear that if she lied, the anteater in William's arms would jump at her and eat her without fail. The half-elf rubbed his chin. He was quite impressed by the queen's dedication to evolve her race to a higher species. Right now, the ants queen was a B-rank creature. Several years ago, this was a creature that would pose a great threat to William. Now, he could easily end her life whenever he wanted to. But that was not his purpose for coming to the ants' nest. Just like the elves, he understood the potential of the Requiem ants. This was why he wanted to integrate them to his King's Legion, because their upgrade was very easy to accommodate. The dungeon of Atlantis was filled with high-level creatures that could serve as the Requiem ants' queen's food. On the floor that William frequently explored, centennial and millennial beasts were everywhere. If he could feed the flesh of these beasts to the queen, he would have a powerful army that numbered in the millions. It was not only Kasaganaga who was starting to drool. William was drooling as well as he looked at the queen whose mouth was starting to froth. My precious. Yes, she is our precious. The queen ant looked at the two drooling devils in despair. She had been feeling very happy as of late because the evolution of her kind was going at a very rapid pace. However, right now she felt that her ambition was about to end. She could only surrender her fate to the whims of the two creatures, whose presence made the entire nest, that had the potential to move unhindered in the world, tremble in fear. I will give you two choices, William said as he wiped the drool on his lips. Swear your loyalty to me, and you will be spared. Or, refuse and become this anteater's food. So, my precious, which one will you choose? The night on Antilia Island was usually filled with the sound of nightlife creatures. However, on this particular night it was eerily quiet. Jophiel frowned while sitting on his balcony. He was sharpening his sword and preparing for the possible conflicts that would arise before the ships from the Academy arrived on the island. Right now, the ants didn't pose any immediate threats because their strength was still below the power of the people in the outpost. After a high-level meeting in the Academy, the headmaster had finally decided to evacuate all the people in the outpost and relocate them to a new island that had been prepared for their arrival. All he needed to do was to ensure that no unforeseen events would happen, and the outpost remained safe from a possible ants invasion. Jophiel assumed that William and the rest were already asleep in their rooms, because he could not see any lights coming through their windows. He didn't find it strange because they had just arrived on the island, and the information about the Class S mission had been delivered late in the afternoon. The head examiner believed that William would not be stupid enough to venture inside the forest in the middle of the night to try to finish the mission that was given to him, in order to pass the exam. I'll accompany them on stroll around the island tomorrow, Jophiel thought. Seriously, what can that boy do in a short amount of time? All of you are doing great. That's how you do it. William praised the ants that were entering the portal to the Thousand Beast domain in an orderly manner. The bodies of the ants were shivering, not from the cold, but from the hungry-filled gaze that was being shot in their direction by a certain rainbow-colored anteater. In order to prevent any mishaps, William held Kasaganaga in a vice grip and was ready to stop it from having a late-night snack. Due to the Queen Ant's imperial order, all the ants in the island returned to the nest. The Queen had chosen to submit to William, and the latter immediately gave her the order to start a migration to his Thousand Beast domain. 3 hours later, millions of Requiem ants had safely entered the Thousand Beast domain. In order to accommodate the new members of his legion, William spent 1,000,000 god points in order to increase the size of his domain and allow the ants to build their ant nest. He made sure that the territory of the ants were far away from the local beasts that had long treated the domain as their own. Although they were now all on the same side, William believed that it would still take some time before he could educate the ants and curb their mindset of treating any race, aside from their own, as enemies and food. Do you want me to give you a name? William asked the ants' queen that had successfully relocated to her new home. The queen eyed William as if pondering this question seriously. She had never thought of acquiring a name in the past, because she had no need for one. While the queen was pondering whether or not she should accept William's proposal, the anteater nestled in William's arms decided to voice out its opinion. I named the queen I raised in the past as Queenie, Kasaganaga commented. How about we name her Queenie too? Then we will name the queen after her, Queenie 3. The ant's queen then started to wail after hearing Kasaganaga's words. The anteater had already decided to raise another queen after her, which made her despair. Clearly, Kasaganaga only intended to fatten her up before going in for the kill. Don't believe this anteater, William said as he lightly tapped Kasaganaga's head. He is just joking. But I'm not. Zip it. The queen cried bitterly as William and Kasaganaga had a verbal agreement in front of her. Out of consideration for his new ally, William decided to leave the nest after giving the queen some strict orders. The first order was that they were not allowed to hunt any of the beasts that were inside the Thousand Beast domain. The ants had just arrived, so the other creatures inside the thousand-beast domain was still food in their eyes. The second order was that they would not attack or provoke any of William's herd or legion inside the dungeon of Atlantis. After giving those two orders, William left to create a gateway, half a kilometer away from the nest, which was connected to the dungeon of Atlantis. He already told the queen that she could send her warriors to scout the area and hunt the creatures that were appropriate for their current rank. When everything was settled, William returned to his room using Soleil and summoned Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth. He had already made Zhu and Sha part of his king's legion because this was what they wanted. Kenneth, on the other hand, promised to not tell anyone of William's secret. He was even thankful that William was able to trust him enough to show one of his trump cards that only a selected few were aware of. When William asked the silver-haired elf if he wanted to become a temporary member of his king's legion, Kenneth agreed. This allowed William to summon him just like Zhu and Sha, and the rest of his king's legion. Return to your rooms, William said with a smirk. I'm sure that when morning comes, Jophiel will definitely lose his composure. Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth nodded their heads in agreement. They were also looking forward to how the head examiner would react after he found out that the Class S threat on the island was nowhere to be found. A few hours later, did all of you get a good night's sleep? Jophiel asked in an amicable manner as he greeted everyone in the dining area. The island doesn't have much to offer, but I hope that your accommodations were comfortable enough. William smiled as he sat on the chair beside Jophiel. I slept well last night. Thank you for the hospitality, Sir Jophiel. Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth also said similar statements as they, too, sat to have breakfast. Are you ready to tackle the issue at hand? Jophiel asked. Don't worry. I will be your tour guide today and ensure your safety. Not that you need it, knowing how capable you are, William. William didn't answer and simply nodded his head. He then started to eat in order to hide the smirk that was threatening to spread on his face. Jophiel didn't see anything out of place and ate in peace. There would be plenty of time to ask William about his experiences in the Tower of Babylon after they toured around the island. An hour later, their group finally set out. Aside from Jophiel, there were 6 more men that accompanied William and his group. All of them were adamantium-ranked fighters, which were strong enough to fight against most of the threats present in the island. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, a sense of uneasiness spread across Jophiel's face. The forest was quite lively, and the roars and cries of beasts could be heard everywhere. However, the target of their patrol was nowhere to be found. The hunters that Jophiel had brought with him were also looking around in confusion. They were already in the middle area of the forest, but not a single requiem ants could be seen. Only the regular flora and fauna was around, which made them feel that something wasn't right. William and his group, on the other hand, acted like tourists on a field trip. They looked at the beasts that were present in the forest with great curiosity. Some of them were quite foreign to the half-elf. He was even tempted to bring a few of them to his domain so that they could breed and reproduce. After walking for several hours, Jophiel finally realized that something was terribly wrong and raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Wait, Jophiel ordered. I will scout ahead first and see if there are any dangerous creatures in front of us. All of you stay here and wait for my return. William nodded. Understood. Jophiel's subordinates also nodded their heads. They had been briefed beforehand to keep their eyes on William and his entourage. The half-elf and his companions were VIP guests, so they were their top priority. William watched Jophiel's back disappear in the distance. A smug smile appeared on his face when he noticed that the head examiner was headed straight to the location of the requiem ant's nest. Sorry, Sir Jophiel, and thank you, William mused. Because of you, I have acquired a replacement for the undead legion that left with Malachi. Don't worry. I promise that I will properly raise them in your place. When Malachi took the Undying Lands with him, William's army had dwindled considerably. Although he had acquired over 1 million goblins from the floor of Genesis, the number of beasts under his command was almost 2 million. In the past, William might have been very happy with what he currently had. However, after taking part in the Battle of the Southern Continent, he realized that numbers also played an important role in wars. The appearance of the Requiem ants not only brought him quantity, they made up for quality as well. As soon as they succeeded in their queen-raising plan, William would soon have a 1,000,000-strong army, whose weakest member was that of the centennial rank. Jophiel's frown deepened as he neared the Requiem ants' nest. This was the headquarters of the ants' colony, and he was expecting to see thousands of them scurrying around their territory hunting for food. The only thing he saw were the footprints left by the ants on the ground. Jophiel was also an experienced hunter, so he was able to tell that the tracks were just several hours old. This made him sigh in relief because this meant that the ants were still around, at least according to his assumption. The tracks all lead towards their nest, Jophiel thought. Did something happen to the queen? Jophiel shook his head and dispelled the idea. Right now, the Requiem ants were in a stable path of development. Even if something happened to the queen, another queen would take its place, so there was nothing to worry about. I should take a look at their nest first, Jophiel mused. There is no way that millions of ants could possibly disappear overnight. This was what Jophiel told himself in order to calm his senses. He wasted no time and followed the trail that the ants had left behind. The head examiner was certain that once he arrived at the ants' colony, all of his worries would disappear completely. However, after he arrived at the entrance of the nest, his worries once again resurfaced. The closely guarded entrance of the colony was deserted. There were no guard ants, no worker ants. There was nothing. Jophiel gritted his teeth as he decided to enter the entrance of the colony. He activated his powerful senses to seek any form of life as he traversed the underground maze. How can this be? Jophiel was alarmed after discovering that he couldn't detect any signs of life. It was as if the entire ants' colony had disappeared into thin air. This is impossible. Jophiel frantically sped up his descent in order to look for the queen's room. Although they had no information about where it was located, his exceptional hunting skills allowed him to follow the worker ants' trails, which would eventually lead him to the ants' nursery. This was where the queen spent most of her time, birthing the eggs for the colony. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at his location. Freshly opened eggs could be seen everywhere, which meant that the queen had still been active a few hours ago. The only problem was that all the trails led to the queen's area, but none of them could be seen going out. What did this mean? It meant that all the ants went to see their queen and were never seen again. Could this be a rare case of cannibalism? Jophiel frowned. He held this idea for half a minute before rejecting it completely. No, cannibalism cannot explain this turn of events. Even if this was true, the queen can't possibly eat millions of ants in a span of a few hours. This is simply unheard of. Something must have happened here. But what? After a brief internal struggle, Jophiel took out his communication crystal and immediately informed the headmaster of Hestia Academy about his discovery and theories as to what might have happened. The Requiem ants was a dangerous species. If they had suddenly disappeared, it could only mean one thing. They went someplace else. The headmaster was alarmed when he heard Jophiel's report. He immediately ordered the head examiner to take all the hunters and scour the entire island. They must find the ants no matter what because they posed a serious threat to the world if left to their own devices. One of the hunters, who was tasked to watch over William's group, received an emergency order from Jophiel. He had tasked them to escort the half-elf and his group back to the outpost before returning to the forest to meet up with him. The hunter found this order strange, but he still decided to carry it out since Jophiel was his superior. The head examiner told us to escort you back to the outpost, the hunter said to William. I hope that you and the rest will cooperate with us and not cause us unneeded trouble. William nodded his head, but still decided to ask a question. Did something happen? William asked. He knew from the call that Jophiel had discovered that the Requiem ants had disappeared, but he still decided to play his part and act like he was unaware of what was happening in the forest. Nothing of importance, the hunter replied. Please cooperate with us. Let's go back. William nodded and decided to not make a scene. He had already done his part, so making things difficult for the hunters would only make them have a bad impression of him. The half-elf knew that the head examiner would suspect him, but he was confident that the disappearance of the ants would not be traced back to him. After all, how could a single person hide over 1,000,000 ants inside his pocket? They were also living creatures, so it was impossible to store them inside storage rings. After arriving back at the outpost, William and the others obediently returned to their quarters. 2 of the hunters remained to watch over them, while the rest headed out to the forest to meet with Jophiel. William sipped his tea in a leisurely manner as he calmly waited for Jophiel's investigation to end. Zhu, Shah, and Kenneth joined him for an afternoon snack, but none of them discussed anything related to the Requiem ants. William had already discreetly informed them that they might be being monitored, so they just chatted about random things that had no importance whatsoever. Meanwhile, inside the forest, "This is absurd," one of the hunters exclaimed. "They were still here when I returned to the outpost yesterday. Everything was normal and they showed no sign of a migration or anything." "Calm down. Maybe they are still somewhere on the island," another hunter commented. "Requiem ants don't grow wings. Even if they did, we would have heard the rustling of wings last night, since there are millions of them." The hunters calmed down a bit after this discussion. It was a known fact that the Requiem ants couldn't evolve into flying creatures. Unlike normal ant species that grew wings in order to mate and start their own colonies, Requiem ants were land dwellers. There could only exist one queen at a time in a colony and, until she died, no queen would emerge from her brood. Jophiel half listened to their discussion because he was reading the information that the Academy had gathered about the Requiem ants. He had read the document twice, but none matched the circumstances that they had right now. In the end, he decided to scout the island and search for any signs of the ants. He was still hoping that the ants had just migrated somewhere else on the island. "Let's split into 3 groups, Jophiel ordered. "Marlowe, your group will go to the west. Carl, your group will go to the east. I will head to the north. If any of you find the ants, notify me at once. Even a single member of the colony is fine. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." The head examiner and the hunters looked for the ants until morning, but their search brought no results. After receiving the least news from Jophiel, the headmaster of the academy finally decided to go to Antilia Island personally to investigate. This matter was of great importance to the academy, and he would do his best to get into the bottom of things, even if he had to turn the island upside down. William and his group had already been on the island for 3 days. Jophiel had no time to look for him because he had been busy dealing with the disappearance of the Requiem ants. They had already searched the entire island, but their efforts bore no fruit. In the end, they all decided to wait for the headmaster of the academy to arrive. They had already done their best, and there was no use sending more people out on a wild goose chase. Finally, the headmaster of Hestia Academy arrived, riding a red dragon that was over 10 meters long. His white, short hair hung awkwardly over a furrowed, solemn face. His gentle hazel eyes were set seductively within their sockets. Although he was old, his skin was still fair, and handsomely complemented his eyes and cheekbones. This was Byron Massingale, the headmaster of Hestia Academy. William's eyes widened in shock when his gaze landed on the man that sat at the helm of the most prestigious academy of the world. William had seen many powerful men before, but Byron was different. The headmaster was practically brimming with power. It was so strong that it made the air fluctuate as he walked towards Jophiel's and William's direction. William was very tempted to use his god points to appraise the headmaster's stats. However, he immediately changed his mind after Optimus informed him that it would cost him 1,000,000 god points just to check the headmaster's information. For some reason, that person seems to be protected by some kind of law. This is another reason as to why it will take that many god points to appraise his information. If I were to make a hypothesis, this person is in a contract with a god, and it is not an ordinary god but a very powerful one. William's eyes narrowed. Even without the appraising skill, he could tell that the person in front of him wasn't a pure-blooded human. His power fluctuations are similar to Vlad, William thought. Could this person possibly be a demigod? The half-elf felt that his guess was on the mark, but without spending his god points, he would not be able to confirm anything. After a brief internal struggle, William decided not to use his god points. He would rather use them to enhance his 1000-beast domain and make the lives of the creatures under his command able to live more comfortable lives. "So you are William," Byron said. "I've heard many things about you." William smiled. "And I have not heard many things about you." Byron chuckled and placed his hand on William's shoulder. "Tell me, young man, are you the one who took the Requiem ants away from this island?" Byron asked. His gaze locked on William's light green eyes as if he was looking straight into the half-elf's soul. William shook his head. "No, I haven't even seen them." "Is that so? Is that the reason why I'm stuck on this island? I've been inside the outpost ever since I arrived on the island. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Jophiel." Jophiel, who was standing beside William, nodded his head in acknowledgement. "William did not step out of the outpost on the night the ants disappeared from their nest," Jophiel stated. "He has been well behaved and obediently followed the protocols we set inside the outpost since the incident." William stayed silent and acted as an innocent bystander. He had known long ago that demigods could tell if a person was lying. Because of this, he and Optimus had already set up a countermeasure that would prevent anyone from seeing through William's poker face. Byron stared at Jophiel for half a minute before shifting his gaze back to William. "How tall were the ants?" Byron inquired. "Did you see their queen?" As Byron asked his questions, William felt himself falling into a daze. Some kind of energy was passing through the headmaster's hand that was resting on the half-elf's shoulder, making him feel muddled. Detecting befuddlement spell. Initiating countermeasures. Countermeasures success. Befuddlement resisted. This old bastard. William cursed internally as his jumbled thoughts finally merged together. He unconsciously unleashed the power of his Einherjar job class and pushed Byron away with a hateful gaze. William's hair turned silver as Stormcaller and Soleil materialized in front of him. Although he didn't want to use the power of his job class because there was a chance of losing the memories of his past life, he would not allow anyone to have their way with him without his permission. "Quite a hot-blooded young man. I'm just asking questions," Byron said with a calm expression on his face. "Why are you resorting to violence?" William sneered. "You should already know the answer to that question, you old fucker." Jophiel and the hunters looked at William with a dumbfounded expression. Byron was admired and respected by all the rulers and patriarchs on the central continent. They would do their best to form a good relationship with him and treat him politely. This was the first time that they had seen someone who dared to curse the headmaster to his face, and it made them feel like William was being suicidal. Byron sighed as he summoned his magic staff. Only Chloe can talk to me like you did in the academy. I'm only asking questions about the Requiem ants. Why are you being defensive? Do you have something to hide?" "Yes, I have something to hide," William replied. "I have many secrets, and some of them are enough to make an old bastard like you regret that you ever dared to use a befuddlement spell on me." Jules, Shaz, and Kenneth's expressions became serious. They knew that William was not someone who would openly become hostile with someone, unless the other party did something to him. Now that they heard that Byron used a befuddlement spell on him, all of them summoned their weapons and stood beside William. They would definitely support him in his fight against the headmaster of Hestia Academy who was bullying a child. Even Jophiel, who was standing on the side, felt awkward. A befuddlement spell was something that made its target lose their train of thought and scattered their reasoning. This was a spell that breached a person's privacy and was only used during interrogations. Although the Requiem ants issue was important to the Academy, he also felt that Byron's action was out of line. If word got out that Byron attempted to use a spell to interrogate one of the examinees who was taking the entrance exam, the reputation of their academy would take a hit. This in turn might have a negative effect on the future applicants who might become disillusioned by the headmaster's way of doing things. Some of the people that had come to see the headmaster started whispering to each other. They were all refugees and outcasts that had sought the aid of the academy in order to find a safe place to live. They fled from their homeland because of abuse and suppression. The last thing they wanted to see was the headmaster of the academy doing this kind of thing to a teenager. If he could do it to William, Didn't that mean that Byron could do the same to them as well? Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Jophiel decided to step in. The last thing he wanted to see was people losing faith in the academy, where he had served for almost half of his lifetime. "Sir, I can attest that the boy is innocent," Jophiel said as he stood between William and Byron. "He couldn't possibly be behind this incident, right, William?" William snorted. He felt guilty because Jophiel was standing up for him because the head examiner thought that he was innocent, when in truth he was not. In order to hide his guilt, he decided to act tough and show his displeasure instead. "This is what I like about you, Jophiel." Byron nodded in appreciation. "You are not afraid to protect those whom you think are innocent, but in this case you are standing on the wrong side, my friend. This boy isn't as guilt-free as you think he is. Isn't that right, William?" "Don't act chummy with me," William replied with contempt. "Are we close? If you want to fight, let's fight." "I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from." "Well, you are very close to finding that out. However, are you prepared for the consequences?" The half-elf and the headmaster of the academy stared at each other, completely ignoring Jophiel, who was standing between them. The head examiner felt awkward because the two were treating him like air. He didn't know what to do, and the spectators felt sorry for him. The half-elf looked at the headmaster with fearless eyes. Byron might be strong, but William wasn't afraid of him. He could summon Sun Wukong and let the Monkey King descend from the celestial realm and whack Byron to oblivion. There was only one person whom William feared fighting one-on-one in the world of Hestia, and that was his one and only sixth master, Chloe. After experiencing her might, the red-headed teenager was certain that even a demigod would eat a tremendous loss. No matter how strong Byron was, his threat would not amount to the threat Chloe could unleash with a full-powered overwhelming strike. "Ha! What are you two fools doing?" A familiar voice called out from above, which made William and Byron shift their attention away from the other. There, they saw a little fairy who was looking at them with sparkling eyes. "Are you two planning to fight?" Chloe asked with a big grin on her face. "Why didn't you call for me? I like fighting the most." Old man, you are fighting against my disciple. Although 2 against 1 is against the rules, I will stand on my disciple's side. Come on, let's fight." Chloe hovered between William and Byron with a very eager expression on her face. She couldn't wait to start the battle and start smashing things with her fist. Byron coughed awkwardly after seeing the little familiar, who was looking at him with undisguised expectations. Just like William, Byron was quite afraid of Chloe because her strength was off the charts. There had been a time when he had received the violent girl's powerful punch, and it almost made him cross over into the afterlife. If not for the life-saving artifact that he possessed, someone else would be managing Hestia Academy instead of him. "This is just a misunderstanding, Chloe." Byron cleared his throat as he unsummoned his magic staff. "We are just chatting casually, right, William?" William ignored the headmaster's words and shamelessly complained to his sixth master. "Sixth master, the headmaster is bullying me," William said with a face filled with injustice. "I don't mind answering his questions, but he used a befuddlement spell on me." "Sixth master, your disciple is being treated unjustly. Please, seek justice on my behalf." Chloe glared at Byron and raised her little fist in anger. "You old coot! You dare to bully my disciple? Wait till I return to the academy. I will smash all of your collections." Chloe shouted hatefully, while William fanned the flames from the side. "Chloe, this is a misunderstanding. Do you remember that super deluxe ice cream that is sold in a limited number in the cafeteria? I will reserve 2 pieces for you every day for a week if we can forget about this matter." Byron wouldn't want to fight Chloe again in his lifetime because the prevalent familiar was a cheat. Aside from her ability to break the laws of the world, her punch could literally blow up a mountain. Faced with these 2 combinations, Byron knew that his chances of surviving a battle with Chloe were non-existent. Only William, who had the same law-breaking skill, could match her in a head-on confrontation. The little fairy wavered because she could only get 1 serving of the limited, super deluxe ice cream every month. This was one of the most popular desserts in the academy, and only 10 people could eat it every day. I see. So this is just a misunderstanding, Chloe chuckled. Since that is the case, there's no need to fight. Violence is not the answer. Can we all get along as friends and walk hand in hand for the greater good? The corner of William's lips twitched when he realized that his sixth master had been bribed by a mere ice cream. However, he didn't force the issue. Right now, he needed to be listed on the rolls of Hestia Academy to finish Amon's last trial. The last thing he wanted to do was to have a falling out with the headmaster, who was the head of the very academy that he was planning to enter. Still, he made a mental note about Chloe's weakness. He didn't know how delicious the ice cream of the academy's cafeteria was, but he doubted that it could beat the desserts that he could buy in the god shop. In the future, he planned to let his sixth master taste the sweets in his arsenal. That way, he could bribe her to help him do things inside the academy that he would not be able to do as a student. Byron glanced at William one last time before making a gesture for Jophiel to follow behind him. They still had things to talk about and do a final sweep on the island, to ensure that not a single ant was left. Although Byron didn't detect any lies from William when he answered his question, his instinct told him that the half-elf was lying. That was also why he decided to use the befuddlement spell to get past William's defenses. Unfortunately, the red-headed teenager was able to resist his spell and even decided to confront him openly. This made Byron more suspicious, so he deemed it would be best to fight the boy and ask him again after William was defeated. Chloe's appearance put all of his plans into a complete halt. With this, he could no longer target the boy, unless he wanted to risk facing the little familiar's wrath. For the time being, Byron decided to put this issue aside. With the Requiem ant's disappearance from the island, there was no need to evacuate the people living there. 2 days later, the ship carrying William and his entourage sailed towards the island where his lovers and Celeste were waiting for him. This was how William's entrance exam ended, having finally received Jophiel's and the headmaster's approval to enter Hestia Academy. Sixth Master, I was wondering, how did you arrive on Antilia Island? William asked. He could already see the island where they would dock shortly, so he decided to ask this question while the others were busy doing their own business. How? I flew, of course, Chloe answered matter-of-factly. Don't you know? I mostly deliver stuff from the academy to Antilia Island. I can fly to it with my eyes closed. This is one of the easiest tasks there is to gain merit points in the academy. The little fairy patted her chest with confidence. William looked at her with a doubtful expression. But the fact still remained that the little fairy had appeared at a good time. Anyway, you don't have to worry about these things. Chloe waved her hand as if what she did wasn't a big deal. Since you've passed the exam, you are now an official student of the academy. Congratulations. As expected of my disciple, yay. High five. William subconsciously raised his hand and high-fived Chloe, only to regret it later. A loud clapping sound, followed by a pained cry, reverberated on the ship. The half-elf had completely forgotten how strong Chloe was, and the latter was in an excited state of mind. Fortunately, none of his bones were broken, but his hand and arm hurt like hell. Using his life mage job class, William used a healing spell on his hand and arm. Sixth Master, can't you do things in moderation? Monetization. William sighed in his heart. He had completely forgotten that the word moderation didn't apply to the little fairy who was looking at him with an awkward look on her face. Relax. Isn't it just a little sprain? Chloe patted William's shoulder softly. This time, she only used a light tap because she was afraid that she would break William's bones if she did it too strongly. You know what they say. What doesn't kill you will kill you another day. Chloe imparted these words of wisdom before flying to the main mast of the ship. She had always liked being in high places, so she could feel the breeze brush past her small body. More than anything else, Chloe liked freedom. Perhaps this was a trait that Celeste had wanted to achieve, but was unable to do so. This strong desire of freedom manifested in Chloe, which made the little juggernaut open to traveling long distances when given the opportunity. She didn't tell William that she went to Antilia Island because she was worried about him. This was the first time she had a disciple, so she planned to take this role seriously. When she saw that William and Byron was about to start a fight, she readily joined the fray and even chose William's side. Being a master isn't easy, Chloe muttered as she stared at the island that was getting closer and closer. Maybe I can ask Claire for tips later. She's smarter than me when it comes to these things. After finding a solution to her predicament, the little fairy sat on the mast and hummed a song. She believed that as long as Claire gave her the answers, she would be able to become a good master and treat her disciple well in Hestia Academy. Half an hour later, the ship finally docked at the port of Dream Isle. The first founder of Hestia Academy gave this name to the island, because this was the place where the dreams of those who aspired to enroll at the academy would take shape. Only those that had passed their entrance exam would be able to set foot on this island, and for most, this was a dream come true. William saw Princess Sydney, Ian, and Chiffon waving at him from the shore. The half-elf grinned and flew from the ship to where they were waiting for him. Aya! A shout filled with happiness reached William's ears, and he felt something land on his head. A few seconds later, he heard Chloe's giggle as she sat on the half-elf's head, using him as a mount to reach the island. William could only sigh in his heart as he flew towards his destination. Celeste covered her lips when she saw the funny scene of her familiar waving at her from William's head. With a glance, the beautiful elf could tell that Chloe was in a good mood. She just hoped that the little familiar didn't break anything on Antilia Island, or else it would be deducted from her pay at the academy. I'm back, William said as he landed in front of his 3 wives. Miss me? Instead of answering his question, the 3 ladies gave him a hug and kissed his cheeks. Seeing this public display of affection made Celeste frown because she suddenly remembered that she had branded the half-elf as a womanizer. Don't they look good together? Claire, who was seated on her shoulder, asked casually. It seems that he is well loved by his women. Celeste didn't say anything, but she had reaffirmed her goal to educate William on the importance of loyalty to a relationship. While doing so, she would also tell him about her sister's strong points. The beautiful elf would ensure to showcase all of Celine's good qualities, so that William wouldn't forget about her. Congratulations, William, Celeste said as he walked towards the half-elf who was having an intimate moment with the 3 beauties around him. Thank you, Professor, William replied. When are we going to leave for the academy? You're quite excited, aren't you? Well, it is my last academy arc after all. Why, you're what? William chuckled when he saw the confused look on Celeste's face. This was one of the differences between Celeste and her sister. Unlike Celeste that got flustered easily, Celine was more confident in what she did. Even if William teased his master, Celine, the latter would just ignore his nonsense and beat the crap out of him when they were training. Seeing Celeste's reaction, while having his master's face, made William feel weird. Maybe I can try making Master act flustered as well when we meet, William mused. I'm sure that she would look incredibly cute, just like Celeste. Tell me, what kind of exam did Sir Jophiel make you take? Celeste asked in order to hide her earlier blunder. Even though she was a professor, she wasn't aware of the details when it came to the types of challenges that the examinees took during the entrance exam. It had something to do with ants, William replied and briefly explained what happened to Celeste. Princess Sydney, Ian, and Chiffon listened from the side and exchanged glances at each other. Before going to the Dream Isle, William had already notified Ash, through their connection, about the things that he did in Antilia Island. He told her that he should notify Princess Sydney about it, because he was curious about how the Ant Queens could interact with one another. Also, he wanted to know if Princess Sydney's beast companion was aware of the Requiem Ant's existence. The half-elf was wondering if either of the queens would act hostile when they met each other with their subordinates behind them. Although some ant colonies would immediately resort to war upon contact, there were others ant species who merged their forces together to create a super ant colony. Princess Sydney had received the answer from her beast companion, and the answer was that it was possible to form a cooperation between the 2 queens, on the condition that the Requiem Ant's queen would also form a contract with a person. Only when the 2 queens were bound would a non-aggression treaty be possible. This news made William quite happy. However, one problem appeared. He didn't have any candidates that could form a contract with the Ants Queen that he and Casaganaga were planning to raise together. In the end, William decided to think about this problem more after he had entered the academy and started his formal education. I see. Celeste nodded. She was aware of the existence of the Requiem ants, but she didn't think too much about it. Those who had passed the exam earlier were getting a bit impatient because they had already been waiting on Dream Isle for days. The staff members that were assigned to look after them had stated that they would remain on the island until the head examiner, Jophiel, had arrived. Fortunately, the head examiner accompanied William to Dream Isle as well. Although there were many mishaps involved, it was now time to go to the academy. William thought that they would be traveling to the academy by ship, but Jophiel surprised him and the rest of the examinees when he took everyone to a secluded grove where a teleportation gate was located. This teleportation gate is a one-way teleportation gate, Jophiel explained. This will send you to the capital city of Orion, where Hestia Academy is located. Once again, congratulations on passing the exam. I pray that all of you will become outstanding students and contribute to the well-being of society. The head examiner then looked at Celeste and gave her a brief nod. Professor, I will let you guide the students to the academy. I'm sure that they are dying to get there. They've already waited long enough. Celine smiled and nodded her head. Understood. The beautiful elf then walked towards the base of the teleportation gate and faced the examinees who had dwindled down to 23 people, including William. Passing the entrance exam is only the beginning, Celeste declared with a serious expression as she scanned the crowd, whose eyes were filled with determination. The teleportation gate behind the beautiful elf came to life and a dazzling portal appeared at its center. Come, Celeste said in a challenging tone. The start of your new journey begins today. Back on Antilia Island, Byron stood at the center of the nursery area where the Requiem Ants Queen used to lay her eggs. He had decided to get into the bottom of things and use his powers to unearth what had truly happened a few hours before the Requiem ants disappeared from the island. The headmaster of the academy chanted a litany of words as the staff in his hands glowed with power. The air fluctuated as runic words embedded themselves at the walls of the cavern. After finishing his incantation, he tapped the ground with his staff and several images appeared around him. He used time magic and recreated the scenes that had transpired inside the nest several hours ago. I knew it. Byron snorted when he saw the half-elf and his companions talking to the queen of the colony. He watched the scene as they unfolded, and although the recreated scenes couldn't produce any sounds, he was still able to read the half-elf's lips and get a gist of what was happening. A frown appeared on Byron's face when he realized that the queen and the other ants were deathly afraid of the beast that was nestled in William's arms. A pangolin? Byron muttered as he observed the creature up close. He had seen several of these scaly anteaters, but he had never seen one with scales that had the colors of the rainbow. Byron's frown deepened when he saw William open a portal and ordered the queen to send her subordinates inside it. The headmaster of the academy watched for a little while longer, before he waved his hand to dispel the power of the spell. I knew it. Byron shook his head helplessly. He's just like his grandfather. Both of them are bandits pretending to be saints. Byron closed his eyes and pondered. He was thinking of a way to resolve this issue as peacefully as possible. Jophiel shouldn't have brought him to the island. Byron sighed. I was also stupid for agreeing to his decision. We invited a fox inside our chicken coop. The lighting on the cave disappeared, and Byron was engulfed in darkness. He decided to return to the academy and discuss the matters with his patron. Perhaps the goddess of the world would give him some advice on how to deal with the presumptuous half-elf, who was giving him a bad headache. So, this is Hestia Academy? William eyed the gigantic castle in the distance. William had seen many amazing things in the world, just like the Fortress of Avalon, but Hestia Academy even trumped the last bastion of humanity. Built on top of a floating island, it was a floating fortress that was several miles long. Perhaps, the most imposing landmark of the castle was the giant sword that was embedded at its center. Even from afar, one could see its mighty visage. From afar, the sword looked like it was made of white marble. However, after asking Celeste about it. The beautiful elf only smiled and said that even she, who had been in the academy for many years, didn't know what kind of material was used to build the sword. The only thing she knew was that, before the academy was even built, the giant sword had always been there, standing tall and proud for hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years. "Isn't it beautiful?" Chloe floated in front of William and puffed her chest proudly. She was acting like she was the one that made the sword, which made William shake his head helplessly. Celeste made a gesture for everyone to follow behind her. They had just arrived at the capital city of Orion, and it would still take half an hour to arrive at the academy gates using a special flying ship that was exclusively used by the professors and students of the academy. "Professor Celeste, welcome back to the academy." A pretty lady wearing light armor greeted Celeste with a smile. "Are these the lucky ones who passed the entrance exams that were held a few days ago?" Celeste nodded her head and smiled. "Please, send us all to the academy." "Understood." The pretty lady saluted and activated the crystal on her hand. Immediately, a silver ship materialized out of thin air. It reminded William of those Viking ships that he had seen in documentaries back on Earth. "All aboard," Celeste ordered as she took the lead and boarded the ship that was floating a meter above the ground. All the examinees followed behind Celeste with their eyes filled with excitement. The deck of the flying ship was quite spacious, and it could easily accommodate over 100 people. After everyone had boarded safely, Celeste waved her hand and the ship rose in the air. It flew straight towards the academy, and William felt a bit regretful that he didn't have a camera to take a commemorative photo of this magnificent view. Several minutes later, the ship landed near the gate of the academy. Several students were looking at the ship with eager faces. However, after William took a good look at them, the students weren't looking at the academy's newest students, but at the beautiful elf who had a resigned expression on her face. "Welcome back, Professor Celeste," a dashing young man shouted. It was the spark that made the rest of the students cheer and call out to Celeste. Clearly, she was quite popular in the academy and her fans were not limited to boys. Even girls were looking at her with infatuated gazes. Princess Sydney smiled and stepped forward. She was feeling very competitive with Celeste because their divinities were the complete opposite of each other. She wanted to show the beautiful elf that she could easily turn her admirers into her admirers in the span of heartbeat. However, before she could even enact her plan, she felt two strong arms wrap around her waist and hold her in place. "Darling, what's wrong?" Princess Sydney asked. "I should be the one asking you that question, Morgana," William replied as he pulled the seductive girl to his chest. "What are you planning to do? Just going to say hi to the students?" "Aha! Then why are you brimming with fighting spirit?" Morgana smiled as she leaned her body on William's chest. "Why not? You already know that first impressions last. Don't tell me you are feeling jealous." "Yes, I am feeling jealous, so behave yourself. The only one that needs to look at you is me." "Fine." Morgana could feel her heart melting because William had whispered these loving words in her ear. She had completely forgotten her plan to compete with Celeste for the affection of the students in the academy. The seductress even felt ashamed of her pettiness. She was already married to William, so there was no need to compete with anyone. After thinking things through, Morgana decided to no longer antagonize Celeste. After all, the beautiful elf was destined to be forever alone because of her divinity. "All right, show's over, now scram." Chloe flew towards the students and raised her fist. "Anyone who is still here when I count to 10 will receive a spanking. 1, 2, 3. The students scattered and ran away like wild ducks that had heard gunfire. All of them admired Celeste, so they were also very familiar with Chloe. Aside from being called the Juggernaut, the students also called her the all-brawn and no-brains fairy. None wanted to be on the receiving end of her slaps, spanks, and punches. The little familiar crossed her arms over her chest and snorted. Several students were infatuated with Celeste, and her role was to be the bodyguard that scared them away. Claire also stepped into this role when Chloe was doing expedition missions for the academy, but Claire wasn't as intimidating as her twin, so most of the students ignored her presence. Just as William entered the academy gates, he heard a ringing sound in his ears. It was not a notification from the system, but the sound of a handheld bell that seemed to be ringing right next to him. William looked around and even asked Optimus if it could hear the sound of bells ringing. But the system said that it couldn't detect any sound that matches William's description. The half-elf also asked his lovers, but all of them said that they were not hearing the sound of ringing bells. Half a minute later, the ringing sound ended and everything returned back to normal. William thought that he was just tired and started to hear things, so he decided to put the weird incident at the back of his mind. He just followed behind Celeste towards the main hall where all of them would be briefed about the rules of the academy. On top of the hilt of the sword that was embedded at the center of the academy, a lady with otherworldly beauty stood. She was wearing white celestial clothes that fluttered in the breeze, and a handbell could be seen in her right hand. She gazed at William with a calm expression on her face for 2 full minutes before vanishing into particles of light. Located to the east at the farthest corner of the academy stood a shrine. No students were allowed to enter, and even the professors, with the exception of Celeste and 2 others, were banned from entering its premises. A sigh filled with helplessness echoed from the depths of the shrine. It carried a sadness that would make anyone who heard it feel as if their hearts were about to break. It had been 2 days since William's group had arrived at the academy. They had no complaints in the accommodations that had been given to them. In fact, they were given the best rooms in the boys' and girls' dormitories for some unknown reason. Usually, these high-quality rooms were only given to the head prefects of the different school years, but the higher-ups of the academy decided to bestow these privileges to William and his entourage, without batting an eye. However, the half-elf had one important concern, and he voiced it when Celeste invited them to an afternoon tea in her residence. "Professor, there must be something wrong with these arrangements. How come are we not all in the same class?" William asked Celeste, who was elegantly sipping the tea made by Claire. The beautiful elf lowered her cup and glanced at William with a smile. "This is the decision of the higher-ups. There is nothing I can do about it, even if you complain to me," Celeste replied. "Who decides these things?" "The headmaster, of course." William facepalmed because he finally understood why this was happening to him. Byron and him parted on bad terms, and this might be the headmaster's payback to the half-elf's reaction when he was questioned back in Antilia Island. Instead of becoming freshmen, everyone in William's group became third-year students in the academy. Princess Sydney, Ian, and Chiffon were placed in Class A. Zhu and Sha were placed in Class B, while William, Kenneth, and Lilith were placed in Class C. William thought that he and his lovers would be in the same class, but it seems that the arrangement had been carefully planned by Byron to prevent William's group from standing out. In order to vent out his frustration, William drank his tea and ate the cookies that were being hand-fed to him by Chiffon. Princess Sydney, Ian, Zhu, and Sha were also not happy with the arrangements either because they wanted to be in the same class with William. Also, Princess Sydney and Ian knew that Lilith was gunning for their lover, so they wanted to be in the same room in order to protect him. Lilith had no complaints about being in the same class as William. In fact, for her, this was the most ideal scenario because she could observe the half-elf during class. Looking at William's lovers, the Amazon princess decided to fan the flames in order to make the situation more chaotic. "I don't think there's anything wrong with the arrangements," Lilith said. "We came here to Hestia Academy to study. Since that is the case, we should just enjoy our academy life to the fullest." Princess Sydney glared at the shameless Amazon who had openly asked for William to give her his babies. Although she and Morgana did the same thing in the past, she hated Lilith because she was not doing it out of love or lust but out of necessity. The princess and her twin, Morgana, didn't want others to treat their husband as a tool, especially a baby-making tool. "Why don't we swap places?" Princess Sydney offered as she smiled sweetly at Lilith. "I'm sure the higher classes will give more attention to their students. Since you are here to study, going to Class A will be more beneficial for you." "No thanks," Lilith replied in a heartbeat. "I'm fine with Class C. I'm not some kind of privileged princess who constantly whines if she doesn't get her way." The 2 princesses glared at each other in disdain. Both of them were members of the 7 deadly sins. However, they didn't get along with each other, similar to oil and water. Will, don't cheat on us while you're in a different class. Okay? Chiffon said as he looked up at William with eyes filled with trust. Of course not, William replied as he patted the pink-haired girl's forehead. How can I possibly cheat when I have such a beautiful and caring wife like you? No matter how beautiful the girls in my class are, they couldn't possibly match your beauty. Chiffon's smile widened as she was pulled into William's embrace. After experiencing the trials in the tower and getting married to William, the little glutton was slowly, yet surely, gaining confidence in herself. She was starting to open up to people and socialize with others. B1, B2, Scherer, and Bacon also played their part in making Chiffon speak more and let her feelings be known to the world. Even Celeste, who was unhappy about William having many wives, had nothing to say when she looked at the half-elf and pink-haired girl who were hugging each other. However, she would surely be displeased if the one that took the little girl's place was Princess Sydney, whose very presence made her divinity pulse from time to time. The next day, please introduce yourselves to everyone, a middle-aged man wearing glasses said as he made a gesture for William, Kenneth, and Lilith to come to the podium. The class became excited because all three of them were good-looking. The girls looked at William and Kenneth with starry eyes because both of them were very handsome. Lilith, on the other hand, may not be exceptionally beautiful, but she was radiating a youthful beauty that made the men look at her with earnest gazes. The Amazon princess was already used to being stared at by men, so she wasn't the least bothered by them as she made her introductions. Lilith Lynn. Nice to meet all of you, Lilith said. Just call me Lilith. The men clapped their hands together, and some of them even whistled to show their support to their new classmate. Kenneth Exion Ashley. Kenneth introduced himself after the applause came to an end. Feel free to call me Kenneth. Another round of applause was heard, but this time the girls also joined and made the delicate-looking elf feel welcomed. William then came forward and scanned the faces of his new classmates before introducing himself. William Von Ainsworth, William stated. It's a pleasure to be in this class. The classroom came to a standstill when William introduced himself. Soon, heavy breathing could be heard from some of the students as they stared at William in disbelief. Are you that William? One of the girls asked in disbelief. The one who conquered the 51st floor of Babylon and whose name was announced worldwide? Everyone in the room was dying to ask the same question. Fortunately, someone did ask, so they focused their attention on the half-elf who had a calm expression on his face. Yes, William answered. A pin-drop silence ensued that lasted for exactly 10 seconds, before the classroom erupted into chaos. They were all wondering what the conqueror of the 51st floor looked like, and they couldn't believe that the same person was in their class, and looking at them with a smug expression on his face. Class, behave yourselves. The middle-aged professor stepped in to calm the boys and girls who were starting to cause a ruckus. Most of them wanted to walk towards William and touch him to see if he was real or not. The middle-aged man was also the homeroom teacher of Class C, so it was quite easy for him to calm the students who were looking at William like he was their idol. William's face started to twitch as he found himself sitting between Kenneth and Lilith. When his homeroom teacher, Professor Garin, asked him to choose a place to sit, the half-elf immediately chose the rightmost corner of the room. Unlike the classes at the Hellon Kingdom and Silverwind Academy that had a separate desk for each student, the sitting arrangement in Hestia Academy followed the herringbone arrangement, where all the seats were facing the podium at the center of the class. Each section was meant for 3 people, so William had no choice but to share his spot with others. Since the 3 of them enrolled at the same time, they could only be grouped together. William was fine sitting beside Kenneth, but Lilith gave him the chills. Although the Amazon wasn't even looking at him and paying attention to the class lecture, the half-elf felt that his little brother was in danger, so he decided to swap places with Kenneth to remedy the situation. A flash of displeasure momentarily passed through the depths of Lilith's eyes, but no one was able to notice these changes. Kenneth didn't mind changing places with William because his only purpose was to keep a close eye on him. Of course, he also knew why the half-elf wanted to swap places with him, but he didn't care. Part of him even wanted to protect his ex-roommate from the Amazon who intended to drag him back to her empire. Professor Garen's lesson was about history. This was the subject that had made countless students fall asleep in their seats when he was still back on Earth. However, the professor's approach in teaching his class was quite interesting, that even William, who had angered his history teacher in the past, was listening sincerely to the lecture. They said that during the era of the gods, all the races were fighting for supremacy, Gareth said with an impassioned voice. Humans, elves, beastkins, dwarves, demons, fairies, giants, dragons, gnomes, halflings, and several other races waged war against each other. During this era, humanity as a whole was the weakest race in the world. The battle was fierce because the gods themselves had sent their avatars to fight alongside the race that worshipped them. Alliances were formed and alliances were broken. However, the most notable event of all was that only one god sided with the humans, and that was none other than Hestia, the goddess that created the world. Garen paused as he allowed the students to digest the words he had said before continuing. The class was composed of different races, so this was a touchy subject for most professors, but Garen wasn't an ordinary professor. He was a true academic that pursued truth, so even if he was dealing with a touchy subject, he was unfazed as he continued his lecture. When humanity was on its last legs, and total annihilation was only days away from happening, several heroes stepped up to turn the tide of battle, Garen said. The amazing thing was that these heroes who stepped up to defend humanity were not humans. One of them was the deity of the sky, Kasaganaga. They said that this deity would descend from the sky bringing powerful storm winds, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Those who saw its mighty visage would tremble in fear. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard inside the room, and all the students turned to look at William, who was a second late in covering his mouth. I'm glad that you find my lecture very amusing, Mr. Ainsworth, Garen commented with a smile. Can you please tell the entire class what is so funny? William knew he was the one in the wrong, so he stood up and bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, Professor, William replied. I was just surprised that a powerful deity fought alongside humans during the era of the gods. You still haven't answered my question, Mr. Ainsworth. I'm dying to know what you found funny in my lecture. William was thinking very hard to come up with an excuse to answer Garen's question. The reason why he laughed was because of the professor's passionate speech glorifying the rainbow-colored anteater, who was currently doing its best to drag the corpses of centennial beasts to the Requiem ants colony, in order to raise their ants queen. He just couldn't stop himself from chuckling as he envisioned Kasaganaga fighting in a war against demigods and gods, while shouting, "I'm rolling," in its adorable voice. Everyone was looking at William with pitiful gazes because Garen was notorious for punishing any student who made fun of his class. After thinking of many scenarios in his head, William decided to use the safest method in order to get out of his predicament. When I was still in the southern continent, I had the opportunity to meet the sky deity, William explained. Kasaganaga had been trapped inside a block of ice, frozen in time, and I was the one who set him free. The students, as well as Garen, looked at William with the nice try expression on their faces. Met the sky deity? Freed him from a block of ice? Ha! Do you really think we are gullible kids that you can trick with your sorry excuse for a story? Pichui. William felt helpless because he couldn't possibly summon Kasaganaga just to prove his point. So he just stood there and allowed his classmates to snigger and look at him in a teasing manner. That is a very good tale, Mr. Ainsworth. Professor Garen smiled. If what you said is true, then humanity owes you a great favor for freeing one of our saviors. William scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. Instead of thanking me using words, I prefer to be compensated with gold coins, precious gems, and artifacts, William said after clearing his throat. Don't worry, I'm not too picky. Even though I saved one of the heroes of humanity, I am not asking for much. Anything of value will do. Professor Garen's face twitched after hearing William's reply. He was being sarcastic earlier about thanking William for his claim of freeing the sky deity. I was just joking, and you were actually shameless enough to ask for compensation? You said you were not picky, but all the things you listed were all things of value. You sure have guts. No one knew who it was, but a chuckle was heard inside the classroom. It was the spark that ignited the flames, and the other students weren't able to stop themselves from following suit. The men chuckled, and some even openly laughed. The girls, on the other hand, covered their lips and giggled. Even Lilith's body was shaking as she did her best to stop the bubbling laughter inside her chest from escaping her lips. In the end, Garin shook his head and decided to let William off the hook just this once. He understood that the latter had just arrived at the academy and was still adapting to his surroundings. "Mr. Ainsworth, I'll let this incident pass this time," Garin said in a resigned manner. "But next time, you'd better come up with a better story." Although meeting the deity of the sky and freeing him was an interesting tale, the great historians of Hestia would frown upon such claims without solid evidence. "I hope that you will not make the same mistake again in the future, Mr. Ainsworth." William nodded his head and sat down. He applauded himself for having dealt with the situation in an amicable manner, leaving no hard feelings for him and Professor Garin. There was only one person in the class that didn't laugh, and that was none other than Kenneth. Deep inside, the silver-haired elf was shocked because of William's earlier tale. He didn't know that the rainbow-colored anteater whom he had seen nearly a week ago was the same sky deity that Professor Garin was lecturing about. "Just how many secrets do you have that I am not aware of?" Kenneth thought as he glanced at the red-headed teenager with a complicated expression. William, who felt Kenneth's gaze, glanced back at him with a smile. "Is there something wrong with my handsome face?" William inquired. Kenneth rolled his eyes at the shameless half-elf, and once again shifted his attention to the professor's lecture. He was not in a hurry to know more of William's secrets. They had just mended their friendship not long ago, and he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings between them. Lilith, who was seated beside Kenneth, frowned. Her divinity was that of greed, and this allowed her to sense any kind of power, treasure, or anything of importance to a person. It also gave her the power to snatch them if certain conditions were met. The Amazon princess could sense a very powerful artifact that fluctuated from time to time within Kenneth's body. But, for some reason, her divinity couldn't find out what it was, which perplexed her. "Well, everyone has their secrets." Lilith pushed Kenneth's matter to the side because she didn't want to have any direct conflicts with one of her sisters. With the exception of Princess Sydney, there were no more mishaps, and Professor Garin was able to end his lessons smoothly. Right after the professor left, several of the students in the class rose from their seats and went to greet William, Kenneth, and Lilith. The three didn't shy away from their classmates and interacted with them in a friendly manner. William vowed that this time, he would enjoy his academy life and make lasting memories in Hestia Academy. However, somewhere on the horizon, far away from the eyes of mortal men, enlightened creatures, and demigods, an important event was about to take place. An event that would make the skies of the world tremble, as a battle of great importance would be fought in the heavens. Creation and destruction go hand in hand. When a life is born, another ends. Such was the cycle of life, and even gods were not exempt from this rule. It was the law that bound everyone in the multiverse. Within the void, a place where space and time worked together in harmony, lay the passage of worlds. Just like how the ancient humans on Earth used land bridges to cross the continents, this was a primitive method to traverse the cosmos and arrive at a predetermined location, according to the rules that were set in place. Right now, a raiding group that numbered 3,000 strong traversed these ancient pathways, headed to a world that was bound for destruction. The number of worlds that had life in the multiverse were countless, and these raiding groups only numbered in the tens of thousands. Even so, one thing was certain. When one of these groups reached their destination, a great battle would ensue. Once they had determined that there was a strong resistance in that world, they would send a signal to their main force, and the latter would immediately send an army that numbered in the millions. An army with one sole goal, and that was to end the existence of all life on that planet. The 3,000-strong raiding party finally saw their destination beyond the countless worlds within the void. It was a beautiful blue world, a world that was filled with life, and yet, the laws of the multiverse had deemed that it was time to snuff it out, to give way to the birth of another world. Among those 3,000 harbingers of destruction, 3 of them had the rank of demigods. 100 of them were pseudo-demigods. The remainder were all millennial rank at their peak, just a step away from stepping into the myriad realm. Seeing that blue planet on the horizon, the giants of Jotunheim and Muspelheim increased their pace. They were looking at their destination with excitement and anticipation, because they were races that were bred for war. They were the army that had been given the task to destroy the worlds that were connected to a certain red portal in the cycle of reincarnation. Right now, that army of destruction was headed to Hestia. If they continued their journey at their current pace, they would arrive at their destination within a week's time. The countdown for the world's destruction had begun, and no more than 5 individuals were aware of the upcoming disaster that was going to befall the world that they were living in. Inside the Thousand Beasts domain, Ruby, I'm here. A rainbow-colored anteater ran through the tunnels of the ants' colony in haste. All the ants that were going along the same path as Kasaganaga moved to the side in fear of offending the anteater who, on several occasions, almost ate the ants that it had come across on the tunnels. Fortunately, Kasaganaga would only visit the nest after it had its fill of eating beast cores. However, that didn't change the fact that there was still a possibility of being eaten. In order to eliminate such risks, all the ants would stick to the walls as close as possible, and give the rainbow-colored calamity a wide berth whenever it passed through their domain. The Requiem ant's queen almost choked as she ate her food when she heard the adorable, yet nightmare-inducing voice. Half a minute later, Kasaganaga appeared in the queen's cavern in a good mood. Here, I brought you some Class A beasts. Kasaganaga happily emptied all the contents of its storage bracelet, which it had received from William. Over 100 dead beasts were piled up like a hill in front of the ant's queen, and the latter could only shiver at the scene. Ruby found it hard to be happy, knowing that it was being fattened up for the slaughter. If not for the fact that William had promised to prevent Kasaganaga from eating her, the queen might have lost all hope and committed suicide. Due to Kasaganaga's diligent effort to feed her every day, the queen's body started to have a crimson luster. This was also why William decided to give her the name, Ruby. Eat as much as you can, so you can grow big and strong, Kasaganaga said as it rested its little paw on Ruby's foot. That way, I can hee. Kasaganaga was finding it hard to stop the drool from pooling at the corner of its lips as it stared at the crimson Requiem ant's queen, who was starting to shudder in fright. The worker ants that were tending the queen were all Class A creatures. They ignored the anteater that was making their queen cry and set about their work. Their job was to carefully dissect the creatures that Kasaganaga had brought to their nest and prepare them for the queen's consumption. Naturally, they were also given a share of their own to eat, which had hastened their own evolutions. As an expert in raising ant queens, Kasaganaga was very patient with Ruby. It knew that it could not rush things by force-feeding Ruby monsters that were above her class. Since her rank was only Class A, she should eat Class A beasts until she evolved into a centennial beast. Only after she had become a centennial beast would Kasaganaga start feeding her centennial beasts as well. According to its estimate, it would take 2 weeks before Ruby reached the limit of her rank and undergo evolution. The Crimson Requiem ant's queen would then wrap herself in a cocoon and hibernate. The shortest evolution time could last a month, and the longest was half a year. Kasaganaga didn't know how long Ruby would take to finish her evolution, but it was not worried. With so many high-level creatures inside the dungeon of Atlantis, it was only a matter of time before Ruby stepped into the millennial and myriad ranks under Kasaganaga's guidance. I'm going back to the dungeon. Kasaganaga patted Ruby's legs in a friendly manner. Don't miss me too much, okay? Ruby's body once again shuddered after Kasaganaga's parting words. If possible, it didn't want to see the rainbow-colored anteater for the rest of her life. Sadly, there was nowhere that she could run. She only hoped that William would keep his promise to keep her safe from the gluttonous anteaters and honor the contract that they both had signed for a subordinate and master relationship. William sighed in happiness as he rested his head on Princess Sydney's leg. He was currently in the garden with the beautiful princess, and the latter had agreed to give him her lap as a pillow. It had been 3 days since William had become an official student of Hestia Academy, and one could say that he was living the ideal academy life. He enjoyed the classes very much, and had become friends with his classmates. Aside from the fact that he wasn't in the same room as his lovers, everything was smooth sailing and he didn't have any complaints. Of course, he still hadn't forgotten one of his goals for entering the academy, and that was to accomplish the goal that Amen had given him. The only problem was that the girl named Shannon was under house arrest in a shrine that was heavily guarded by the academy. William had subtly attempted to bypass the area, but a powerful barrier prevented him from going further. According to Celeste, William would only be able to enter the shrine if he got the approval from the headmaster of the academy, Byron. "Sydney, do you have any solutions to my problem?" William asked. "I don't really want to see the headmaster. That guy is bad news." Princess Sydney smiled as she gently brushed William's hair and rubbed his chest with her smooth and delicate hands. "Have you tried to ask Celeste?" Princess Sydney replied. "If it's her, the possibility of getting the clearance is high." William sighed. "She's being uncooperative. It seems that the headmaster has told her not to assist me in any way." Princess Sydney was about to say something when they heard a familiar voice asking for help. "Save me!" Conan shouted as he flew towards William's direction. Right behind him was a little fairy with short green hair with curls at the end, and gray eyes that were as calm as a lake. The fairy was none other than Celeste's familiar, Claire. Ever since William had appeared in the academy, the little fairy would often drag Conan away for an examination. Elliot, on the other hand, would wander around the academy in search of Chloe and other beautiful girls that caught his fancy. Compared to the angelic familiar, William's little devil was like a protagonist that was running away from a Yandra. Conan immediately dove inside William's uniform with the intention of using the half-elf as a sanctuary to prevent himself from being harassed by the moody little fairy that liked to touch him all over. "Claire, can you give Conan a break?" William inquired as he eyed Celeste's indifferent-looking fairy, who was looking at the bulge in William's uniform. "Break? I give him plenty of breaks," Claire answered. "I just want to see how he is different from us. This is important research when it comes to familiars. As you may already know, Elliot and Conan are the only two other familiars under the familiomancer profession. Also, I am aware of your difficulties in trying to enter the shrine. If you give me Conan, I promise that you will be given permission to enter it in 2 to 3 days' time." William grabbed the hiding devil familiar inside his uniform and presented him to Claire. "Please, take him with you," William said earnestly. "Just remember our deal." Claire held Conan's arm in a vice grip before nodding her head to William. "I will keep my promise. Expect to get clearance before this week is over. Come, Conan. We still haven't finished your physical examination." "William, you traitor!" Conan shouted in tears as he was dragged away by Claire. "No, I don't want to go. I refuse to take part in your examination. William, save me. I'll make it up to you later, Conan." "I'm sorry," William replied as he said a silent prayer in his heart. Although he felt bad about Conan being dragged away by Claire, he knew that the little fairy had no intention of hurting Conan. He believed that the little fairy was just really curious about Conan since he was one of the first familiars that had been born aside from her and her twin sister, Chloe. Claire couldn't possibly be in love with Conan, right? William mused. Nah, it's impossible. Unlike Elliot, Conan was the innocent type. How can someone like that be appealing to girls? William chuckled internally before closing his eyes to take a nap. Now that Claire had promised him that she would secure a meeting with Shannon, the half-elf's heart was finally put at ease. He only hoped that when he finally met her, the problem she currently had was something that he could easily solve. Malachi walked inside the Temple of the Gods that was located at the heart of the Ares Empire. Behind him, several guards and priestesses lay on the ground, asleep. The Dracolic didn't harm them in any way, and merely put all of them to sleep. When he reached the depths of the shrine, he waved his hand and the water around the statue of the goddess rose to the air and took on a crimson hue. Soon, the statue glowed, and a sigh escaped its lips. "Malachi, old friend, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" Astarte, the goddess of the Amazon race, asked with a smile. Pleasure? I didn't visit you for pleasure, Malachi answered as he approached the goddess who was looking at him with a playful gaze. I came here to ask you if your warriors are prepared for what is about to happen. Astarte chuckled as she walked in circles around Malachi. For thousands of years, my warriors' strength has grown stronger with every generation. They've adhered to the laws that I have given them, with the exception of a few who chose to fall in love, instead of mating with the strongest of men. Still, the children that were born out of love were still Amazons. Their bodies were forged by the strength of their ancestors. So, if you are asking me if they are prepared for war, then the answer is yes. Now, old friend, it is my turn to ask you a question. Are you prepared for what is about to come? Astarte lightly caressed the side of Malachi's bony face with the back of her hand. The Dracolic didn't pull away and allowed her to have her way. Do you even need to ask? Malachi answered with a snort. Astarte smiled, but this time, the smile contained a sadness that only Malachi and her understood. Malachi gazed one last time at Astarte's beautiful face, before turning around to leave the temple. When the time comes, I will come for you again, Malachi said without looking back. Astarte watched his retreating back, with the same sad smile plastered on her face. Only when she could no longer see him, did she open her lips and spoke, ever so softly. Malachi, you see things others can't, hear things others don't, shed tears when others won't, and fight when others don't. The goddess sighed one more time before she walked back to her original place. After thousands of years, you will once again stand on the front lines of the battlefield, Astarte said firmly as the crimson waters parted for her to cross over. You've lived a very hard and painful life, old friend. Soon, the waters fell down on the pool and returned to its original color. Astarte's statue stood tall and proud, waiting for the day when the ancient guardian of the world would come to visit her one last time. Two ravens cawed in the sky before landing on a branch of a tree. They looked at the old man who was peacefully taking a nap on the branch opposite theirs. The two ravens glanced at each other before once more cawing, in order to wake up the old coot who was still enjoying his afternoon siesta. James opened his eyes and gazed at the two ravens who were looking back at him with fed-up expressions on their faces. The old man yawned and scratched his head before winking at the two ravens that had been away for several days. Do the two of you have any news for me? James asked. The two ravens cawed once again and flapped their wings to fly towards him. Both of them landed on James' shoulder and closed their eyes. James, too, closed his eyes, as he felt the familiar connection between his two companions. Images started to appear inside his head as the two ravens shared their memories with him. After seeing all of their memories, James sighed and nodded his head in understanding. Continue to monitor them and keep me updated, James ordered as he jumped off the tree. I'm going back to the Tower of Babylon. The two ravens nodded their heads before flying towards the sky. James watched them go until they had disappeared from the horizon. He didn't have much time left, and he needed to arrive at the tower as soon as possible. Vlad and him had parted ways because the demigod said that he needed to meet some of his old acquaintances. James didn't mind because both of their goals were the same. Since that was the case, it was best for them to travel separately, in order to accomplish their individual tasks with ease. The old bandit placed his fingers over his lips and whistled. He whistled many times, and each note was different. After 2 minutes, James stopped and stood at ease. Suddenly, a neigh sounded behind him. James smiled as he watched an 8-legged horse gallop in his direction from the sky. The horse's coat was white as snow, and its eyes were as black as coal. Clearly, this was not the same horse that he had ridden long ago, but James still felt the undeniable connection between him and the magnificent steed. It didn't take long before the 8-legged horse landed a few meters away from him. It neighed and approached James with an eagerness that had been rooted in its bloodline. James lovingly stroked its head and caressed its neck. You must be his great-great-great-great-grandson, James said softly as he played with the horse's ears. Will you accompany me in this lifetime? The horse neighed and nodded its head in acknowledgement. Then I should give you a proper name, James stated as he eyed the horse. But the latter shook its head and neighed in disapproval. James' eyes widened for a brief moment before it was replaced with an understanding gaze. So, you wish for that as well? James patted the horse's head with a smile. Very well, I will honor your wish. The horse neighed softly and rested its head on James' shoulder. The old man wrapped his arms around the horse and rubbed its neck, just like he did long ago. Sleipnir, your name will be Sleipnir, James whispered in the horse's ears. The horse's ears twitched and uttered a satisfied neigh before nudging James' head with the side of its cheeks. It then took a few steps back and made a gesture with its head. James chuckled and nodded. He then mounted the back of the horse. Even without a saddle, he sat comfortably on its back. Sleipnir was confident that no matter how fast it ran, the rider on its back would not fall off. Since that was the case, he pawed the ground with its hooves before dashing forward. Soon the eight-legged horse galloped into the sky, headed towards the Tower of Babylon. As the wind brushed past James' face, a few bittersweet memories resurfaced inside his head. They were the memories of a time long forgotten, memories of the path he had trodden. Make it in time, Sleipnir, James ordered. For Asgard and the 9 realms. Vlad, it has been a long time since you last visited me. What kind of bad news brought you here? A giant creature with a lion's head and a body protected by a turtle-like carapace looked down on Vlad with surprise etched on its monstrous face. The giant creature had 6 feet, with bear-like claws and a scaly tail like that of a serpent's. Its name was Tarask. It was recognized by all as the strongest land-dwelling demigod in the world of Hestia. You make it sound like I only visit you when I bring bad news, Vlad replied in a helpless tone. So, you're saying that I'm wrong? No, you are right. I do bring bad news, but it annoys me that you thought of me that way. Tarask chuckled as it laid on the ground. Since the demigods lived long lives, they didn't usually seek each other out unless something of great importance was transpiring in the world. Of course, not all demigods got along. Some of them hated each other and would often get into fights whenever their paths crossed. Each had their own territory, so it was quite easy to locate them. Vlad decided to visit the strongest in their circle first, before going to the nearest demigod in the area. Vlad and Tarask stared at each other. Although Vlad had many things to say, he instinctively felt that the 20-meter-tall demigod was already aware of the things that were happening to the world. Still, Vlad knew that if he didn't break the ice, nothing would happen and their staring game would continue. I came here to talk about Malachi, Vlad said after organizing his thoughts. He has regained his freedom. Tarask nodded its head. All the chimeras are duty-bound to study the ancient glyphs inside the Strathmore forest, Tarask commented. Just like your ancestors before you, everyone has been paying close attention to any information that relates to Malachi. Now that he is free, it can only mean one thing and one thing only. Vlad clenched his fist. Tarask had been around since the era of the gods, so it knew more about the history of the world. During the war, this powerful demigod chose the side of the dwarves. He had taught them how to build their kingdoms under the earth and forge powerful armor and weapons in order to protect their race and civilization. Because of this, the dwarves were one of the races that had survived that warring era and had flourished since then. War, Vlad stated. A war that no one had seen before. Not just an ordinary war, Vlad, but a war that will surpass the era of the gods. A war where the entire world is at stake. Then we. No. Tarask firmly shook his head. The stage has been set, but we are not part of the performing actors who will play the initial act. Our part will come near the end. Yes, near the end, when the pillars that hold the very foundation of this world will be shaken. Tarask said solemnly as he looked at the clear blue sky. Even now, I can feel that a great danger is approaching us, and yet, I cannot see past the skies of this world, Tarask commented. Right now, our homeland is like a sand castle on the beach, hoping that the waves won't reach us. But sooner or later, the tides will rise. The waves will come, and when they do, they will wash away everything that has been built since time immemorial. the strongest demigod of Hestia sighed. "I will be honest with you, Vlad," Tarask said with a serious expression on its face. "I am scared. Very scared." Vlad could feel the hairs at the back of his neck stand on end after hearing Tarask's helpless voice. He knew that a great war was about to begin, but he didn't know what kind of war was about to transpire. If even the strongest among them was feeling faint just thinking about the inevitable battle that was about to come, then what could he do? What could anyone do? As if noticing the changes that were happening in Vlad's expression, Tarask shook his head to dispel the worries inside his head. "Rest assured, when the skies of this world fall down upon our heads, I will be there to catch it," Tarask said. "But I will not be able to hold it up alone." The strongest demigod of Hestia stood up from the ground and gazed at Vlad with a determined expression. "Go, Vlad," Tarask ordered. "Inform the others. When the sky turns red, and the fires of destruction descend upon the world, the final battle of this world will be fought." Vlad unconsciously gulped because Tarask's words were like a prophecy. Even though he had no evidence, his instincts were telling him with certainty that the words of the monstrous beast in front of him would come to pass. "How long do we have?" Vlad inquired. He wanted to know how much time he had left to prepare for what was about to come. Tarask didn't answer right away as it once again stared at the sky. "I don't know," Tarask replied. "Perhaps only Malachi knows." Tarask started to walk away, and Vlad simply stood there looking at the behemoth that had promised to be there when the sky was about to fall. The demigod's back that once looked strong and invincible was now hunched as if carrying a heavy burden. What kind of war could possibly surpass the war that happened during the era of the gods? Vlad thought long and hard, but he couldn't think of an answer to his question. He had not been born during that dark and tumultuous time of the world, so he had no idea how big the scale of the upcoming war was going to be. If even the combined strength of the demigods of the world couldn't stop what was coming, then was there any hope for them at all? Vlad didn't have the answer to these questions. Although he was one of the few that stood at the peak of the world, he was not omnipotent. "There's no use of thinking about this now." Vlad gritted his teeth as he transformed into his true form. He still had a few places to visit and pass along the words that Tarask had told him. No matter what happened in the future, one thing was certain. The demigods could no longer be aloof and stay away from the affairs of the mortal realm. High above the Kirintar Mountains, Takam looked at the starry skies with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes glowed with power as a magic circle formed under his feet. He was gathering the power of the Kirintar Mountains to perform a 10th circle spell. That night, all the members of the tribes knelt down as they transferred the power of their faith to their sovereign. The entirety of the southern continent was unaware that something beyond their understanding was happening in the distant mountains, located on the northern tip of the Hellon Kingdom. In this dark and quiet night, when the moon was nowhere in sight, the vanguards of humanity were making preparations to fight. "These are dark and difficult times," the old hag, who was also Celine's master, sighed as she gazed at the sky. As one of the demigods of the world, her sensitivity to sense something that could threaten her existence was very high. Among her peers, the only one that could threaten her was Tarask, but she knew that the pacifist demigod would not openly attack anyone unless they attacked it first. "Master? Is there something wrong?" Celine, who had just returned after foraging in the forest, asked as she placed the basket filled with herbs on the table. "Yes," the old hag said as she sat on her favorite chair. "But you don't have to worry about this, Celine. At least not yet." Celine stared at her master in confusion. Her master was one of the most powerful beings in the world of Hestia, and it was very rare for her to see the old woman feeling depressed. This old woman was notorious for her witchcraft, and no one in the demon continent would dare to annoy her. Although many treated her as an evil being, Celine treated her with love and care. Aside from her sister, Celeste, Celine treated the old hag as her mother. Even though they weren't related by blood, the old witch and Celine treated each other as family. The name of Celine's master was Baba Yaga, a very powerful demon that had terrorized the world more than 1,000 years ago. Now, She lived in seclusion and enjoyed a peaceful life in the depths of the forest, away from the affairs of the world and away from the politics of the realm. This unsettling feeling, just where is this coming from? Baba Yaga thought as she held a crystal ball in her hand. All I know is that it is coming from somewhere beyond my reach. The ball in her hand glowed, but the only thing the witch saw was a blaze that threatened to consume everything. No matter how hard she scried, she couldn't find the source of these flames that made her heart tremble. Celine, stay here for the time being, Baba Yaga ordered. Don't leave the demon continent for the next few days. Celine nodded her head. She didn't have any plans at the moment, aside from spending time with her master until the prophecy came to pass. Don't worry, master, Celine replied. I'll stay with you for the time being. A smile appeared on Baba Yaga's wrinkly face. Good. As Celine's master, she didn't want her disciple to come to any harm, especially when it was something that she couldn't foresee no matter how hard she tried. Where are we going, Elliot? Chloe asked. Don't worry, we won't go very far. Just the outskirts of the city of Orion, Elliot replied. We're just going to meet a few friends. Chloe frowned, but she still decided to follow Elliot. She noticed that although the angelic familiar was smiling, his body language was telling her that he was feeling anxious. The two familiars left the academy and headed to the city of Orion. Elliot said that he would be meeting his friends, and asked Chloe to accompany him. The little fairy thought that since Elliot had just arrived in the academy, he needed someone to act as a tour guide to the city. Since she wasn't doing anything important, she decided to accompany him and take him to the best places to eat in the city of Orion. However, after arriving at the city, Elliot flew towards the west. Chloe found this strange, but she didn't say anything and continued to follow the angelic familiar whose smile had already disappeared from his face. Are we going to the wild squirrel forest? Chloe asked after seeing that they were headed into the direction of the forest, outside the outskirts of the forest. Elliot, do you plan to catch a squirrel? Elliot allowed a chuckle to escape his lips before answering Chloe's question. I'd rather hunt squirrels than face the things that we are about to face. The angelic familiar didn't say anything else and continued to fly. Half an hour later, they arrived at a clearing inside the depths of the forest. There, a robed figure stood at the center. A blue bird was perched on the person's shoulder. The moment the bird saw Elliot, it immediately uttered a shriek and glared hatefully at the two approaching familiars. Did the two of you wait long? Elliot asked as he hovered in front of the robed figure. Just 2 days, the robed figure replied in an irritated manner. First you ask me to come here as soon as possible, but the moment I arrive, you ask me to wait until you come to find me. Tell me, did you ask me to come just to humiliate me? Elliot wagged his finger at the robed figure while clicking his tongue. I'm not that bored, Elliot replied. Since I ask you to come, naturally it is something of importance. But before that, remove your hood. Talking to you like this is getting awkward. Don't you agree? The robed figure snorted, but still removed the hood from their head. A familiar pretty face appeared in front of the two familiars. It was none other than William's ex-fiancée, Rebecca. Chloe glanced at Elliot and was about to ask for an explanation when the angelic familiar raised his hand to stop her from talking. Listen, right now we don't have much time, Elliot said as he looked at the two girls, and the blue bird that was perched on Rebecca's shoulder. The bird was none other than Meredith, whose rank had dropped to the centennial rank after its battle with William. Even now, the blue bird hated the half-elf with a vengeance. If not for Rebecca's urging, it wouldn't have accompanied her on her journey to the city of Orion, where the Hestia Academy was located. We need to create a high-level magic circle that will amplify your magic power. Rebecca, Elliot said, we must do this within 2 days. Have you brought the items I asked you to bring? Rebecca nodded. I brought them all. But what kind of high-level magic circle are you planning to make? I don't know much about them. Don't worry, Meredith will teach you how it is done. And what makes you think that I will cooperate with you? The blue bird spoke in contempt as it eyed Elliot as if he was its mortal enemy. Aside from the angelic familiar's hair color, hairstyle, and bearing, Elliot's face was an exact copy of William, which made Meredith's blood boil. The blue bird had regretted the fact that it hadn't been able to kill the half-elf when it had chosen to self-destruct in order to end William's life. To this day, it held its grudge deep inside its heart, and it would do anything if it meant being able to end the life of the hateful half-elf who had killed her through disgust. "Don't you feel it?" Elliot asked Meredith, whose magical power was slowly increasing. "Or are you pretending not to feel it? Your rank may have degraded, but you were once a demigod. Surely, your instinct was as still sharp as it was back then." No. He wasn't afraid of the blue bird because its rank was only that of a centennial beast. This was one of the reasons why he had asked Chloe to accompany him in order to deter the spiteful phoenix, who was out for vengeance. "So, what of it?" Meredith replied. Its voice was laced with hate, but Elliot's words had caught it off guard. "Are you saying that you know where this feeling is coming from?" Elliot nodded. "Like I said, we don't have much time. You can feel it too, right? With every hour that passes, that powerful pressure is coming closer and closer. If you don't cooperate with us, that malevolent feeling you are experiencing will come to find you." Meredith narrowed its eyes. It was still half in doubt of Elliot's words, but there was no denying that the familiar had aptly described what she was feeling. Its instinct was screaming at it that something beyond the scope of its powers was coming beyond the horizon. For the time being, it decided to push aside its grudge and find out the reason for its anxiety. "What do you want me to do?" Meredith asked. Elliot sighed internally because the first hurdle had been overcome. As long as he was able to get Meredith's cooperation, the next stage of his plan would proceed smoothly. "I want you to make a high-tier magic circle that will bend space," Elliot explained. "We will use the items that Rebecca has brought to empower it." Meredith frowned before shaking its head. "It will not be enough. I saw the items she brought, and it will not be enough for whatever you plan to do. You don't have to worry about this." Elliot casually waved his hand. "The only thing you need to do is to create the magic circle and reinforce it with the items that Rebecca had brought. I will handle the rest." Meredith snorted due to the familiar's disregard for its opinion. However, it was still curious about what Elliot was planning to do, so it decided to cooperate for the time being. "Remember, you must finish the magic circle within 2 days," Elliot said with a serious expression. "I don't care if you hate me and William, but for your sake, you better not try something funny. I swear that if the magic circle isn't complete within 2 days, I will personally bury you in night soil." Meredith shuddered as the traumatic memories once again flashed inside its head. The ice phoenix looked at Elliot's face and felt its heart tremble. The incident that happened in the Savadine Mountains had left a deep scar in its heart. If that were to happen another time, the ice phoenix, who had guarded its domain for hundreds of years, would never be able to lift its head high ever again. A day passed after Elliot and Chloe had left the academy. Elliot had already told William that he was planning to tour the city with Chloe, so the half-elf didn't think much about it. The angelic familiar was almost always wandering around the academy, and William had already gotten used to it. As for Conan, the pitiful devil would do its best to run away from Claire. However, for some uncanny reason, the little moody fairy was always able to find Conan's hiding place. It was as if she had placed some kind of tracker to him, making him unable to escape her grasp. Because of this, the little devil had returned inside William's body and refused to come out. This was the only way that he could think of that would allow him to escape the physical examination that Claire had been performing on him these past few days. In the end, Claire had no choice but to set aside her plans for an extensive examination and accompany William to the shrine located on the east side of the academy. The moody little fairy had somehow gotten the headmaster's approval, which surprised the half-elf. Because of this, his impression of Claire rose. However, that impression hit rock bottom when he found out the real reason why Byron agreed to let William see Shannon. Claire simply said that if Byron didn't agree to allow William to go to the shrine, she would ask her sister to break Byron's prized collections. Because of this threat, Byron reluctantly agreed to accommodate Claire's request and gave his approval. After hearing that Byron had compromised, Celeste decided to accompany William to see Shannon. It was not only her that chose to accompany the red-headed teenager. Princess Sydney, Chiffon, Kenneth, and Lilith chose to accompany him as well. Ian also wanted to go, but Celeste told her that Shannon's power might overwhelm her spiritual resistance and force her to commit suicide. Even William wasn't an exception, but Celeste believed that as long as she and the rest of the Sins were around, they could prevent the worst-case scenario from happening to the half-elf. As the group walked towards the shrine, Celeste decided to ask the question that had been on her mind since William opened up the subject of how he became aware of Shannon's existence. "Who told you about Shannon?" Celeste asked. "As far as I know, less than 10 people in the world know where she is currently staying. I know all of those people, so it is impossible for you to get any information from them. How did you find out about her existence?" William pondered on how to best answer this question, but every excuse that appeared in his mind was not feasible. In the end, he decided to use the safest method to answer Celeste's inquiry. "A god told me about her," William replied. "That god also told me that I needed to solve her problem. By doing so, I will be rewarded with riches that would make me a happy man." Celeste eyed William with a doubtful expression, but she also couldn't rule out the half-elf's words. Since the people that knew about Shannon's plight were trustworthy people, only those outside of their circle could have told William where she could be found. "Listen, I know you have a strong willpower, but the person you will face is beyond comprehension," Celeste warned. "If I deem that you are unable to hold on to your reasoning, I will immediately evict you from the shrine. Do I make myself clear?" William nodded. He had heard about Shannon's notoriety, and because of this, the shrine had become a restricted area and was heavily guarded. Several layers of protection had also been added in place, creating multiple barriers that prevented others from going in and coming out of the shrine. The guards allowed William's group to pass because they had already been informed of their coming. Celeste was also one of the handful of people that could enter the place, so seeing her with William put the guards at ease. "This layer of security is even tighter than the one that guarded the treasury of our kingdom," Princess Sydney said after they had passed the last checkpoint, leading to the shrine. "Over 100 people have died coming here," Celeste commented. "Some of them were high-ranking nobles of the empires of the central continent. Unfortunately, their curiosity had gotten the better of them, and their lives ended before they could even do great things to benefit the world." Celeste then gave William a sidelong glance before shifting her attention back to the entrance of the shrine. "I just hope that you don't end up like them, William," Celeste said. "You are one of the pillars of the young generation. If you die here, it will be a great loss for humanity." Celeste didn't add that if William died, her sister, Celine, would also be very sad. The beautiful elf swore that she would do her best to prevent William from taking his own life the moment he saw the person that had been staying in the shrine since she was 5 years old. "Remember, if he does something funny, all of you will restrain him as soon as possible," Celeste said to the members of the deadly sins that had come with William. "Knock him unconscious if you have to. Just don't let him end his life." Princess Sydney, Chiffon, Kenneth, and Lilith nodded their heads. Their faces became serious as Celeste opened the door that led to the innermost area of the shrine. The sound of a chime reverberated in the surroundings as the door was opened. The bells were placed there to alert Shannon that someone had entered the shrine. William's gaze froze when he saw the person that was sitting in the center of the room. She held a paintbrush in her left hand and her eyes were focused on the canvas. William felt something grip his heart as his thoughts started to grow hazy. Even so, he focused his willpower on his sight, as he took in the visage of the girl whose sadness was etched on her beautiful face. "I see that you have brought me some guest, Professor Celeste." A soul-stirring voice escaped the young lady's lips. She then turned her head to appraise the guests that had come to visit her. "My heart tells me that the 3 of you are my sisters," the young lady said, and a trace of surprise could be detected in her soul-stirring voice. After a while, her gaze landed on William, and a smile of ridicule appeared on her beautiful face. "Tell me, stranger, what kind of crime did you commit for these girls to bring you here to die?" the young lady asked. Her sad gaze and voice carried a power that made William's legs weaken, and almost made the half-elf collapse on the ground. Fortunately, the others were paying close attention to him. Princess Sydney and Chiffon hurriedly supported his body, so that he could remain standing. This act made the young lady that was seated on the chair arch an eyebrow in surprise. With a glance, she could tell that the red-headed teenager was someone that her sisters cared for. This piqued her interest, and she once again gazed at the man whose breathing was starting to get heavy. William tried to force a word to clear his thoughts that were starting to scatter. This feeling was far stronger than the befuddlement spell that Byron had cast on him when he was being interrogated back in Antilia Island. That was the last word that William uttered before he felt a pain at the back of his head. As his eyes slowly closed, and his senses started to abandon him, the sigh of the beautiful girl, who made his soul tremble, reached his ears. It was such a sad sigh, filled with loneliness and helplessness. That was the last thing that William heard before he fainted in his lover's embrace. "Sisters, come visit me when you have time," the young lady commented as she looked at William, who was being supported by Princess Sydney and Chiffon. "If you care about his well-being, it will be best if you keep him away from this place." The young lady then lifted her brush and started to draw on the blank canvas. "I will wait for all of you to tell me stories of the outside world. A world that is far away from my reach." When William opened his eyes, he found himself back inside his room in the dormitory room. The windows were open, and yet the room was dark. The half-elf tried to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. Slowly, but surely, the images gradually resurfaced in his memories, giving him a clearer picture of what Shannon looked like. Inside the room, there was a young lady sitting on a chair and holding a brush in her left hand. She had long white hair, and her eyes were purple in color. The thing that stood out the most about her appearance were the ears that were on top of her head. Shannon's ears didn't resemble those of any humanoid species. They looked like fluffy beastkin ears that he had seen in some comics and T.V. shows back on Earth. William couldn't recall if they were cat ears or fox ears because her smooth and soul-stirring voice made him unable to form any coherent thoughts. All he could tell was that the girl was similar to him, a half-breed of sorts, half-human, half-beastkin. The half-elf rubbed the back of his head. It was there where someone had hit him, but the pain was long dissipated. Clearly, he had already been healed from his injury and only remained unconscious due to the power of Shannon's strong divinity. While he was deep in his thoughts, the door of his room opened. Ian came in pushing a trolley of food that she had taken from the dining hall of the dormitory. "It's good to see you are awake," Ian said as she walked towards him with a smile. William frowned as he gazed back at his lover. "How many days did I sleep?" "Only a few hours," Ian replied as she looked at him with a worried look on her face. "Do you feel hurt anywhere?" William shook his head. "I'm fine. I don't feel pain anywhere." He wasn't lying. William had already asked Optimus to run a diagnostic scan to check his condition, and the results showed him that he was perfectly fine. "Good. I was surprised when you were carried back to the dormitory by Kenneth. I didn't expect you to return in that manner. I also didn't expect that I would be brought to that state. It seems that I need to change my strategy when interacting with Shannon." William sighed. Just a mere glance, and a few words from Shannon was enough to make him unable to hold on to his rationality, and it unnerved him. Ian transformed into her mermaid form and cupped his face. She then planted a kiss on his forehead before patting his head. William closed his eyes and allowed himself to be embraced by the lady who had given half of her heart to him. "You don't need to rush things," Ash said as she pulled William closer until his head rested on her chest. "You can take it slow. Shannon is not going anywhere. Sydney and Chiffon told me everything already." William replied as he felt Ash's softness and warmth. The two of them stayed like that for a few minutes before the beautiful mermaid reluctantly took a step back. "Eat first," Ash said as she walked towards the food trolley. "It is now 8 in the evening and you've been sleeping for 10 hours. Ash didn't wait for William's reply and arranged the food on the table in his room. The smell of delicious food reached his senses, and it was then when he realized that he was very hungry. After eating everything that Ash had brought for him, William walked towards the balcony of his room. Ash followed suit, and the two of them sat there while looking at the stars in the sky. Ash, Amon's last test is a little difficult, William said after a few minutes passed. However, worry not. I will find a way and lift the curses placed on you, Est, and Isaac. I promise. Ash nodded her head. I believe you. The two stared at each other for a little while before they shared a short, yet love-filled, kiss on the lips. After the kiss ended, Ash pulled back. Although she wanted to remain, she had an appointment with Princess Sydney and Chiffon. William's three lovers decided to have a meeting about how to help William accomplish his last mission. They planned to keep this as a secret for the time being until they found a way to overcome Shannon's powerful divinity. I'll be going now, Ash said as she caressed William's cheeks. Just call for me if you need anything. MMM. William nodded his head in understanding. Ash undid her transformation before leaving the room. William watched her go with a sigh. The half-elf once again looked at the stars. It had been a while since he had done this after leaving the Tower of Babylon. The stars of Hestia are really different from the ones on Earth and Asgard, William said softly. He had been in Hestia for more than 18 years of his life. Since the day he was born, he had encountered several hardships and faced challenges that someone of his age shouldn't have had to face. 10 minutes later, William returned to his bed to sleep. Even though he had already slept for many hours, he was still feeling exhausted. Perhaps it was the side effect of being in Shannon's presence, or perhaps it was due to the sneak attack he received back then. Tomorrow. William yawned as he closed his eyes. I will try again tomorrow. The half-elf hoped that when morning came, he would be able to find some clues about how to help Shannon solve her problem. Inside the shrine located on the east side of the academy, a brush danced across the canvas giving color to Shannon's creation. Her eyes were focused on the canvas as the brush started to move in a blur. With each stroke, her masterpiece came closer to completion. The colors she used were purple, red, orange, and gold. These combinations of colors breathed life to the scene that she was currently painting. In a world dyed in purple, red giants walked in an orderly manner. Their hands and feet were swathed with a tinge of orange and gold, showing the color of flames. Thousands of these red giants appeared on Shannon's canvas, and all of their expressions were fierce. After making the last stroke, Shannon paused. The painting was only halfway finished, because she couldn't paint more than this. Tomorrow. I will paint again tomorrow, Shannon said softly as she stared at her incomplete work. Your Excellency, what do you think? Is it good? A lady wearing a celestial robe walked towards Shannon and peered at the painting. She then patted Shannon's head, as if telling her that she did a good job. Shannon allowed herself to be pampered because it was only in these moments when her desolate heart would feel a tinge of fleeting happiness. Rest, my dearest, the otherworldly beauty said as she kissed Shannon's cheeks. Tomorrow you will be having guests. Shannon nodded her head as she allowed herself to be half-carried towards her bedroom. It had been a long day, and she was indeed tired. She hoped that when morning came, her sisters would come to visit her. Although her existence had broken the rules of the world, it was something that couldn't be helped. After all, she was someone that was not supposed to be born. This should be the place that the Lady of the Lake told me about. William Pendragon stared at the big oak tree in front of him. He closed his eyes and tried to recall everything that the Lady of the Lake had told him. William had a good memory, so it didn't take long before the memories of his meeting with the lady resurfaced inside his head. Located in the east, deep within the Bridgefell Grove, lies an old oak tree. It is the biggest and tallest tree in the forest, so you will identify it right away. On the 9th hour of the 9th day of the 9th month, a portal between Midgard and Alfheim will appear at the base of the old oak tree. You may enter Alfheim through this passage. However, know that this passage only opens once a year. If you want to return to Midgard, you have to return on the 9th hour of the 9th day of the 9th month and cross the bridge between the worlds once again. William once again opened his eyes as the memory subsided. I need to find Astia and bring her to the Violet Ever Garden, William said softly. There she will remain for the rest of her life. The image of the sleeping elf with golden hair flashed across his mind. In his memory, the young lady was sleeping on a bed of roses. While William was still lost in his thoughts, a soft whistle was heard around him. Suddenly, the air's movement picked up and it made William's hair and clothes flutter. Right before his eyes, a golden portal materialized out of thin air at the base of the oak tree. William hurriedly walked towards it because the Lady of the Lake didn't tell him how long the portal would last. It would be best to enter it as soon as possible to prevent any further delays. If he missed the opportunity, he would have to wait for another year before he could repeat the quest that was given to him. For William, who was carrying a great burden on his shoulders, time was of the utmost importance. He couldn't allow himself to fail this quest and be delayed for another year. As soon as he stepped into the portal, he found himself falling in what seemed to be an endless tunnel. He kept falling and falling and falling until he lost count of how many minutes had passed since his descent had begun. As the teenage boy thought that he would be falling for the rest of his life, his descent came to an abrupt end. William's feet had landed on solid ground, and due to the unexpected outcome, he lost balance and fell on his bum. With a pained expression on his face, the silver-haired Pendragon looked at his surroundings. The place where he appeared looked very ancient, and the flow of magic was thick in the air. Although William wasn't sure if he had really arrived at Alfheim, this was the only explanation that he could think of at this moment. After standing up and dusting the dirt from his clothes, William once again scanned his surroundings. The old oak tree didn't look any different from the one he saw. However, the trees surrounding the clearing where it was at were different from the ones he had seen in Midgard. As William was thinking about where to go, he noticed some kind of structure that was not far from the oak tree. Since he didn't know where to go, William decided to investigate the place first. Is this some kind of ruin? William thought as he entered the dilapidated stone structure that reminded him of a small coliseum. The first thing he saw when he entered was a small altar. William's eyes widened in shock when he saw what seemed to be a person lying on top of it. The silver-haired teenager immediately walked towards the altar to check if his guess was right. When he was only several meters away from the person who was lying on the altar, he noticed that he was stepping on something golden. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was stepping on hair. William knelt down and held a handful of it. The smooth and silky golden hair felt good to the touch. His gaze then moved towards the person lying on the altar. Could it be? William mused as he let go of the hair and stood up. He then walked towards the altar to confirm his suspicion. When he was only a meter away, he finally saw the identity of the lady that was lying on top of it. A beautiful elf who seemed to be in her late teens was sleeping peacefully on a bed of roses. She looked exactly like the projection that the Lady of the Lake had shown him a few months ago. "Excuse me, are you perhaps Astia?" William asked. The sleeping lady didn't answer, so William once again asked his question. After asking for the third time, the young lady seemed unresponsive, so William decided to move closer and try to wake her up by force. However, just as he was about to lightly shake her body, something grabbed his feet and hoisted him up in the air. William panicked and tried to break free, but it was to no avail. He hung in the air, upside down, unable to free himself no matter what he did. It was also at that moment when the sleeping beauty opened her eyes and gazed lazily at him. "Who?" the golden-haired beauty asked sleepily. "My name is William," William replied. "I am not a suspicious person. I am on a quest to help someone named Astia. Do you happen to know who she is?" After careful consideration, William decided to play it safe by telling the young lady in front of him half-truths. Although he already knew that the lady with golden hair was Astia, he understood that he shouldn't call her by name because it would mark him as a suspicious person. By being vague that he wasn't aware of who she was, William would be able to diffuse the current situation. Unfortunately, the golden-haired lady didn't care whether she knew of him or not. She simply closed her eyes and once again went back to sleep, leaving William dangling in the air, held only by the hair around his feet and ankles. William abruptly sat up from the bed as he woke up from his dream. The faint rays of the sun landed on his face through the window, making him realize that morning had come. What an unreasonable dream, William thought as he scratched his hair. The girl in his dream, Astia, had not only captured him, but also treated him like a toy by shaking him like a pair of maracas, while being held by her hair. It was akin to torture, and William had woken up when he had finally reached his limit. The half-elf shook his head as he walked towards the bowl of water on the table. He used it to wash his face and drive the remnants of sleep that still stuck on his face. William was already used to having dreams about his past memories in Midgard, but instead of feeling happy, he felt worried instead. Who is that girl? William thought as he scratched his head. She doesn't look like Master, so I can cross her out for the time being. Although William wished that the golden-haired beauty that he saw was Celine, their faces were quite different from each other. His other lovers, namely Ash and Chiffon, looked exactly like their counterparts in his previous dreams, but the Rapunzel in his dreams was someone he hadn't met before. After racking his head, William knew with certainty that he hadn't seen the girl before. The only thing that bothered him was that she looked oddly familiar. The half-elf couldn't explain it, but he was sure that he had met that lady before. As he was starting to doubt his memory, a sudden knock on the door of his room brought him out of his daze. "Who is it?" William asked. Only a handful of people would knock on his door so early in the morning, so he asked just in case that he was wrong in his assumption. "It's me, Kenneth," the silver-haired elf replied. "Breakfast is now being served in the dining hall. Do you want to come and eat with me?" William opened the door, and his ex-roommate's delicate-looking face appeared in front of him. "Good morning, Wilha?" Kenneth wasn't able to finish his words, because William had reached out to grab a few strands of his hair and gave it a light tug. "It feels different," William muttered. He then started to rub Kenneth's head to feel if the latter's hair was similar to the hair in his dreams. Completely different. Kenneth stared at William with a dumbfounded expression as he grabbed the hand that patted and stroked his hair so early in the morning. What do you think you are doing?" Kenneth asked while giving William a glare. Although he and William were close, the half-elf had never been this touchy, and it made Kenneth feel uncomfortable. Realizing that he had subconsciously made a mistake, William hastily pulled his hand back and apologized to Kenneth. The feel of Kenneth's hair was different in his memories, so the half-elf was able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it was a miss," William muttered absent-mindedly. "Miss? What miss?" Kenneth frowned. He had just forgiven William for touching his hair, but the red-headed teenager's sudden rambling piqued his curiosity. "Nothing." William cleared his throat in embarrassment. The two then made their way towards the dining hall to have their breakfast. Although the memories of his past lives were credible, William was still not certain if the golden-haired Rapunzel in his dream was also present within his current reality. It was the weekend, so William and the rest didn't have any classes. After having a hearty breakfast to wash away the abuse he received in his dreams, William, accompanied by Ian and Kenneth, went to meet with Princess Sydney and Chiffon. Princess Sydney and Chiffon shared a room together, so it wasn't hard to meet them. At least that was how it was supposed to be normally, but there was one problem. The girls' dormitory was completely off-limits to male students. Although William didn't have any complaints about this rule, he could only shake his head helplessly because the same didn't apply to the girls. The female students of the academy could freely visit the boys' dormitories anytime they wanted. The only limit was the nightly curfew, which prevented them from staying longer than 7 in the evening. Half an hour later, William, his lovers, and Kenneth walked in the direction of the shrine. William walked hand in hand with Chiffon, while Princess Sydney explained to him the plan that they had formulated to allow William the ability to resist the power of Shannon's divinity. "I was really surprised when I saw Shannon yesterday," Princess Sydney said as she held onto William's arm. "There has been no precedent in the past, but I can't believe that someone like her exists." Princess Sydney wanted to explain more, but it seemed that a powerful restriction was preventing her from telling William about Shannon's true identity. In fact, it was not only her. Chiffon, Kenneth, Lilith, and Celeste weren't able to say any more either. There seemed to be an invisible law that prevented anyone from sharing the information they had about Shannon. Because of this, Princess Sydney just told William the plan they had in mind. Although I'm not 100% sure that this plan will work, it has at least a 70% chance of success, Princess Sydney said. You need to merge with one of us when meeting with Shannon. The power of our divinity will help you resist her divinity to a certain extent. William nodded in understanding. Unlike the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues, the half-elf wasn't able to hold his wits around Shannon for even half a minute. This degree of suppression was something he had never felt before. It was different from the overbearing suppression that came from a demigod. It was simply a force that ignored the laws of the world and made anyone who set their eyes on her feel that their world had lost all of its colors. Why didn't I think of this? William felt like slapping his forehead for not thinking of this simple method to deal with Shannon's divinity. Princess Sydney giggled as she held onto her beloved. Now, one question remains. Who will you merge with? Chiffon or I? Or would you rather merge with Kenneth? Kenneth, who was walking behind William, frowned. He didn't understand what Princess Sydney meant by merging. However, he was willing to extend his help to William if that would help the half-elf accomplish his goals. William paused for a moment and turned back to look at the silver-haired elf. The details of his most recent dream, and remembering what Princess Sydney and Ian had told him about Kenneth's battle in the tournament, came to mind as he observed the face that was familiar, yet not. William shook these thoughts out of his head and chalked it up to Sydney teasing Kenneth because his hair had grown longer then. Turning his focus back to pondering which of his 2 wives he would pick to conduct his experiment, he happened to glance down at the adorable girl who was pulling on the side of his robe in order to catch his attention. Chiffon looked up at him with a tender gaze. The red-headed teenager's heart melted after seeing her expression. Because of this, he said that he would choose his pink-haired wife to merge with him when they faced Shannon a second time. Princess Sydney giggled, and Kenneth shook his head helplessly at the half-elf's behavior. As William's group neared the Eastern Shrine, something else was happening in a place that was far beyond their reach. The 3,000 harbingers of destruction continued their march as the beautiful blue planet drew closer. They estimated that it would only take them a day or 2 to arrive at their destination. Suddenly, one of the 3 demigods that were marching in front of the army raised its hand, which made everyone come to a halt. The 30-meter-tall giant with long red hair, tied up in braids, looked at the distortion that was slowly materializing in front of their army. The distortion was at least a mile away from where they stood, but the giant demigod decided to stop their advance and observe this phenomenon that he was seeing for the first time in its long lifetime. Half a minute later, a floating island appeared in the void. In the middle of the island was a giant fortress whose presence made the demigod frown. The floating fortress was none other than the last bastion of humanity, Avalon. The gates of the fortress opened and 7 individuals walked out of it. They then jumped down from the floating island. With the exception of the arcane spectral lich, diabolical hell knight, grim nightmare revenant, who had all summoned their bone dragons, the others landed on the passage of the worlds, facing the 3,000-strong giant army that was more than capable of annihilating several empires in the central continent. Naklavi held the spear in its hand firmly as it stared at the enemies that were in front of it. The Devil of the Sea was a pseudo-demigod, and could fight head-on with demigods. However, the 3 30-meter-tall giants gave it some pressure. Clearly, these were no ordinary demigods. The 3 giants were peak demigods who specialized in war and destruction. They were similar to Naklavi, only bigger and more powerful. The monstrous skeleton sovereign and giant-slaying Draugr was only as tall as the smaller giants, and even they felt that fighting head-on with 3 demigods, 100 pseudo-demigods, and thousands of peak millennial giants was too high of a hurdle. However, none of them would be backing down from this fight. Behind them was their homeworld, and they would not allow these foreign threats to set their homeworld ablaze. Malachi stepped forward and stood in front of his subordinates. He was as strong as the strongest demigod among their enemies' ranks, and his face, which was made completely out of bones, showed no change of expression. He summoned his staff, which he had lent to William during the battle in the southern continent, and held it high. The fortress of Avalon lit up as the elven undead manned their posts. They activated the fortress' long-distance weaponry in order to support their champions. Malachi slammed his staff on the ground as the embers on his eye sockets blazed brightly. "You shall not pass!" The ancient guardian of Hestia roared, and the passage of the world trembled. Out of sight from the billions of inhabitants of the world, these unsung heroes took a fighting stance as they prepared to make their stand, to fight against the invaders who wished to destroy the world and everything they held dear in their undead hearts. Tremor, the strongest demigod among the giant army, looked down at the undead who dared to block their path. His brothers, Erasner and Surion, snorted as they gazed at Malachi with contempt. As the harbingers of destruction, they possessed the unique ability to understand the language of the world that had been assigned to them to destroy. Tremor raised his hand and gestured for the giants to prepare to fight. Although he sensed that Malachi possessed strength equivalent to his, the Dracolica's companions posed no threat in his eyes. "Kill!" Tremor ordered. He then ran forward with his giant war axe held high, ready to strike and destroy anything that blocked his way. The other giants roared and charged forward, brandishing their weapons of destruction. Malachi was unfazed and pointed his staff forward. "Fire!" Avalon lit up, and a powerful magical barrage descended upon the giants who were rushing towards him in droves. Due to the size of their targets, the elven undead didn't even need to aim because they would hit their targets no matter what. The magical attacks came from powerful artifacts that had been stored inside Avalon for thousands of years. Some of these artifacts were of the legendary ranks, so they posed significant threats, even to the demigods who were leading the charge of the giant army. This was why Malachi told William that he was not allowed to steal any of the treasures that were kept in Avalon, when the half-elf came to ask for his help. The giants' advance slowed down as the magical bombardment pelted their bodies. The ancient artifacts that had survived the era of the gods were not something that they could just shrug off completely. However, Malachi knew that even with Avalon's powerful bombardment, they were still at a disadvantage in this head-on confrontation. They were not fighting mindless beasts. They were fighting an army that had already taken part in destroying worlds. As the giants neared their location, the magical barrage intensified as well. The three demigods, as well as the hundreds of pseudo-demigods, were taking the brunt of the bombardment. Injuries appeared on their bodies, and blood flowed like a river, but their advance never stopped. Surion, one of the three demigods, held a scepter in his hand, and he enveloped the giant army in a magical barrier, which weakened the damage of the spells that were raining down on them. The other demigod, Erasner, blew a giant cone shell, and the injuries that the giants received slowly regenerated. Although it was not an instant regeneration, the damage that they had received was slowly recovering with each passing second. "They're not an ordinary raiding party," Malachi thought. He then chanted a spell, and the tip of his staff glowed eerily. "Shadow shackles," Malachi shouted. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to stop the giants' advance, he decided to cast a ninth circle spell that would bind the weaker giants, while he and his subordinates dealt with the stronger ones. The ground under his feet was dyed black, and it spread out towards the giant army. Several black chains sprang out from the ground and bound the giants' bodies. This was a powerful restraining spell cast by a demigod, so the majority of the giant army came to a complete stop. Only the three demigods, as well as the pseudo-demigods, were able to break free from their bindings and continued their charge. Malachi knew that this was the best that he could do in this situation and motioned for his subordinates to prepare to fight in close combat. Although 103 opponents pitted against 7 was still a staggering number, it was much better than 7 against 3,000. Avalon focused on firing its magical barrage at the giants that had been bound by Malachi to prevent friendly fire. Naklavi laughed as it charged forward, brandishing its spear. It didn't need to communicate with Malachi because it already knew who its target would be. The Devil of the Sea charged at Erasner, who was holding the giant cone shell that was slowly regenerating the injuries of the giants. As long as the cone shell was there, any damage they dealt would be useless. Malachi flew towards Tremor because the latter was the strongest among the giants. The arcane spectral lich, diabolical hell knight, and grim nightmare revenant focused on Surion, who held the scepter that mitigated the power of their magical attacks. The monstrous skeleton sovereign and giant-slaying Draugr was forced to face the hundreds of pseudo-demigods on the ground. With a powerful cry, the giant-slaying Draugr met the giants head-on. He was able to send 3 of them flying with his weapon, but the rest ganged up on him and tore off his body parts. The same could be said for the monstrous skeleton sovereign. It was only able to cut off a giant's head before its bones were smashed to bits. The power difference between the two parties was too great that it was impossible to change the situation with just determination alone. The staff on Malachi's hand glowed, and the 2 fallen undead giants that had been torn to shreds were restored to their original state. The 2 immediately worked together to sneak attack the giants that had trampled on their bodies and gave their enemies serious injuries. Foul tricks! Tremor roared as he brandished his weapon towards Malachi. The Dracolic was forced to dodge the attack, and was unable to support the 2 undead giants who had once again been hacked to pieces. This time, the giants learned from their mistake and threw their body parts in separate directions. Even if they reassembled themselves again, it would take a longer time to do so. Seeing that their first line of defense had crumbled, the undead that manned the fortress of Avalon set their sights on the pseudo-demigods on the ground. They fired a powerful barrage at their enemies, but the giants endured these attacks. When the giants neared the floating island, they all jumped into the air. Their giant bodies landed on the floating island, making it tremble. Die! One of the giants approached the fortress and hacked its walls with a giant hammer. A soft hum reverberated in the air as the magical defenses of Avalon activated. Avalon was the strongest fortress of mankind. It would take more than an attack from a giant to break its walls. Even so, it was not invincible. As more giants reached the fortress, their relentless attacks weakened the magical barrier that protected it. Several cracks started to appear on the barrier's surface, which meant that the damage was slowly, but surely, breaking through its defenses. Malachi wanted to return to defend the fortress, but Tremor had effectively blocked all of his attempts to retreat. The dead should just remain dead, Tremor sneered in contempt. Allow me to ensure that you will not rise a second time. Tremor swung his mighty axe while using an ability that froze Malachi in place. The Dracolic was forced to summon a black blade to block Tremor's attack, and the 2 weapons clashed against each other. A powerful shockwave forced the 2 of them apart, as they stared hatefully at each other. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound reached Malachi's ears, and his already grim face turned grimmer. The magical barrier that protected Avalon was starting to break, and it was only a matter of time before it shattered into pieces. At that exact moment, a powerful voice reverberated across the battlefield. I dance across the frozen heavens, all hail! Out of nowhere, a powerful blizzard enveloped the entirety of the floating island. Hovering above Avalon, a young lady with light blue hair danced and waved her hands, sending giant icicles into the giants that were hacking at the walls of Avalon. The lady, who had an otherworldly beauty, continued to dance, and a confident smile could be seen on her beautiful face. Light blue pillars of light descended on the ramparts of Avalon. When the light receded, several young men and women, who seemed to be in their late teens, appeared with determined looks on their faces. All of them were holding weapons in their hands, and with her orders, they all spread out to attack the giants who had started to back away from the walls of Avalon. Go! Ella ordered. Show them the power of the newly evolved Angorian war sovereigns. The giants felt that the power of the icicles could threaten their lives, so they immediately retreated in haste. It was at that moment when a young man with light blue hair charged at one of the retreating giants with a speed that overtook the latter in a span of a few seconds. Due to his size, the giant didn't notice the approaching threat behind its back. The young man was holding a blade in each hand as he concentrated a great amount of magical power underneath his feet. When he felt that enough power had been gathered, he stomped on the ground and jumped towards the giant. Knowing that this would not be enough to reach his target, the young man stepped on the air, creating an icy foothold that only lasted for a few seconds, before shattering. Even so, that was enough to continue his advance forward. The giant, who had the rank of a pseudo-demigod, finally felt something threatening approaching him from behind. He hastily turned around to attack whoever was planning to backstab him, but he didn't see anyone. Levi, one of William's goats, had evolved into a demi-human with the help of Ella's blood. The goat, who had stood with William during his youth, had finally reached the peak of the millennial rank. A millennial beast fighting a pseudo-demigod was a laughable concept. Their powers were worlds apart. Levi could easily lose his life with just a single, full-powered slap from the giant in front of him. However, he was not afraid. Among his brothers and sisters, he was the one that was least afraid of giants, even if they were of the pseudo-demigod level. Levi's body spun in the air and the blades in his hand emitted a bloody hue. With a powerful strike, he slashed down at the nape of the neck of the giant, almost severing it in half. The young man then landed on the head of the giant and simply stood as straight as a sword. A few seconds later, the giant collapsed on the ground, making the ground tremble. It was barely holding on to life, and only the regeneration ability that was constantly flooding its body was keeping its life intact. Levi didn't move from the giant's head and simply stared at the other retreating giants. "You're not going to finish it off?" a young man, who had similar hair color as Levi, asked as he watched the nape of the giant's neck slowly regenerate. "I was waiting for you to finish him off," Levi replied as if it was the most normal thing to say. The young man with curly light blue hair smirked as he placed his foot on the giant's wounded neck. Keith, the goat whose name was ridiculed by many in the past, raised his hand with a sinister smile on his face. A blue seed appeared in his hand, which he nonchalantly tossed into the giant's wound that was continuing its slow regeneration. A few seconds later, the body of the giant started to shake uncontrollably. Levi and Keith had already retreated at a safe distance as they watched the fate of a pseudo-demigod who was at the last vestige of its life. A green vine laced with thorns and oozing with blood slithered out of the giant's mouth. A moment later, 2 more vines erupted from the giant's eye sockets, destroying it completely. The giant's body twisted and several more vines erupted from the insides of its body, sending blood flying like a fountain. Soon the giant stopped moving. Only the vines who were happily sucking its blood continued to move, making the scene similar to what one would see in a horror movie. "Fun time's over," a confident voice commented from behind the 2 young men. "Don't go overboard, okay?" a carefree voice said. "Remember, one mistake and we're goners." Levi and Keith looked at the 2 new arrivals and nodded their heads. They were none other than Kronos and Jed. "Where are the others?" Levi asked as he flicked the blades in his hand, sending the blood that stuck to them to the ground. "Just like you guys, killing off stragglers," Jed commented before whistling at the giant that Keith had killed. "Aslan and his team are fighting over there, I think." Jed pointed in the distance where several spells were flying in the air. 2 more newcomers joined their group. 1 young man and a young woman. They were none other than the other members of Kronos' team, Mir and Io. "Let's go," Kronos ordered. "The battle has just started." The group of 6 ran towards where their companions were fighting in order to act as reinforcements. Ella, who was hovering above Avalon, had already cancelled the blizzard that she had created. Her eyes glowed with power as she observed the battlefield. Malachi, who had noticed her arrival, gave her a brief nod before continuing his battle with Tremor. Avalon's magical barrier would automatically regenerate, but it required some time to do so. Although he didn't know the identity of the people that had come to help him, one thing was certain. All of them were on the same side. The magical bombardment of Avalon had stopped because all of the magical artifacts required a cooldown period in order to regain their magical power. Even though the undead could still use them a few times, the greater undead that was giving orders to the undead defenders deemed it would be best to let the artifacts recharge, while they still had the leeway to do so. Below the floating fortress, Naklavi's body flew over 100 meters after it was hit by Erasner's war mace. Its body was bleeding all over, but its fighting spirit was still burning brightly. Unfortunately, it would need a few minutes to fully regenerate its injuries, so it could continue to fight against the demigod that had completely outclassed it in terms of battle prowess. Erasner was no fool, so he decided to end Naklavi's life while the latter was down. The devil of the sea tried to forcefully raise its spear in order to block the oncoming attack, but it knew that it could only block the demigod's attack one last time. After that, it would be incapacitated, unable to defend itself for the next blow. The giant roared as he sent his mace slamming towards Nuclavi with all its might, with the intention of smashing its body apart. Nuclavi gritted its teeth as it prepared itself to block the attack. However, right before the giant mace met Nuclavi's spear, the mace stopped midair. Erasner turned his head to the side, as his body subconsciously moved against his will. There, floating a few hundreds of meters away from him, was a young girl with short blonde hair, with curls at the end, and a pair of blue eyes that was looking at Erasner as if she had found a new toy to play with. Behind her back was a pair of fairy-like wings that were flapping excitedly. She had used Dulex earlier in order to prevent the demigod from delivering a crippling blow to Nuclavi, forcing Erasner to exchange blows with her. "Pick someone your own size," Chloe said as she wound up her arm to unleash the strongest blow she was capable of unleashing. Even as a demigod, Erasner could feel a dangerous feeling coming from the young lady who was nothing more than a bug in his eyes. Elliot, who was hovering a good distance away from Chloe, couldn't stop his lips from twitching. If not for the current circumstances, he might have teased Chloe that she was a small bug compared to the giant, so telling Erasner to pick someone his own size was laughable. But he held his words back and scanned his surroundings. Right now, the angelic familiar had the form of a 12-year-old William. His blonde hair was standing up as lightning crackled all over his body. A blue bird was perched on his shoulder and constantly scanning the battlefield, just like him. Both of them were looking for something, and it was something of the utmost importance. Elliot had brought Chloe and Meredith to the void in order to prevent a certain incident from happening. Chloe's role was to help even out the playing field in the fight against demigods, while Elliot and Meredith focused on finding their target. The angelic familiars and the bluebird strength was only at the centennial rank. Their role was very limited in this battlefield, where their opponents could easily crush their bodies with a single step. Elliot and Meredith understood this, but this was a gamble that they had to take. As the war was being raged at the void, several individuals in the world of Hestia were starting to notice. The demigods, with the exception of Takam, raised their heads towards the sky. They could feel the powerful fluctuations that were radiating from a place they couldn't see. Soon, rumbling sounds spread across the entire world. They were like peals of thunder, but only more powerful. Emperors, kings, nobles, commoners, and beasts all raised their heads and looked up at the sky in confusion. William's body uncontrollably shuddered as he, too, looked up at the sky. He was sensing a familiar feeling, a feeling that he had felt thousands of years ago, and it made his blood boil regardless of his will. At that exact moment, almost everyone in the world was staring at the sky. Those who sat at the peak of the mortal realm could see brief flashes of light beyond the heavens. It didn't take long for them to realize that some kind of battle was being waged in a place they couldn't see. As if by instinct, they felt something stir in their hearts, a feeling of wanting to lend their support to whoever was fighting for their sake. This power of faith was unconsciously released from their bodies and traveled towards the center of the world. This was where a certain tower, that reached high into the heavens, could be found. 3 old people, 2 men and 1 woman, stood at the top of the tower. They were the true owners of the Tower of Babylon, and the tower was created to raise individuals who would be able to protect the world. Unfortunately, Belial's actions had delayed the progress of humanity. The Guardian had even taken the lives of talented individuals that should have ushered in a new era for mankind. Although William had already ended his menace, the lost time couldn't be regained in the span of a year or 2. Now, they could only put their faith in those who wanted to protect the world, and lend them the power of faith, which was currently being gathered and concentrated at the Tower of Babylon. Tarask sighed when it heard the rumbling sounds in the heavens. It understood that this was just a prelude to what was to come. Even so, it still hoped that the forces fighting for their side would win this first clash in the battle against the harbingers of destruction. The other demigods of Hestia may not be as knowledgeable as Tarask, but they were not stupid. They may quarrel and have conflicts against each other, but when faced with an outside threat, all of them would stand united as one. The battle in the sky waged on, and no one knew about the current situation, except those who were present in the battlefield, and doing their best to defend their homeworld with all of their might. Erasner easily crossed the distance and brandished his weapon angrily at the little girl who was giving him a dangerous feeling. For him, eliminating those that posed a threat to their army was of utmost importance. The giant brandished his mace, and placed all of his strength into it for one powerful strike that would obliterate any foe it hit. Chloe smirked as she disappeared from where she stood. A few seconds later, she reappeared right in front of Erasner's chest, with her right fist glowing brightly. "Overwhelming strike!" Chloe shouted as her fist hit Erasner squarely on the chest. The giant sneered because he was sure that the girl's attack wouldn't even faze him. Aside from his strong and sturdy body, Erasner was also wearing an armor that boasts a very high defense. The giant was about to swat the little fairy on his chest when his whole body suddenly bent over like a cooked shrimp. A painful groan escaped his lips, before his body flew backwards for over 1,000 meters due to Chloe's powerful punch. Before they arrived at the void, Elliot had used his lightning to deal some damage to Chloe in order to lower her health. He did this in order to trigger Chloe's passive juggernaut skills that increased her strength by 100%. This punch could easily obliterate Drowham, but Erasner was a demigod at its peak strength. Even though his body didn't shatter to pieces, Chloe's punch had broken his armor and gave him a very serious injury. Naklavi and Meredith, who watched the entire scene unfold, were dumbfounded by Chloe's great strength. Even the two other demigods, Tremor and Surion, couldn't help but gape at their companion, who was blown away by a single punch. Malachi and Ella glanced at Chloe and nodded their heads in appreciation. With such a powerful helper by their side, they would be able to cope better with the giant army who earlier had the upper hand. Just like Malachi, Ella was curious on how the three newcomers had appeared in the void. This place was protected by time and space, and very few knew of the method of traversing this dimension. The reason why Ella managed to appear in the void was due to the power of Takam's artifact in the Kirinter Mountains. The power of faith that belonged to the tribes allowed him to open the fabric that connected the world of Hestia to the passage of the worlds. Ella and the newly evolved Angorian war sovereigns used this method to arrive at their destination and help Malachi deal with the invaders who only sought the destruction of their world. Chloe was someone who didn't follow etiquette during battles. After hitting her opponent, she flew towards the fallen giant with the intention of dealing as much damage as possible. World-ending strike! Chloe roared as she did a roundhouse kick and smashed her foot on Erasner's family jewels. A soundless scream erupted from Erasner's lips as he curled up in pain. Due to the giant's current position, Chloe decided to pummel the giant's head with a barrage of punches and kicks, which almost dislocated the giant's jaw. The little girl was about to activate another overwhelming strike when she felt a threat coming from her right side. Trusting her instincts, she hastily backed away, just in time to see a giant fiery whip that brushed past her body. Tremor wouldn't allow Erasner to die, so he immediately came to his companion's rescue. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to continue her rampage, Chloe decided to do the next best thing, and smashed the giant cone shell that lay beside Erasner. She punched and kicked it until it was smashed to pieces. Immediately, the regeneration ability that the giants had obtained as a buff disappeared. It was a small compensation for the lost opportunity of ending one of the demigods' life using her full-powered attack that she could only use 3 times a day. A series of battle cries spread across the void as the remainder of the giants finally broke free from Malachi's spell. After seeing what was happening to their leaders, the giant army ran with their weapons held firmly in their hands. The giant that ran in the lead of the formation was one of the captains assigned in the army. With his orders, the giants crossed the distance with great strides in order to counterattack the hateful creatures who were delaying their righteous mission. Suddenly, a whistling sound reverberated in the surroundings, and the giant captain screamed in pain. A silver spear had struck its eye, blinding it completely. Tremor glanced at the direction where the spear had come from with an annoyed expression on his savage face. There had been so many pests appearing left and right, and it was starting to get on its nerves. However, when he saw the person who had thrown the spear that had struck his subordinate, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by shock. "Why you?" Tremor pointed at the newcomer in disbelief. "Why are you here?" Malachi, Ella, Chloe, and the others glanced in the direction where the giant was pointing at. It was then when they saw an old man, seated on top of an 8-legged horse. Ella immediately recognized who the old bandit was, and the corner of her lips rose by a good margin. "Took you long enough," Ella said. If one were to listen closely, they would be able to find a trace of complaint in her voice. The old man gave an awkward chuckle, but he didn't reply to Ella's words. Instead, his eyes locked on the bodies of the giants in the distance. The giants, with the exception of the demigods, unconsciously took a step back when they saw the face of the old man that was excluding a powerful presence. Although the face was different, they knew for certain that the old man before them was the person who was hailed as one of the strongest war gods in existence. The heavily injured demigod Erasner, as well as his companion Surian, hurriedly regrouped with Tremor, because they felt a threat that far surpassed the combined forces of the people that they were fighting with just now. "Are you scared?" James asked in a teasing tone. "Good. Because there is a good reason for you to be scared." The old bandit of Lant narrowed his eyes as a powerful killing intent exploded from his body. "According to the stars, now is a good day for giants to die," James said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll send all of you to hell free of charge. No need to thank me." Although he was cracking a joke, none of the giants laughed. They only held onto the weapons in their hands firmly, as if their very lives depended on it. Morgan stood on a platform holding a ceremonial sword in his hand. His father, James, had tasked him to embed the sword in the pedestal in order to activate the Bifrost Bridge, which would connect the floor of Asgard to the passage of the worlds. James didn't ask Morgan to accompany him because he had a more important task for his son. Morgan's role was to transfer the power of faith from the Tower of Babylon towards James and maintain the connection of the Bifrost Bridge. Morgan trusted his father very much, so he didn't ask any questions and simply did as he was told. Although he was curious about what was happening, he was certain that once his father came back from who knows where, all the questions he had at the moment would be answered. The power of faith that had gathered at the highest peak of the Tower of Babylon had transformed into a golden orb of light, similar to a small sun. 3 beings stood around it and slowly channeled the power towards the 51st floor. This battle was very important to them, so they didn't hold back in supporting the heroes that were facing the vanguards of destruction that had arrived on their doorstep. The platform where Morgan stood glowed a golden color as the power of faith was absorbed by the sword in his hand. A few moments later, hundreds of beams of light shot out from the Tower of Babylon and traveled to all corners of the world of Hestia. For a brief moment, the entire world was bathed in a golden light before returning to its normal state. "Back in the void. Impossible! You're already dead," Tremor shouted. He refused to believe that the adversary they had feared in the past was once again standing in front of them. Although the face wasn't familiar to them, the spiritual power that he could feel from the old man couldn't be wrong. James didn't answer right away and merely urged his mighty steed to move forward. "You're right. I've died once already," James answered. "But I am back, and I am back with a vengeance. This time around, there will be no prophecies to save you from me." "So what if you're back?" Surian sneered. "Asgard had already been burned to the ground and your world destroyed for eternity. Right now, you're just a homeless dog with no owner." "Oh, how the mighty All-Father has fallen." James brushed away the strands of hairs that were covering his face. After that, he raised his head ever so slightly, before answering the giant's taunting. "Asgard is not a place. Never was," James answered firmly. "It's a people. For as long as the fires of Asgard burn in their hearts, it will continue to exist." James raised the silver spear Gungnir in the air, and it glowed like a beacon warding off darkness. "Asgard is where our people stand. And now, allow me to introduce you to my people." Hundreds of beams of light landed on top of the Bifrost Bridge, behind James. "Ha! You're such a slave driver. Commander, Owen said with an exaggerated sigh as he walked towards James. I was just about to make love to my beautiful wife and you chose this time to summon us? If you summoned me a minute later, I might have appeared in my birthday suit. It must be hard being a henpecked husband. Dwayne chuckled as he stood beside Owen. He eyed the giant army and cracked his knuckles. Obviously, he was preparing himself to punch them to oblivion. Ezio, Helen, Barbados, Mr. Bond, Gordon, John, Sean, and the other warriors of Lant stood proudly around their commander. Throughout his early days, James had traveled the world of Hestia, searching for the Asgardians who had also reincarnated in this world. Some of them lived in the remote corners of Hestia, and although they chose not to follow James back to Lant, their loyalty remained true to him. This was why, when James had called for them, they answered the call and were brought to the void by the power of faith. The giants glanced at the newcomers and snorted. Although their opponents had increased by a few hundreds, their strength didn't pose a threat to them. Only James, Malachi, Ella, and Chloe were strong enough to threaten the demigods and the pseudo-demigods in the army of destruction. When James saw the contemptuous expressions of the giants, he laughed at them in his heart. I'm called Father of Men, the ancient Gotcher and All-Father. I am blaze-eyed. I am also called Eagle-Head and Shield-Shaker, James declared with arrogance. I am the Wanderer, and I am the Chooser of the Slain. I am Greybeard, Masked One, and the Evil-Doer. I have as many names as there are winds, as many titles as there are ways to die. By my power and authority, I hereby grant you the right to unseal all of your powers. Brave heroes of Valhalla, I once again call upon you to make your stand. Break away from the shackles that bind you and unleash your true power. Show them the power of the Einherjars. Gungnir shone once again, and the rays of light landed on the hundreds of men that answered their master's call. Owen, who was standing next to James, started to glow. When the light receded, a handsome man who seemed to be in his mid-20s appeared in front of everyone. He had platinum blonde hair and eyes that were as blue as the clear sky. He emanated the strength of a magician that had broken through the limit of the 10th circle. He was none other than Owen, the grand archon of life, and his face would make all the ladies in the world swoon due to how good-looking he was. The handsome man had an impatient look on his face as he faced the giant's army. Clearly, he was more interested in fighting 30 rounds with his wife than dealing with the stinking giants, who had come uninvited in their new domain. If William was there, he would definitely refuse to believe that the old perverted man, who had taught him all the techniques he knew about how to pleasure a woman, was the same person who was now oozing with a very strong life force and charisma. Dwayne, the bald monk, who had taught William unarmed combat, now stood wearing the armor that he once wore when he was still an Einherjar that fought under Odin's direct command. Helen, whom William had always called Aunt Helen, had transformed into a beautiful young lady who seemed to be in her early 20s. White wings sprouted behind her back, and in her hand, she carried a flag where 2 ravens had their wings spread wide, as if they were just about to fly towards the sky. This was the flag of Odin's personal army that followed him into battles. Helen was the Valkyrie who was under his direct command. She was also their legion's flag bearer. Her role was to ensure that Odin's flag would be seen on the battlefield, giving strength to the warriors who were fighting for the sake of the 9 realms. The hundreds of warriors also transformed into their forms when they were at their peak. A powerful force swept across the battlefield at that moment, and the giants finally realized that they had underestimated how strong the warriors of the world they were planning to destroy were. Each member of Odin's legion had the rank of a saint at its peak. They were just as strong as William when he entered his heroic avatar form, and all of them were veterans in battle. If this kind of force appeared in any place in the central continent, it would certainly be a force that no one would openly dare to oppose. James' body was bathed in light, and when it receded, the old man, who always wore a robe, was covered in a golden armor. He also wore a golden horned helmet, which highlighted the black eye patch on his face. The All-Father then pointed Gungnir at his enemies, and Sleipnir raised its front legs while neighing out loud. The time of talking was over, it was now the time to fight. For Asgard! James roared with all his might. It was the same war cry that he had shouted when the end of the world stared at him in the face. It was the same war cry he shouted as he stared at the prophesied adversary that was meant to claim his life. The All-Father of Asgard and the god of all Aesers once again donned his armor and weapon of war, like he did thousands of years ago. James led the charge at the front lines of the battlefield, for honor, and for the things he had lost. For Asgard! The hundreds of warriors shouted in unison. Their blood boiled inside their bodies as they stared hatefully at the invaders that had trampled over their dignity and honor in the past. "Kill!" James shouted as Sleipnir charged forward. The magnificent steed neighed as its legs carried it forward. Helen waved Odin's flag as she hovered above the battlefield. A sneer appeared on her face as she held the banner in her hands tightly. This time they would not falter. This time they would win. "Kill!" Hundreds of warriors charged alongside James without fear. Their rampage was long overdue. It was now time for them to unleash the fury that they had kept in their hearts for thousands of years, on the same giants who thought that they could once again destroy their world, like they had with Asgard thousands of years ago. "Gramps sure is feisty," Elliot muttered as he gave James a sidelong glance. "That's my Gramps." William's angelic familiar couldn't stop the silly grin that appeared on his face as he marveled at James' prowess. "Focus," Meredith reminded him. "We still haven't seen our target." Meredith's reminder calmed Elliot's excitement down as he once again narrowed his eyes to scan his surroundings. In this battle, he was forced to use 70% of his power, just like Chloe, and had taken the form of a young boy. Lightning snaked around his body as he continued to gather his powers in his right hand. Ever since he and Chloe had appeared on the battlefield, the angelic familiar had been channeling his powers for one full-powered strike. He could only unleash this powerful attack once, and he would be greatly weakened afterward. Even so, it was necessary for this was the only attack that could pierce through their target's defenses. Malachi backed off because he could tell that James had set his eyes on Tremor. Since that was the case, he swapped places with his subordinates and fought Sirion. The arcane spectral lich, diabolical hell knight, and grim nightmare revenant joined the Angorian war sovereigns in fighting off against the pseudo-demigods who had once again started to attack Avalon. "Owen, take Dwayne, Barbados, Sean, Gordon, John, Marcus and half of our forces to reinforce Avalon," James ordered. "Helen, I will stay with you, Commander," Helen interjected before James could give her any orders. The beautiful Valkyrie had the "I'm staying with you and there's nothing you can do about it" expression on her face that forced James to hold back the order he was about to give. "Fine, just make sure that you don't get in my way," James replied. "You know how I fight, right?" "Of course, Commander." "Good." Sleipnir rose to the sky as James charged straight towards Tremor with a fearless grin. The strongest demigod among the giants didn't step back and faced him head-on as well. He swung his giant axe and it descended with the weight of several mountains. Tremor knew that he couldn't afford holding back against such a powerful opponent, so he decided to go all out from the very start. Odin didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he used his hand to grab the blade of the axe that was only a meter away from his body. Tremor stared in disbelief at the scene that was in front of his eyes. He had only seen Odin fight briefly during Ragnarok, but he wasn't among the giants that faced the All-Father in that great battle. He heard that Odin was strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. "Is this all you've got?" James sneered as he pushed the giant axe back. The blunt edge of the war axe hit Tremor's head, sending him staggering back a few steps. James jumped off Sleipnir's back and punched the giant's nose, breaking it completely. Although he wasn't as powerful as he was when he still held the title as the strongest god of Asgard, his unsealed form was still strong enough to make Tremor lose all of his confidence in a fight against him. Right now, James' strength was akin to the strength of a demigod at its peak. He couldn't always use this power because there was a restriction that bound him from using it. The old bandit of Lant could only unseal his power when he was facing the army of destruction. Outclassed by his opponent, Tremor knew that it was only a matter of time before their army would be wiped out. The moment he was defeated, James could easily start a massacre and annihilate all the giants that were under the realm of demigods. Activate the beacon now, Tremor roared. This was a special means of calling for reinforcements from the main army that all raiding teams possessed. There were several worlds that had powerful warriors on them that could resist the vanguards of destruction. When this happened, the leader of the raiding team would then send a signal to their main army, which in turn would mobilize a stronger force to head to the world where the beacon was lit. Once the beacon was lit, it would only take a week or two before a massive army, that numbered in the millions, would arrive. This was the main force of the harbingers of destruction. This army was headed by a god, and under him were thousands of demigods and pseudo-demigods. The main bulk of the army was composed of millennial and myriad rank trolls and giants that had grown in great numbers over the passage of time. When Tremor shouted his order, a giant, who was located at the rear of the army, grabbed something from the satchel on his waist. It was a golden crystal, the size of a bus, and it was the beacon that would call their reinforcements from the far reaches of the void. The giant raised his hand and was about to activate the golden crystal when it was momentarily blinded by a brief flash of light. What followed next was a loud cracking sound of a crystal shattering into pieces. When the giant recovered his vision, he saw a blonde-haired boy, with his fist embedded in the golden crystal in his hand. The giant roared in anger because he could tell that the beacon had been destroyed in that brief span of time that he got distracted. The remains of the golden crystal turned into glittering crystal powder, as Elliot felt his entire body became heavy as lead. Out of anger, the giant grabbed Elliot and crushed his body in a firm grip. Elliot bit his lips as he prevented himself from crying out in pain. He had used all of his strength in that single attack, and he no longer had the strength to escape. "I'll kill you." The giant increased his strength and crushed Elliot's body. Enduring the crushing pain that was threatening to end his life, Elliot sneered at the giant who had failed to carry out his mission. "Joke's on you," Elliot said through pained breaths. "I'm too awesome to die." The giant roared in anger as he tightened his grip, crushing Elliot's body completely. The angelic familiar muttered a few words before his body shattered into a shower of light. His killer didn't manage to hear his words, nor did anyone for that matter. Only the wind, that blew softly across the battlefield, carried his words to the one that was meant to hear them. Those words were, "I will leave the rest to you, Chloe." Chloe was busy fighting off against Erasner, but she still sensed Elliot's death from afar. There had been no changes in her emotions as she cornered the giant demigod with her cheat-like abilities. Elliot had already told her that there was a high chance of dying in this battle, so they had all come prepared to die when things got out of hand. As familiars, their masters would be able to summon them again after 24 hours had passed. As long as they didn't use 100% of their powers in battle, they could be summoned again once the duration of their death had expired. "Duel X," Chloe shouted when Erasner tried to regroup with Tremor. She was aware that the three demigods were the main force of the giant army. As long as they were killed, the remnants of their forces would be easy prey. Erasner cried out in fear as he once again faced the little girl whose fist was glowing in a bright, golden light. "No!" Erasner could only scream in fear as Chloe moved in for the kill. This was her third and final chance to use her strongest attack, and she planned to end Erasner's life with it. The battle against the demigod wasn't easy. If not for the fact that she could break the laws that the giants had used against her, the one who would be dying would be her. Also, Erasner wasn't much of a fighter. His role was support and he specialized in healing. After the giant cone shell was destroyed, the giant had lost his edge in his battle against Chloe. If the one who fought against her was Tremor or Surion, the little fairy would have definitely died long before Elliot unleashed his suicidal attack to destroy the beacon of the giants. Chloe flew like an arrow and gave Erasner an uppercut. Her small body pierced through his jaw and went straight to destroy the giant's brain, ending his life. One of the three demigods had fallen, and their beacon had been destroyed. The morale of the giants plummeted and some of them even started to retreat. James' subordinates, Malachi's undead, and the Angorian war sovereigns didn't stop their relentless assault and hunted the giants who had decided to run for their lives. The tides of the battle had shifted, and their roles had completely reversed. standing on top of the giant sword embedded in the middle of Hestia Academy. The beautiful lady wearing celestial clothes observed the battle from afar. Her hands were clenched into fists, and a smile could be seen on her face. Clearly, she was happy with the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, she knew that this was only the beginning. Even so, the defenders had bought them precious time. Time they could use to raise a few more heroes, who would take up arms to defend their world, from the inevitable battle that would decide the fate of her world. Several chains wrapped around the foot of a giant, preventing it from running away. The giant did its best to pull out of the chain that bound it. Some of the chains broke, but more took their place. Soon, the entire body of the giant was rendered immobile. A black mist flew from the ground and reformed itself on the back of the giant's neck. "Requiescat in pace," Ezio said as he swiftly slashed on the nape of the giant's neck with a sword that was surrounded in black mist. Black flames erupted from the wound. Soon, the flames spread across the entire giant's body. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream of suffering erupted from the giant's lips as fear, pain, and unwillingness consumed everything, even its bones. Hundreds of meters away from him, a giant was doing its best to escape, while blood soaked its wound riddled its body. John, who was mounted on top of a giant hawk, unleashed a deadly shower of arrows that turned the giant into a pincushion. After receiving several injuries, the giant's speed had slowed down. It was also at that moment when a loud squeal spread across the battlefield. A 5-meter-tall wild boar rammed the giant's calf, breaking its bones, and sending it collapsing onto the ground. Mounted on top of the wild boar was none other than Theo's father, Marcus. Together with his boar companion, Thunder, they smashed the giant's head before running after their next kill. Owen, on the other hand, was smoking a pipe as he observed the battlefield. As a Life Grand Archon, his role was to ensure that they would not have any casualties on their side during the battle. He would casually point his staff at varying points in the distance and cast barriers around, and healing spells and other support spells on the Asgardians who were consumed by bloodlust. These frenzied attacks were quite powerful, but due to the overflowing emotions of revenge, some of the Asgardians disregarded their safety and attacked like there was no tomorrow. Owen didn't prevent them from doing what they wanted because he knew that they were just venting out the suppressed feelings that they had held inside their hearts for a very long time. Also, Owen was confident enough that none of them would die under his watch. Even if they did, as a Life Grand Archon, he would be able to bring them back to life, as long as their time of death didn't surpass 5 minutes. "Knock yourself out, fools," Owen muttered as he once again pointed his staff in a direction, enclosing one of his comrades in a powerful protective shield to prevent one of the giants from crushing them with its foot. "The people of Lant are stealing our kills," Jed complained as he summoned an ethereal sparrowhawk, with a wingspan of 5 meters, to attack one of the giants they had immobilized. The sparrowhawk screeched and clawed the giant's eyes, blinding it completely. It then circled the sky once, before swooping down to scratch the giant's face. "Stop complaining," Keith, who had summoned a giant vine to immobilize the giant, commented. "If you don't pay attention to the enemy in front of you, you might get your cheeks clapped hard." Io, who had accompanied the two to subdue the giants, summoned several earth spears and hurled them at the giant's chest. She was someone that didn't like to talk too much, and was the steadiest among the Angorian war sovereigns that were under Kronos' leadership. After delivering the final blow that ended the giant's life, Io looked in the distance where her companions were battling 2 more giants together. "Let's go," Keith said. "Big Sister said that none of the giants must survive." Jed raised his hand and increased the size of the ethereal sparrowhawk, so that the 3 of them could mount its back. Half a minute later, the group of 3 flew in the air and sought out the giants that had run the furthest ahead. They had no intention of letting any of the giants go because this was part of the mission that Ella had given to all of them. Avalon soared across the void and unleashed a barrage of magical attacks on the fleeing giants. Since they were only of the millennial rank, and no longer under the protection of Syrian's and Erasner's powerful artifacts, these giants were blasted to bits by the magical attacks that fell on their bodies like rain. Chloe panted as she climbed out of Erasner's bloody head. Her whole body had been drenched with blood and brain fluids, but she didn't pay it too much attention. Just as she was about to fully extract herself, a fireball descended upon her and turned her body into particles of light. One of the captains of the giant army had come to support Erasner, but it was already too late when he arrived. Even so, he still decided to end the life of the little girl who had killed his superior. The captain knew that they had already lost, and he had made it his mission to eliminate as many warriors on the enemy's side as possible. However, before he could realize his goal, the giant-slaying Draugr, who had finally managed to reattach its body parts, sliced the giant's head off from its body. It was filled with anger and annoyance because the giants had not only torn its body apart, they had also thrown it in different directions. This had made the giant-slaying Draugr very angry, so it hacked and slashed at any giant that was near its vicinity. The monstrous skeleton sovereign was of the same opinion as his comrade, and was currently on a killing spree amongst the weaker millennial giants that had started to run from the battlefield. "You are only delaying the inevitable," Tremor said as he knelt on the ground, while blocking the gaping hole on his chest with his hand. "You might have won today, but you cannot stop us. You and the Aesir gods failed back then. Do you really think your pitiful resistance is enough to stop the main force from setting this world ablaze?" Naive. Tremor knew that his life was nearing its end, so it decided to use its remaining life force to ridicule James and his pitiful effort at resistance. James didn't affirm nor reject Tremor's words because it held some truth in it. He was not as strong as he used to be in the past, and he was well aware of how powerful the army of destruction was. Indeed, in the face of the main army, headed by the god of destruction himself, their resistance was indeed pitiful. However, James wasn't pessimistic about their chances. "Don't worry," James said as he stared at the dying giant in front of him. "If and when your main army arrives, I will personally send your comrades to hell to accompany you. Delusional mortal, I will laugh at your pitiful death from hell. Laugh as much as you want, but I'm not going to hell." James sneered at the giant whose eyes were glaring at him with hate. "I'm too awesome to share that filthy place with you and your stinking companions," James said as he threw Gungnir at the giant's forehead, finally ending the demigod's life. Sleipnir neighed as it nudged James using the side of its face. "I know," James replied as he patted the horse's head. "We won't allow any of them to escape." Sleipnir neighed as James mounted its back. The two then galloped across the void to hunt down the giants that were running for their lives. Malachi had also ended Sirian's life, and his undead army was currently clearing the battlefield alongside James' forces. On top of Avalon's ramparts, Ella's long, light blue hair fluttered in the breeze. "We bought ourselves a bit of time," Ella thought as she hurled a giant icicle at a fleeing giant. The icicle pierced through the giant's back, instantly turning it into a giant block of ice. Ella then snapped her fingers and the ice shattered into pieces. The numbers of the giants were dwindling by the minute. It was only a matter of time before all of them had been completely rooted out. But Ella was not taking any chances and was paying close attention to the surroundings. The incident with the giant's beacon had taught them a very important lesson. They might win the battle, but they would definitely lose the war if the beacon had been activated successfully. Fortunately, Elliot had smashed it at the cost of his life, preventing the giants from calling for reinforcements from their main force. James wasn't being idle either. Gungnir reaped the lives of every giant that the All-Father had set his sights on. With its supernatural precision and James' incredible strength, it was similar to a railgun that pierced the giants' heads like a bullet going through a watermelon with ease. Some of the giants died not knowing how they died. That was how deadly Gungnir was in the hands of James, whose strength had reached the peak of a demigod. When the last giant died at Malachi's hand, James, along with the warriors of Asgard, went to Avalon to have a discussion with the Dracolic. Ella, on the other hand, returned to the Kirinter Mountains along with her wards. Her existence was a sensitive issue, and she didn't want others to find out who she was. James was probably the only one who had an inkling of who she was, but even he was not 100% certain about it. In order to prevent the old coot from confirming his guess, Ella decided that it was better to leave as soon as possible. She had already done her part to give William, and his herd, a bit more time to grow. The half-elf's adoptive mother was confident that James would be able to handle things even if she wasn't around. "I think it's about time I go to the central continent," Ella mused. "I miss Will terribly." In a clearing inside a forest near the capital city of Orion, Rebecca's clothes were soaked with sweat as she knelt in the center of a magic circle. She had been maintaining that flow of energy so that the portal that connected to the void wouldn't close. This required an extensive amount of concentration and magical power, which Rebecca possessed. Suddenly, a blue bird materialized in front of her. It was none other than Meredith, that had returned from the battlefield. After the giants had been defeated, it had slipped out of the battle undetected and returned to where Rebecca was. "Where are Elliot and Chloe?" Rebecca asked as she looked at the guardian of the Savadine Mountains with exhaustion. "Dead," Meredith replied. "You can close the portal now." As if she was given a royal pardon, Rebecca sighed in relief as she stopped channeling her magical energy into the formation that was etched around the clearing. As soon as she stopped feeding the magical array with her mana, Rebecca felt lightheaded and almost collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, Meredith was there to support her and prevented her from losing consciousness. After giving her a few minutes to catch her breath, Meredith explained everything that happened in the void, which made Rebecca gasp in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the angelic familiar had dragged her and Meredith along to participate in a war that had the fate of the world at stake. "What should we do next?" Rebecca asked. Since the battle had ended, and Elliot had died, she was unsure about how to proceed. Meredith glanced in the direction of Hestia Academy before shifting her gaze back to Rebecca. "Let's go back to the Misty Sect," Meredith replied. "I will inform them of what happened here, so they can also make the necessary preparations." Rebecca frowned. "Preparations for what? Isn't it already over?" Meredith chuckled before shaking its head. "Over," Meredith sighed. After seeing the battle in the void, it knew that the future would be filled with hardships. "No, Rebecca, it's not over yet. Come, let us go back. Is it time for the Misty Sect to prepare for war?" William clutched his chest with his right hand as he sensed Elliot's demise. This was not the first time he had felt the sensation, because his angelic familiar had died several times when he had taken them to the dungeon of Atlantis to train. Even so, it was a very painful feeling. Elliot was not an ordinary familiar. He was part of William's soul. Every time Elliot and Conan died, William felt that his soul was being torn apart. Fortunately, this painful feeling would go away after an hour or two. Seeing his pained expression, Princess Sydney and Chiffon hurriedly supported his body. They didn't know what happened to William because the latter had his eyes closed, and beads of sweat had started to form on his forehead. "Will, are you all right?" Chiffon asked. Princess Sydney eyed William's expression and rubbed his back with her hand. "What happened?" William took in a few deep breaths before he answered his wife's questions. "Elliot died," William answered. "I don't know how he died. I just know that he did." Before Elliot left the academy, he had told William that he might be gone for a few days to accompany Chloe on her excursion. William didn't think much of it back then and allowed his angelic familiar to have his way. Chloe was strong, so he wasn't worried about Elliot's safety. He was more worried that his skirt-chasing familiar would offend his sixth master and get punched to oblivion. Suddenly, a green blur appeared in front of William. A beautiful elf with fairy-like wings spread wide behind her back looked at William with a serious expression on her face. "Did Elliot die?" Celeste asked. There was a hint of anxiousness in her voice as she waited for William to answer her question. William nodded. "Yes. He went with Chloe on an excursion." Celeste didn't give William a chance to finish his sentence and told him about Chloe's death. "Both Chloe and Elliot are dead, but looking at our expressions, it seems that Elliot died before Chloe did," Celeste said after making a rational statement. "Chloe did mention that she would go sightseeing for a few days, but she didn't tell me where she was going." William frowned. "There are very few beings that can kill Chloe. Whoever killed both of them must be someone very strong." Celeste nodded in agreement. Since Chloe was born, She had only died once. This was why the beautiful elf knew that her familiar had died, because it was the same sensation she had felt back then. However, just like William had said, there were very few beings that could threaten the life of her familiar. The only time that Chloe had died was when she challenged Tarask in a duel a few years ago. "We'll know the answer we want after 24 hours, William commented. "I just hope that they didn't offend someone who bears grudges." Chloe's twin, Claire, had cancelled her fusion with Celeste and landed on the beautiful elf's shoulder. "Whoever killed my sister will pay with their life," Claire said in a voice laced with killing intent. The moody familiar only cared for two people in the world, and they were Celeste and her twin sister, Chloe. "Don't worry," Celeste coaxed the little fairy whose body was shivering from anger. "We will get to the bottom of this tomorrow. For now, all we can do is wait." William's and Celeste's gaze met, and a sudden realization appeared on their faces. Both of them looked up at the sky at the same time and extended their senses. The rumbling sounds and the flashes of light in the heavens were not as pronounced as they once had been. Just like a rain that was about to end, only a faint drizzle remained. Clearly, the battle that was being waged through the heavens was nearing a conclusion, and yet, no one knew which side had won. William's reason for leaving his room was to visit Shannon in the shrine. But now he was no longer in the mood to do so. He focused his gaze on the heavens as if trying to peer through the fabric of time and space. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability to do that, so he could only sigh in his heart as he watched the flickering lights in the sky, whose brightness was getting dimmer with each minute that passed. Inside the shrine located at the east of Hestia Academy, Shannon's brush danced across the canvas. Although her gaze was locked on the canvas in front of her, she wasn't looking at her creation, but at something else entirely. Her eyes glowed with power as she watched the event that was happening in the passage of the worlds. She watched Malachi's selflessness, Ella's elegance, James' act of vengeance, as well as Elliot's and Chloe's participation in the war. Shannon had caught all of these events on the three canvases that surrounded her. The first canvas was the beginning of the war, the second was the climax, and the third was the ending. Right now, she was painting the end of the war. Her brush was moving automatically like it had a life of its own. Shannon sighed as she made the final stroke on her masterpiece. She panted for breath as the excitement and rush of adrenaline dissipated in her body. Her face was flushed as she bathed in the afterglow of the battle that had just ended. "Beautiful," Shannon said as she caught her breath. "Simply beautiful." Her finger lightly caressed Malachi's, Ella's, James, Elliot's, and Chloe's images in the canvas as if she was trying to touch her favorite idols. "It is quite unfortunate that the world will not end today," Shannon muttered. "I wish it had. That way, all of my suffering would also come to an end." The young lady who was wearing the clothes of a shrine maiden glanced at her three paintings one last time. After embedding their images in her memory, she waved her hand and all three paintings were bathed in purple flames. The stench of burning paint spread inside the room, but Shannon was indifferent to it. Clearly, this wasn't the first time that this had happened and she was already used to it. Suddenly, the window of her room opened, and a refreshing breeze passed through her body. Half a minute later, the smell of burning was gone, and was replaced by a fragrance that could calm the mind of those who smell it. The lady wearing a celestial robe appeared behind Shannon and patted her head. Shannon sighed in pleasure, and she even leaned her back against the lady behind her, like a spoiled child wanting to be pampered. "Will my visitors still come today?" Shannon asked sleepily. "I don't want to meet anyone today. I'm tired and want to sleep." "Okay, I will tell the guards to not let anyone in today," the lady replied as she helped Shannon to stand. Shannon didn't reply because she was already fast asleep. It was very taxing for her to use her powers, but she still did it because she wanted to see the outcome of the battle. She was like one of those people who scrimped and saved so they could barely afford to buy a movie ticket for a movie that they knew they would only ever get the opportunity to see once in their lifetime. The beautiful lady who was holding the young shrine maiden in her arms sighed. She then carried the sleeping Shannon back to her room and laid her in bed so she could get a proper rest. Today is a day that will be remembered by many as the day where a battle was fought in the heavens, the beautiful lady said softly. The outside threat has been dealt with for now, but the internal struggles are just about to begin. The lady sighed as she walked out of Shannon's bedroom with a sad expression on her face. She gave the sleeping lady one last look before she erased all traces of what had transpired inside her room. After that was done, she gazed somewhere in the distance. After finding her target, she stared at that person for a minute or two before shaking her head in helplessness. Pitiful prince who did nothing wrong, your fate has been set since the day you were born, the beautiful lady muttered as her body slowly turned into particles of light. Through the whims of the universe, you were once again reborn, to be played with by destiny. You will laugh at it in scorn. A playful chuckle was carried by the wind, as if to agree to the lady's muttering. It might take a year. It might take a day. A voice filled with certainty said from a place that was shrouded in darkness. But what's meant to be will always find its way. A day had passed since the heavenly phenomenon had shocked the entire world. When the cooldown of the familiar summoning ended, William immediately summoned Elliot to ask him how he died. Celeste was also there because there was still half an hour before Chloe could be summoned as well. Just like William, she also wanted to get to the bottom of things and find out the reason behind why the two familiars died during their excursion. Elliot scratched the back of his head as William and Celeste stared at him with serious expressions. This might be a bit embarrassing to say, but Chloe and I died when we ate a strange mushroom during our journey, Elliot replied in an awkward tone. When we found out that it was poisonous, it was already too late. Since I am weaker than Chloe, I died first. She probably died some time later. William and Celeste looked at Elliot with doubtful expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe that the two familiars died just because they ate a mushroom. What does the mushroom look like? William asked. A pure white mushroom, Elliot replied in a heartbeat. It is as big as a man's head and looks very delicious. Chloe and I grilled a few and ate them. At first, we didn't feel anything. However, once we resumed our journey, we experienced extreme chest and abdominal pains. Celeste, who was listening in Elliot's description, frowned. You said it was pure white mushrooms, right? Celeste inquired. Do they have other noticeable features? Elliot shook his head. They are just pure white mushrooms. They're just like those mushrooms being sold at the marketplace in the city of Orion. The only difference is that this one is bigger. Just as big as an adult human's head. Celeste nodded her head. I guess they must have accidentally eaten the white death cap mushroom, Celeste said as she glanced at William. They share a lot of similarities with edible mushrooms. The only difference is that they are bigger. Although I know that Chloe would often pick up random things to eat during her travels, I didn't expect her to die eating a mushroom. William crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at the embarrassed-looking familiar in front of him. Elliot had always had that confident look on his face. But now, the familiar was blushing in shame and embarrassment. Kakik, to think that you would die because of a mushroom. How funny. Conan laughed out loud as he patted Elliot's shoulder. Elliot scratched his head. Yes, it was a very embarrassing way to die. It will not happen again. After asking Elliot a few more questions, Celeste left and returned to her quarters. She wanted to interrogate Chloe and see if her statement would match Elliot's. That was the only way to confirm whether the angelic familiar was saying the truth or not. Half an hour later, Chloe was summoned, and she said similar things to what Elliot had said. After this, William and Celeste warned both familiars to not eat random things again when they go out on an excursion. A few hours later, Elliot and Chloe secretly met up in the city of Orion. The angelic familiar asked about everything that happened after he died. Unfortunately, Chloe had been too busy fighting with Erasner that she didn't pay attention to the other battles around her. I guess since nothing has happened, they successfully eliminated all of the giants, Elliot said while rubbing his chin. Will they be back? Chloe asked. Although she liked fighting, this was one of the rare occasions when she hoped that she wouldn't have to fight a giant demigod again. Elliot nodded his head with certainty, but he also told her that he didn't know when they would be back. All he could tell Chloe was that they would at least have a year or two of peace. "I think we should tell Celeste about this," Chloe commented after a while. "She can warn the headmaster about it, and that old Byron can make preparations for the giant's return." Elliot smiled. "There's no need for you to do that. I'm sure that the headmaster is also aware of the threat of invaders coming to our world. If he has the means to travel to the void, I'm sure that he might have also been there during the battle." "Ah, that reminds me. How did you know about this? Also, why were we able to go to the void?" "I have the power of clairvoyance. Also, not everyone can travel to the void. It requires a very powerful artifact or magical power to enter the passage of the worlds. The reason why you, I, and Meredith were able to go there is because our bodies are made up of magical energies. With the right frequency, we can appear in the void as long as we have an anchor supporting us in this world." Elliot knew that Chloe needed an explanation, so he answered her to the best of his abilities. "So, that girl, Rebecca, became our anchor point, correct?" Chloe inquired. Elliot nodded his head. "She needed to keep the connection open so that, even if we died, our essences would return back here to Hestia. If there was no connection between this world and the void, our magical energies might have been stuck there, and our masters wouldn't be able to summon us again." "I see. So that's why. Now I understand." "Do you really understand?" "No. But it's fine," Chloe replied with a smile. "Didn't we win? As long as we won, nothing else matters." "Ah, I almost forgot. What was Will's grandfather doing there as well?" "I saw him back at the Misty Sect." Elliot scratched his head as he started to explain how James appeared in the Passage of the Worlds. "Do you remember that rainbow-glowing bridge that you smashed in Asgard?" Elliot inquired. Chloe tilted her head in confusion. Are you talking about that low-budgeted bridge that crumbled from a single punch?" Elliot's face twitched because Chloe was the only one that would say that the Bifrost Bridge was a low-budgeted bridge. However, in order to not complicate things, he decided to ride along and nodded his head. "The Bifrost Bridge can allow someone to travel anywhere, as long as Grandpa James wills it," Elliot explained. "Just think of it as a teleportation gate that he can use to travel the world. Anytime, anywhere." "What? That bridge is that good? I should have brought it back to the academy with me. Remind me later to tell William to ban you from the floor of Asgard. You should really curb that hobby of yours to smash things that catch your fancy." While the two familiars were having a casual talk, an elven ship docked at the port of the city of Orion. "So, that is Hestia Academy," Princess Owen said as she gazed at the massive floating academy in the distance. Pearl was already at the dock and had been waiting for an hour for the princess to arrive. Her task was to become the elven princess bodyguard while she studied in the academy to learn more about human nature. The last surviving Blade Master and several of the princess attendants, who protected her in the southern continent, had reported everything that had happened to their king. After hearing their stories, the Elven King decided to let his daughter study at the prestigious Hestia Academy, in order to cure her naivety about how the human world works. He hoped that after spending more time in the human world, the princess would be able to better understand the complex world of humans. In an inn inside the city of Orion. "Dear, you were amazing last night," a beautiful lady, with blonde hair and green eyes, said before she kissed Owen's cheek. "I know," Owen replied as he returned his wife's kiss. "Ayla must be in the academy by now. Should we return to Lant? Or should we go to the Tower of Babylon?" "Yes. Ayla successfully enrolled at the academy yesterday. She has also moved into the girls' dormitory," the blonde beauty said as she looked at her husband with an affectionate gaze. "As for whether we should go back in Lant or go to the Tower of Babylon, any place is good as long as you are there." She had been captivated by Owen many years ago when he had saved her from bandits. Her family had a special bloodline that was able to see past the appearances of people. So even though Owen looked old on the outside, she was able to see the handsome young man for who he truly was. She had fallen in love at first sight with him and decided to become his wife, which surprised all the old people of Lant, including James, who was Owen's liege at that time. The handsome young man with platinum blonde hair held his wife, Sarah, and pulled her close to him. Right after the battle ended, he returned to the Bifrost Bridge alone, in order to spend some time with his wife. Every year, they would go on a honeymoon by traveling away from Lant for a month or two. This time, Owen decided to take his disciple, Princess Ayla, the third princess of the Zealand dynasty, to the central continent with them to gain some experience. Their first stop was the Tower of Babylon, where William and James had journeyed earlier. When Princess Ayla's brother, Crown Prince Alaric, heard that his sister was going to the central continent, he immediately gave her a mission, and that was to become one of William's lovers. The angelic-looking princess almost died from embarrassment after reading her big brother's letter. However, Alaric had pointed out that William was their dynasty's savior and benefactor, so it was only natural for one of the members of the royal family to form stronger ties through marriage. Just like the Creator Empire, the Zealand dynasty also had its own culture and traditions. The princesses had been taught at an early age that their existence was to protect the interest of the royal family. So they were all prepared to be used as tools for marriage in order to expand the Zealand dynasty's influence. This was why Princess Ayla had no choice when she was taken to the Kirinter Mountains to be married off to the tribe chieftain's second son, Connell. Although Princess Ayla felt embarrassed by the mission given to her, she had a very good impression of William. William had saved her once in the Kirinter Mountains, and had also been there to help fight against the elves during the war in the southern continent. In Princess Ayla's life, William was a hero. The red-headed teenager might not be a prince, but he was the most sought-after candidate by all the princesses in the world of Hestia. She would be lying if she said that she didn't have any feelings for the half-elf who had been a regular visitor to her sweetest dreams. Princess Ayla didn't hide anything from Owen and told him about the plans of the Zealand royal family. Owen wasn't too surprised about the royal family's move, because he was once a citizen of the Zealand dynasty. Although he didn't know if his shy disciple had a chance to worm her way to William's heart. As her master, Owen decided to support her decision. "I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky, Will," Owen thought as he hugged his beloved wife. "Being loved by many women is good, but I don't think your stamina will last. Fortunately, my disciple is a powerful healer. Marrying her will certainly help you, and little Will, reach your peak performance every night." Owen sighed as he held his wife in a protective embrace. "I guess I should write a letter to Will and tell him to take good care of Ayla. As for their matchmaking, I'll just go to the Tower of Babylon and let James handle the rest. Knowing him, I'm sure that he will be more than happy to accept another beautiful lady as his grandson's future wife in order to expand his lineage." He had no qualms about William's character. In fact, Owen would be hard-pressed to find someone more worthy of his disciple than William. His only gripe was that the old coot, James, would certainly be roaring with laughter after he found out that Owen's precious disciple had fallen into the half-elf's hands. William stared in disbelief at the three beauties that were standing at the front of their classroom. He knew all three of them and, with the exception of Pearl, William was surprised by the two other ladies that were present inside his classroom. What a small world, William thought as his eyes wandered to the three beauties in front of him. He was acquainted with all three, but only Princess Ayla and him were on good terms. The half-elf had also admired how the princess had fought alongside her big brother, Crown Prince Alaric, during the battle in the southern continent. There were very few healers on the battlefield, and the princess' face was a common sight at the places where the injured people were gathered. Because of this, William had a very good impression of her. As for Princess Owen and Pearl, the half-elf wasn't too interested in the two of them. For him, the elves were trouble. The only good elves in his opinion were his mother, Arwen, and his ex-roommate, Kenneth. Everyone else was a stranger, and William didn't give a hoot about what they did with their lives. "Today is your lucky day, everyone. Especially the boys," Professor Garin said with a smile. His comment was greeted with cheers and applause by the boys who were looking at the three beauties with infatuated gazes. Two elven beauties. It's very rare to see them here in the academy. I think I'm in love. Me too. Me three. Bruh, you fall in love with every beautiful girl you see. Have you forgotten that you still have the face of sardine? The class became very excited, but Professor Garin managed to calm them down before they got out of hand. Okay. Can you girls introduce yourselves to the class? Professor Guerin smiled as he made a gesture. I'm sure that all of them are dying to know your names. Princess Owen stepped forward and made a curtsy. Owen Elbereth Nienna. Please just call me Eowyn. It is my pleasure to meet all of you. The beautiful elf didn't want the others to know that she was an elven princess. Although she didn't mind introducing herself as such, she deemed that it would be best if the others didn't treat her as royalty. That way, she would be able to get to know them better and talk to them as equals. After introducing herself, she took a step back and allowed Pearl to introduce herself as well. Pearl McLean, Pearl said. Call me Pearl. She took a step back without another word and stood beside the princess that she was tasked to guard with her life. Princess Ayla took a deep breath and stepped forward. My name is Ayla Sol Zealand, Princess Ayla said. I would be very happy if all of you called me Ayla. The boys clapped their hands, and some of them even whistled after the three girls had introduced themselves. People like to look at good-looking girls. Even the ladies of the class weren't an exception. Elves were an exotic race and known for their beauty. However, Princess Ayla's angelic face looked so pure and innocent that the boys couldn't stop themselves from looking at her like she was someone they needed to protect no matter what. When William arrived in the classroom, he was surprised to see that a few more desks and chairs had been placed behind their own desk and chairs. Now he understood their purpose. The three new students sat behind William's group, which didn't come as a surprise to the half-elf. He even thought that this arrangement was pretty uncanny and believed that the Academy's headmaster, Byron, had a role to play in this. Still, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only sigh in his heart because he felt that the headmaster was targeting him specifically after they had their confrontation on Antilia Island. He turned his head, just in time to catch Princess Ayla staring at him. Their two gazes met and the angelic princess immediately averted her eyes in embarrassment. A second later, a reddish hue crawled up from the base of her neck, up to the tip of her ears. The boys that saw this immediately glared at William and made him their public enemy number one. Bruh, you already have two beautiful wives? Give us a chance, damn it. William didn't hide the fact that he was already married to his classmates in order to deter the ladies who were giving him bashful gazes on his first day of class. After seeing Princess Sydney and Chiffon, most of the ladies backed out because they felt that they couldn't compare to William's wives. The boys also felt at ease because they had one less rival when it came to wooing the beautiful ladies in their class. The elves were indeed beautiful, but the students knew that they preferred to have a relationship with their own race. In their eyes, Princess Yaun and Pearl were just eye candies that they could look at, but never touch. Princess Ayla, on the other hand, was a different matter. Although she didn't introduce herself as a princess, her angelic features were more than enough to win the boys' hearts. How is that old pervert, Owen? William asked in a teasing tone. For some reason, he felt like bullying the blushing girl who was doing her best to pretend that the staring incident didn't happen. Master isn't a pervert. Princess Ayla raised her head to defend her master. Although her face was still beet red from embarrassment, she would not allow anyone to slander the kind old man that had taught her how to become a life magician. William chuckled and nodded. Sorry. It has been so long since I've seen you and I suddenly got the urge to tease you. Sir William, you're such a bully. Sorry. I'll do my best so that it won't happen again. Princess Eowyn kept her gaze in front of the class, but her ears were focusing on William's conversation with the girl seated beside her. She was already aware that William and Princess Ayla knew of each other. She even hoped that Princess Ayla could help her get close to William, so that she could apologize for what happened back in the southern continent. Although she was a princess, her authority in the expedition was not enough to overturn the general situation. She was merely a supervisor, and the elves only gave her face because of her lineage. Princess Eowyn had already expected that William wouldn't treat her kindly, but she still felt bitter at the cold treatment that the half-elf was giving her. Even so, she endured it. She knew that the two of them couldn't instantly become friends after what had transpired in the southern continent. The best she could do was close the gap little by little and try to win the forgiveness of her master's son. Lady Arwen had assured her second disciple that, although William was the type to hold grudges, he was also capable of forgiving others. Princess Eowyn didn't expect to see William at the academy, but she deemed that this was the workings of fate in order for her to atone for the sins that she had done in the past. Pearl, on the other hand, was giving side glances to the half-elf who had abducted her little sister. She still hadn't forgotten that William had summoned his subordinates to attack her. Since then, Pearl knew that there was no way that she could beat William in a head-on confrontation. For now, she was willing to wait, waiting for the perfect opportunity to arise when she could negotiate with the half-elf and set her sister free from his control, once and for all. 2 days passed since Princess Eowyn, Pearl, and Princess Aela joined William's class in Hestia Academy. The 3 girls had easily become good friends with their new classmates, especially the boys who were simping so hard for them. As William was about to leave the classroom, he made sure to look at these boys in disdain, while the boys looked back at him in contempt. The half-elf gave his classmates the "please, I'm already married. I'm not like you single boys who are desperate for women" gaze, while the boys in his class gave him the "you're already married and you're still fighting us for the beautiful girl's affection. Go home and hug your wives and leave us singles alone, damn it" glare. William could only shake his head at these desperate creatures, and left the class in order to handle important business. Kenneth wanted to follow William, but he had also been given the duty of looking after Princess Eowyn during her stay in the academy. For the time being, the silver-haired elf decided to accompany the princess until she got used to the academy life. William wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, so Kenneth decided to ensure that no incidents happened to the elven princess, who was studying in the human lands for the first time in her life. "Sir William!" A voice called out from behind the half-elf, and the latter turned his head to look at who it was. "Aela!" William smiled when he saw the familiar figure running after him. The latter had told him to keep her identity a secret. Since this was the case, the red-headed teenager decided to call her by her first name. She was Owen's disciple, and the perverted old man had treated him well in Launt. Even if the latter didn't send him the letter telling him to take care of Aela, the half-elf was more than happy to look after a comrade that had fought with him during the war in the southern continent. "What's wrong? Did any of the boys in class bully you? Tell me their names, and I'll make sure to hang them upside down in front of the girls' dormitory without their clothes on." Princess Aela's face reddened when she heard William's words. She immediately shook her head to tell the half-elf that he was mistaken. "Our classmates treat me very well," Princess Aela said. "It's just that I still don't know much about the academy. Can you give me a tour?" Princess Aela had asked Owen's wife, Sarah, about how she could form a close relationship with William in the academy. Sarah was also a very talented young lady, and even though she wasn't considered a genius, she was still one of the best in her class when she was still studying in the Zealand Royal Academy. Because of this, she was aware of how the noble ladies of the kingdom tried to bridge the gap between the boys whom they were attracted to. Sarah had given Princess Aela several tips, and the princess decided to use one of them to break the ice between her and William. "I'd love to give you a tour," William replied, "but I have business to handle today. How about I refer you to someone trustworthy?" William raised his hand and a magic circle formed in the air. "Conan, I choose you." The devil familiar materialized and hastily looked around him. Clearly, he was in the lookout of a certain little fairy who was hell-bent to perform physical examinations on him. "Did Claire already leave the academy to do a mission?" Conan asked. William shook his head. "Don't worry, she's with Professor Celeste right now. I am just about to meet with her in order to unlock the last stage of the Familiomancer job class." Conan hit the palm of his hand with his fist as if coming to a realization. "Kakik, it's about time," Conan commented. He looked very happy at the prospect of becoming more powerful. "Hurry up, Will. I want to be stronger. I don't want to get bullied by Claire anymore." William sighed as he lightly flicked Conan's head. The latter immediately cried out in pain as he held his forehead. "You're a man, so you mustn't let yourself get bullied by girls," William stated. Conan rubbed his forehead and stared at William with an expression suffering from injustice. "That's easy for you to say," Conan replied. "If you're so confident about yourself, why don't you have another sparring match with Chloe? William lightly coughed as he averted his gaze. Spar with Chloe? Why would I have a spar with that cheater? Not happening. The half-elf didn't even want to provoke his sixth master because he was truly afraid that the little violent girl would ask him to fight him for a round. Chloe was someone who didn't understand moderation. William knew for certainty that he might die if his sixth master got carried away during their sparring match. Seeing that William didn't have the guts to prove his strength, Conan snorted at him in contempt. "Well, why did you summon me then?" Conan asked as he crossed his arms over his chest. "It's about this," William explained the situation, and Conan nodded his head in understanding. Since he was born from William's soul, he also shared his memories. He knew who Ayla was, and just like William, the devil familiar had a good impression of her. "Okay, I'll give her a tour of the academy," Conan replied as he patted his chest with confidence. "You can count on me, but you have to keep Claire away from me. Okay? I swear she's more violent than Chloe when it comes to me." William agreed. "Okay." The half-elf then turned to Ayla and introduced Conan to her. The princess of the Zealand dynasty looked at the little familiar with great curiosity. "So cute," Ayla said as her hand unconsciously reached out to hold Conan. Conan didn't feel any threat coming from Ayla, so he allowed himself to be grabbed by her. The princess then happily patted Devil Familiar's head like some kind of a pet, which made William smirk. "I will be going now. Conan, make sure that nothing bad happens to Ayla. Okay?" William looked at his familiar with a serious expression on his face. "If any bastard tries to do something bad to her, I give you permission to beat them silly." "Kakik. This is only natural," Conan replied before looking at Ayla with an expression of discomfort. Ayla, can you not squeeze my body? I am not a toy, you know?" "I'm sorry, Sir Conan," Ayla replied as she looked at the little guy in her hands. "For some reason, holding you feels so nice." "Really?" "Yes. I don't know why, but holding you makes me feel at ease." Conan tilted his head in confusion. "Is this the reason why Claire likes to touch me all over?" The devil familiar didn't know if he really did have this kind of effect on other people or not. William's interest was piqued by Ayla's comment, but he really had things to do. So he left the two behind and headed towards Celeste's office located on the north side of the academy. It was now time for his Familiomancer job class to upgrade to the Familiomancer Sovereign, which would allow him to unlock new features for his two familiars, who would soon be able to step into the millennial rank. "So, you finally found some time to see me," Celeste said as she glanced at William. She was reading a book when the half-elf came to visit her, and judging from her voice, she wasn't very pleased. William lightly coughed as he sat on a chair. He then looked at Celeste with an innocent expression on his face. "Sorry, Professor. I completely forgot about it because of the phenomenon in the sky and Elliot's death." Celeste snorted as she closed the book in her hand. She gave William a contemptuous look before setting her book to the side. The beautiful elf didn't want to admit it, but she had been waiting for William to find her and ask how to advance his profession for quite some time now. "Since you're already here, let's not waste each other's time and discuss the details of your ascension." Celeste waved her hand and a golden beam of light shot towards the center of William's forehead. Soon, a projection appeared between the two of them. In it was a tablet where several runes were written in an ancient language. Celeste read the information with great interest. William, who had no idea what the words written in the tablet were, asked the system to translate it for him. Optimus had already researched all the languages in Hestia. This was why it was not a problem for William to understand the meaning behind written words, even those that came from ancient texts. Ascension requirements. Dungeon core essence. The dungeon must have 60 floors and above. Anything below 60 floors will not activate the ascension requirement. Dungeon core essence? William tilted his head. Optimus, what is a dungeon core essence? The dungeon core essence is a type of energy that can only be extracted from dungeon cores. You can think of it as the dungeon core's mana. Extracting all of it will cause the dungeon to stop spawning monsters. Although the dungeon will not die, it will need a few years before it starts to function like a proper dungeon again. William nodded his head in understanding. He then realized that this requirement must be due to Elliot and Conan being born from the 2 dungeon cores that he had absorbed in the past, as well as fragments of his soul. Since they were originally dungeon cores, they needed dungeon core essence to become stronger. William rubbed his chin. Celeste, who had also finished reading the information, translated it for William. She didn't know that the half-elf was already aware of the requirements, and was merely thinking of ways to find a dungeon that had 60 floors and above, in order to boost the power of his 2 familiars. William nodded his head after Celeste finished her explanation. This was his way of telling her that he was listening to what she was saying. "Professor, I'm fairly new here in the Central Continent," William said. "Can you tell me where I can find dungeons that have 60 floors or more?" "You look very confident," Celeste commented after seeing that William didn't have any traces of worry on his face after hearing the requirements that were needed to raise the rank of his profession. "As long as I'm not dealing with a dungeon with 100 floors, I believe I can manage. It's just 60 floors. No big deal." "Well, I'm sure that compared to the Tower of Babylon, a dungeon with 60 floors is just a walk in the park for you." William only smiled at Celeste's comment and didn't say anything else. His thoughts then wandered to the 2 dungeons that he was familiar with. "I won't be able to clear the dungeon of Atlantis anytime soon," William thought. "The Mirage Caverns, on the other hand, is only 50 floors. This doesn't match the requirements needed to upgrade my profession." Before he left the Silverwind Academy, William had already cleared the dungeon located at the city of Silverwind. The only problem was that the Mirage Caverns only had 50 floors. If the requirement was only a bit lower, he could easily travel towards the Creator Empire using his Prince of Thunder job class, and return to Hestia Academy using Soleil. "Professor, do you know of any dungeons that meet the requirements needed to advance my profession?" William asked. It doesn't matter if it's a bit far from the academy. Even if William hadn't asked this question, Celeste would definitely give him the information he needed. For her, the half-elf was someone that had the ability to spread the Familiomancer job class to other people. Although William wasn't her direct disciple, the boy was the disciple of her familiar. Celeste wouldn't be petty enough to make things difficult for the red-headed teenager, especially now that the latter was serious in becoming a Familiomancer sovereign. "A week from now, the academy will start giving out missions to its students," Celine replied after organizing her thoughts. "Some of these missions require rare items that can only be found in dungeons. Since you are already a 3rd year, you will be allowed to take on Class A missions, which also include going to dungeons that have 70 floors to gather materials." Celine took out a scroll from her storage ring and passed it to William. This scroll consists of a list of dungeons that are accessible using the teleportation gates of the academy, Celeste explained. "Just pick one of them and return to me once you have completed your mission." William grinned as he browsed the list of dungeons on the scroll. The information was quite detailed, and it informed him of everything he needed to know about a particular dungeon. "Thank you, Professor," William said. "But do I really have to wait a week before I go to one of these dungeons?" Celeste nodded. "The academy is very strict when it comes to expeditions. I'm not entirely certain, but I feel that the headmaster holds a grudge against you. I'm sure that if you tried to go to one of these dungeons right now, he would use that as an excuse to punish you for breaking the rules of the academy. It will be best for you to just wait for a week, so that we can dodge this issue. For now, you can make your preparations for your dungeon expedition. Feel free to bring some of your classmates with you so that they can earn merit points as well. A maximum of 6 members per party is allowed. It will be best to use this opportunity to form strong connections. You never know when you'll be able to use it." William planned to dive in the dungeon solo in order to hasten up his journey. However, after hearing Celeste's words, he thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea if he brought those that were familiar to him on his expedition, like his wives, Zhu and Sha. As long as they cleared the mission together, they would all get merit points, which they could exchange in the academy for items. After thanking Celeste, William went to look for his wives. He wanted to visit Shannon a few more times before he left the academy to do his ascension quest. It didn't take long before William saw Princess Sydney, Chiffon, and Ian in the garden of the academy. Ian had informed him that they were having a meeting in one of the gazebos in the garden. William followed Ian's direction and found his 3 wives waiting for him. There were a few baskets, filled with cookies and cakes on the table. Clearly, the 3 were enjoying an afternoon snack, and the half-elf happily joined them. "Will, there is something that we need to tell you," Princess Sydney said. "Even now, we still haven't figured out the sin that Shannon bears." "Really?" William was quite surprised because he thought that it would be very easy for the 7 sins to know what Shannon's divinity was. "I also consulted with Kenneth and Lilith, but the 2 of them share the same opinion," Princess Sydney explained. "They can't identify Shannon's divinity." William rubbed his chin as he contemplated. For him, knowing Shannon's sin was crucial because it would allow him to find ways to counter her powers. Their brief encounter had left a deep impression on William. If possible, he didn't want to faint every time he laid his eyes on the young lady, whose sad smile lingered in his memories. Right after they finished their afternoon snack, Princess Sydney and Chiffon accompanied William to the Eastern Shrine. They were about to do the experiment they had delayed a few days ago. William was hoping that merging with his wives would counter Shannon's divinity and allow him to talk to her. He finally understood why Amun made Shannon his last trial. The difficulty rating had spiked drastically, and one could tell that she was final boss material. The guards allowed them to pass as if they were told of their coming beforehand. When the 3 arrived in front of Shannon's room, William kissed Chiffon and the little glutton transformed into particles of light, flying straight into the gem, embedded in William's chest. Soon, a golden flame appeared on his forehead. He glanced at Princess Sydney and nodded his head. "Shannon, can we enter?" Princess Sydney asked. A rustling sound was heard inside the room before a soul-stirring voice reached their ears. "Come in," Shannon replied. "The door is open." William frowned a bit because Shannon's voice had momentarily put him into a daze. Although it wasn't as bad as their first meeting, beads of sweat started to appear on the half-elf's forehead. Princess Sydney opened the door and stepped in first. William followed behind her with his head lowered. Due to his strong senses, he was able to determine Shannon's location inside the room. He slowly raised his head, but he made sure that he only looked at her clothes and not her face. William decided that it would be best if he didn't rush things, and simply do his best to adapt to Shannon's presence. They made 2 plans for this visit. The first plan was for William to actively talk to Shannon and see if he could find out more about her. The second plan was for Princess Sydney to do the talking, and he would just listen from the side, while trying to increase his resistance to Shannon's divinity. Although he didn't dare to see her face, he could see that the young lady was dressed as a shrine maiden. She was sitting on a chair and holding a brush in her left hand, just like he had seen during his last visit. "Oh, this is quite interesting." Shannon's voice broke William's thoughts. "You've merged with one of my sisters? How did you do it? Can you tell me how you did it?" William felt his world spin around him as he gritted his teeth. As if sensing that he needed help, Chiffon increased the output of her power, and the flame on William's forehead grew bigger. The half-elf swayed where he stood, but Princess Sydney was there to support him. His surroundings were no longer spinning, and yet, he was feeling lightheaded and nauseous. "Optimus, did you manage to record everything?" "Yes. According to my calculations, Chiffon's divinity has indeed increased your resistance against Shannon's divinity. However, it is not enough to withstand the pressure from Shannon's power. If I were to put it in simpler terms, right now, Chiffon is like an umbrella above your head that protects you from the rain. However, you're not dealing with a mere drizzle. You are dealing with a high-pressure water pump that is aimed directly at your body." William unconsciously wiped away the beads of sweat that were forming on his forehead as he listened to the system's explanation. "Do you have any suggestions?" William inquired. It was very important for him to find a way to increase his resistance, or else, he would suffer the same fate every time he visited Shannon. "Increase your synchronization rate with Chiffon or Princess Sydney. Right now, your synchronization rate with Chiffon is at 40%. As for Princess Sydney, your synchronization rate with her is at 50%. If I were to make a bold guess, You will need at least a 70% synchronization rate with either of them in order to face Shannon without feeling like you want to puke your heart out. I see, thank you. William glanced at Princess Sydney and shook his head. This was their signal that he wasn't in the right state to continue being around Shannon. Princess Sydney nodded and asked to be excused. Although they came to talk to the young lady dressed as a shrine maiden, her husband's safety was her top priority. She gave Shannon an apologetic gaze before leaving the room with William. Shannon just smiled in understanding and nodded her head. She was still curious about how William was able to merge with one of her sisters, but looking at the half-elf's very pale expression, she knew that her guests would have to prematurely end their visit. "Visit me any time," Shannon said as she returned her attention to the canvas in front of her. "I will be looking forward to our next meeting." William leaned weakly against a tree. He had just vomited everything that he had eaten in the past few hours, and he was feeling marginally better. Chiffon lightly rubbed his back in order to help him feel better. She felt a little sad that she wasn't able to help William resist Shannon's divinity. However, William assured her that it wasn't her fault. "Don't worry, I finally figured out a way to cope with her powers," William said as he held Chiffon's hand. "After a month or two, I will be able to face her without any problems." Chiffon looked at William with a hopeful expression. She had an unwavering trust in William, so she believed that her husband wasn't lying to her. "How?" Princess Sydney asked. William made a gesture for Princess Sydney to come closer. He then whispered, in a volume that both girls would be able to hear, how the two of them could help him increase his synchronization rate with them at a steady pace. Chiffon's face turned beet red, while Princess Sydney had an expression that said, "Why didn't I think of that?" I will do my best to help you," Chiffon said with a serious expression on her face. "I like it when you're gentle with me. However, you can be rough as well." William chuckled as he patted Chiffon's head. Actually, his method works well with Princess Sydney because it was in line with her divinity. As for Chiffon, while the half-elf could also increase their synchronization rate by making love with each other, it would be more effective if William just fed her something to eat. Chiffon's divinity was gluttony. In order to increase her synchronization with William, he needed to feed her something with a high concentration of magical or spiritual power. "Let's go, darling." Morgana swapped with Princess Sydney and held William's hand. She then half-dragged the half-elf towards the boys' dormitory room. "Time waits for no one. The sooner we do this, the sooner we can lift the curse from Est's, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies." "I meant what I said, Will," Chiffon said as she held onto William's hand. "While I like it when you are being gentle to me, if it is really needed, you can be as rough as you want." Her face flushed to a red that was as red as a tomato, but her voice was very firm. "Don't worry, I can take it." The corner of William's lips twitched because Morgana, and even Chiffon, seemed very enthusiastic about the prospect of increasing their synchronization rate with him. Even though he was happy that his wives were very eager to help him to the best of their abilities, he also felt helpless because he had to resort to this method in order to accomplish his mission. However, William had long wondered what would happen if he achieved perfect synchronization rate with any one of his wives. According to Optimus, some abilities would be unlocked. William didn't know how strong those abilities were, but if they were as powerful as Princess Sydney's charm ability at full power, wouldn't that mean that I'd become a pseudo-deadly sin as well? William didn't know the answer to this question. Even someone like him felt that the balance of the world would be broken if he was able to wield the power of the 7 deadly sins and unleash their full power without paying any kind of price. With that line of thought, William pondered what he would need to do if he was going to raise his synchronization with the other sins like sloth, greed, wrath, pride, and envy. "I'd better not get ahead of myself," William thought as he tossed the diabolical idea to the back of his mind. "My hands are already full." William smiled as he looked at the two beauties that were firmly holding each of his hands. He wished, with all of his heart, that he and his lovers would be able to stay together for many more years to come. 3 days after his second meeting with Shannon, William went to find Zhu and Sha. The two of them were two of his most trusted companions, and he planned to invite them to go with him to the Orc dungeon when the academy started their quarterly assessment test for the students. This was quite similar to what Silverwind Academy did when William was still studying under them. As students of Hestia Academy, all of the students were required to undertake missions that would benefit the lives of the people living in the central continent. Some of these missions were bandit subjugation, merchant escorting services, exploration quests, investigations, archaeological digging, dungeon expeditions, harvesting rare materials, and many more. The founders of Hestia Academy didn't want to raise flowers inside greenhouses. They wanted to raise individuals that could, and would, contribute to the betterment of society as a whole. No one was exempt from this rule. Even the professors would usually take this opportunity to gain some merit points in the academy in exchange for money or resources. Also, this quarterly event had no restrictions when it came to forming groups. Those in the upper years could even help the freshmen in their missions. It was a good way to form strong connections, and this was greatly encouraged by the academy. The first person that William found was Zhu. However, the half-elf almost did a double take because he thought that he was just seeing things. Right now, the chubby young man had an impatient expression on his face, while being surrounded by beautiful women. "Ladies, can you please let me pass?" Zhu said while frowning. "I need to find Sha. There is something I need to discuss with him." "Lord Zhu, please stay with us for a bit." A cute girl held onto Zhu's right arm and looked up at him with a bashful expression. "We baked some cookies. Why don't you join us for an afternoon snack?" "That's right, Lord Zhu." A pretty young lady who obviously came from a noble family held Zhu's left arm and hugged it tightly. "Please join us for an afternoon snack. I promise that you will not regret it." Her ample bosom pressed down on the chubby young man's arm. Clearly, she was doing her best to use her natural endowments to make Zhu accompany them. 3 more girls latched onto Zhu's body, giving him no chance to escape their grasps. The frown on Zhu's face deepened. It was quite obvious that he had no interest in the beautiful young ladies that surrounded him. Just as he was about to push them away, he noticed William, who was looking at him with a big grin on his face. "Will, don't just stand there, help me," Zhu said as he called out to the half-elf who was leaning against a pillar. The girls turned their heads to look at William. Their gazes were saying, "Don't take Lord Zhu from us or else." William scratched the back of his head because he didn't know what to do in this situation. He never expected that Zhu was quite popular with the ladies, and this took him completely by surprise. Do you know where Sha is?" William asked. "There's something that I need to ask him." "Sha? He might be in the library," Zhu replied. "He likes to know more about this world. The central continent and the other continents surrounding it. There is a high chance that you will find him there." "Thanks. Oi, don't leave me here." William ignored Zhu's calls for help and hurriedly left towards the library. He might be strong enough to fight saints now, but he would never attack a group of girls who were looking at Zhu with hearts in their eyes. He simply offered a prayer for Zhu's well-being in his heart. Several minutes later, William arrived at the library. This was a very huge building where books that hailed from all over the world were gathered in order to help educate the young men and women of the next generation. It didn't take long for William to find Sha because Optimus was able to detect all of his allies on the map. The scholarly young man was seated on a table, surrounded by many books. There were also maps that were laid out on the table, and he glanced at them from time to time as if using them as reference. Right next to him was a cold beauty with long black hair. She was leaning on Sha's back and saying a few things, while pointing at the map in front of them. William couldn't help but think that his 2 friends were experiencing the academy life that many single people would practically kill for. Just as William was thinking whether he should disturb the atmosphere of the two, Sha raised his head and glanced at William's direction. "Will, do you need me for something?" Sha asked with a smile. The beautiful lady then glanced at William before whispering something in Sha's ear. Not long after, she took out a pair of glasses from her pocket and wore them. She then gave William a brief nod before walking towards the desk that was reserved for the assistant librarians who managed the entire library. The girl's friend giggled as the black-haired beauty sat back on her chair. The beautiful librarian was still on duty, but she would almost always be with Shah whenever he appeared in the library. Her friends didn't mind taking over her spot for a little while, because she was still doing her job to help people in the library. "You and Ju are good," William commented as he sat beside Shah. "Who is that lady? Is she your girlfriend?" Shah shook his head. "Her name is Hazel and she is an assistant librarian. She often helps me find books about the empires in the central continent. She's quite knowledgeable and I am grateful for her help." "Is that all?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Don't tell me you're not one of those dense protagonists that have no idea when a girl likes them?" Shah shook his head for the second time before giving William the "you know what my true form is like" stare, which made the half-elf chuckle. "You're so outdated, Shah," William commented. "Even demons can form relationships with humans. Just look at my wife, Chiffon. Her mother is a dwarf, and her father is a bastard that I will punch to oblivion once I visit the demonic continent." Shah didn't want to talk about Hazel, so he pressed William for his reason in looking for him. "I wanted to talk to you and Ju about the quarterly event that is going to happen in a few days," William said. "Ju was surrounded by beautiful ladies earlier, so I didn't have the opportunity to talk to him. However, do the two of you have any plans for the quarterly assessment?" Shah shook his head, "Actually, I was also about to look for you in order to discuss this academy-wide event. We came here to repay you for our freedom. You only need to say the word, and we will be there to help you with anything." William felt touched because he could feel Shah's sincerity. When he paid for their freedom, he didn't even think of anything in return. This was why he was pleasantly surprised when he saw his two friends in the Misty Sect, along with Sun Wukong, for their founding day celebrations. "Shah, I don't want you and Ju to feel indebted to me," William said. "Friends don't need debts between them. I did what I did because I was the one that was indebted to the two of you. If you didn't help me back in the heavenly domain, I would have never been able to pass through the gate." Shah remained silent because he knew that William truly felt that way about them. Since that was the case, there was no need to force the issue. "Where do you plan to go for the quarterly assessment?" Shah inquired. "Ju and I have also been invited by our classmates to go with them on missions, but we politely turned them down. We said that we are planning to form a party with you, so most of them backed out, with the exception of the girls who are infatuated with Ju. You better be careful with those girls. They are serious in their attempts to court Ju, and he is also feeling helpless about it. There was a time when he had been tempted to take on his demonic form just to scare them, but I managed to stop him in time." William nodded his head in agreement. He had already seen the glares that the girls had thrown in his direction when he was talking to Ju, and he could feel a sense of jealousy from them due to the closeness with which Ju and him could treat each other. "Okay, so this is my plan for the assessment test." William told Shah his plan, and the latter promised to relay the message to Ju. With this, William had secured 2 helpers to help him clear the orc dungeon. Although it would be easy for him to solo it, he still wanted to help Ju and Shah gain some merit points. He also planned to bring Princess Sydney, Chiffon, and Ian with him to maximize the limit of the party members that was allowed by the academy. After finalizing a date for their departure, William left Shah alone. However, just as he was about to leave the library, he noticed that the beautiful librarian had once again left her post, and headed towards the handsome scholar that had returned to reading the books on his table. "Do your best, Shah," William said with a smirk as he left the library in good spirits. He hoped more than anything else that his 2 friends, Ju and Shah, would find happiness in Hestia, a happiness that would last them a lifetime. "Sir William, about the assessment test, can I also join your team?" Princess Ayla asked in a hopeful tone. Although she already knew the names of her classmates by heart, she wasn't that close to them. Some of them had also invited the angelic-looking princess after they had found out that she was a life magician. Healers were highly sought out in any mission or dungeon expedition, because their ability to support a party during dire situations was priceless. "About this, my party members are already complete," William replied with an awkward expression on his face. It was not because he had forgotten about Princess Ayla. In fact, the thought of inviting her to his party crossed his mind. However, with the member restriction, he only had enough slots for Ju, Shah, and his wives. "Is that so?" Princess Ayla lowered her head. Although she had already expected that William would reject him, she still felt at a loss when the rejection finally came. "Don't worry, I already thought of this issue," William said as he glanced at Conan, who was sitting by the window and looking at the clouds in the sky. "Conan, come. I need a favor." "Oh, you need the help of this amazing Conan. You made the right choice, Will." The devil familiar happily flew towards William and landed on his shoulder. He had been feeling relaxed as of late because Claire was always busy and had no time to look for him. With his newfound freedom, he would often accompany Princess Ayla to explore more of the academy after their classes ended in the afternoon. The princess and the little devil shared similar traits. In a way, both of them were pure of heart, so it was very easy for the two of them to get along with each other. "You see, Ayla needs someone to accompany her on a mission," William said. "She needs someone strong and dependable to ensure her safety. With that said, I can't think of anyone more suited to the job than you. Will you accept this mission?" "Kakik. This is a piece of cake." Conan patted his chest. "Don't worry, Ayla. As long as I'm around, no harm will come to you." A very sweet smile appeared on Princess Ayla's face as she looked at Conan. The smile was so dazzling that the boys in the class started to curse William and Conan in their hearts. "Damn, we couldn't even win against a familiar. Why is life unfair?" Everyone gave the little devil a hateful glare, but the latter only tilted his head in confusion. Conan didn't know that he had become public enemy number 2 in the hearts of the boys of Class C. "Kenneth, do you and Eowyn have any plans for the upcoming assessment test?" William inquired. "Ayla is a healer. She will be an indispensable member in your team." Kenneth nodded his head in understanding. Lady Eowyn, we still have a few slots in our party. Can we add Ayla to our team?" Princess Eowyn glanced at William's direction and nodded her head. In fact, she had already invited Princess Ayla a day ago, but the latter politely said that she would think about it first. Now that the half-elf had rejected Princess Ayla, the elven princess would definitely not allow a dedicated healer to slip out of her grasp. "I would love to have Ayla in our team," Princess Eowyn said with a smile. "Lilith, if you still haven't joined any parties, feel free to join us as well." The Amazon princess had been low-key as of late. She would often wander around the academy as if looking for someone or something. William even jokingly teased her one time that Lilith might be looking for precious items in the academy to steal. Lilith's reply was just a mischievous smile, but that smile was enough to tell William that his guess was spot on. The Amazon princess was indeed strolling around the academy in search of priceless treasures to grab, without anyone noticing. "Sounds like a plan," Lilith replied. "I'm in." "Great." Princess Eowyn clapped her hands together. Kenneth, Pearl, and Lilith were strong fighters. Princess Eowyn knew support and offensive magic, so her role was quite flexible. Princess Ayla, on the other hand, was a pure healer, and Conan was a defensive player. With such a balanced party, they could easily clear any dungeon that had less than 60 floors without any problems. Somewhere in the central continent, the Supreme Pontifex of the organization, Deus, held a scroll in her hand. This scroll held the complete prophecy of the Prince of Darkness. It had been written personally by the patriarch of the Rayleigh family after he had received the vision. With the help of the now-deceased Alessio, who was once the branch leader of Deus in the Silvermoon continent, the original copy of the prophecy landed in the Supreme Pontifex's hands. Just like the elves, she had also sent several of her subordinates to monitor potential candidates that had the possibility of becoming the prophesied prince. She also shared the same opinion as the elders of the elves about William being the most likely candidate. Born from the union of the Saintess of the World Tree and the Dungeon Conqueror, the Supreme Pontifex said as she caressed the scroll in her hand. Personally taken as a disciple by Selene, and taught dark magic at an early age. Now, he resides inside Hestia Academy and has a close relationship with Celeste. Anyone would think that he is indeed the princes in the prophecy, but is he truly the chosen one? The prince that will trample on the Silvermoon continent and bring an end to the rule of the light. The Supreme Pontifex sat on her black throne, and took out an obsidian crystal ball from her storage ring. The images of the candidates appeared one by one within its depths. 3 of them were from the demonic continent. Another one was the youngest prodigy of an ancient elven clan that had been exiled from the Silver Moon continent. There was also a prince that hailed from the Gunnar Federation. More images of young men in their late teens appeared. The majority of them came from influential families, while others were mere commoners, who had some fortuitous encounters early in their life. All of them had the possibility of being the Dark Prince. Soon, William's face appeared on the obsidian crystal ball as well. "I've waited over 100 years already?" the Supreme Pontifex said as she gazed at the crystal ball in her hand. "Waiting a year or 2 more is not a problem." The Supreme Pontifex giggled as she thought about the future that she had been waiting for many years. "For hundreds of years, we have been cursed never to walk on the surface during the day," the Supreme Pontifex said in a tone filled with hate. "But that too will soon come to pass." The Supreme Pontifex sighed as she caressed her obsidian crystal ball as if it was the face of her lover. "That's why, our beloved prince, please wake up soon. Your faithful and loyal subjects are dying to feed you with a silver spoon. Here you go, Conan." "Say ah." Princess Ayla hand-fed a cookie to the familiar who was currently sitting on her shoulder. Conan and her had become good friends ever since William had asked the familiar to guide the princess around the academy. After experiencing the war in the southern continent, Princess Ayla had lost her innocence. Nor was she the only one the war forced this loss upon. They had to learn quickly that they either had to kill or be killed by others. Owen had not only taught her the arts of being a life mage, he also taught her how to defend herself during combat. The princess had become a battle mage under Owen's teaching, but this was something very few people knew. Princess Ayla's innocent appearance would make anyone think that she was no more than a harmless girl. But if force came to shove, she would be just like Owen. A life mage who would not blink her eyes when needing to kill people, using the secret arts passed directly to her by the Grand Life Archon. "Ayla, I can feed myself," Conan stuttered. "Someone as great as me doesn't need to be hand-fed. My hands are not for decoration." Princess Ayla smiled as she handed the cookie to the familiar who insisted on eating by himself. "I know that you're great, Conan," Princess Ayla replied. "This is why I am assured that we will complete this mission. Right? As long as I am around, this mission is a walk in the park. Don't worry, I will carry you." "Thank you in advance, Conan." Princess Eowyn looked at this scene while sipping her tea. Right now, they were inside a flying carriage that they had rented from the academy. They were on an expedition to solve mysterious disappearances that were happening in a small town, located a day's ride away from the academy using a flying carriage. Hestia Academy is not just an ordinary academy. One could think of it as a mercenary organization that sent people to solve various problems plaguing the entirety of the central continent. Lilith lay on the couch as she lazily bit into a cookie. She was also observing William's familiar because she was curious about what the little devil could do. As someone who was a good judge of character, Lilith knew that Conan wasn't like his twin brother, Elliot, whom she couldn't read no matter how hard she tried. The angelic familiar even gave her a dangerous feeling every time their gazes met. It was as if Elliot could see through her schemes, and this made her feel uncomfortable. Compared to him, Conan is like a gullible child, Lilith thought. Kenneth, who was seated beside Princess Owen's side internally, since his main task was to watch over his junior sister, on behalf of the Elven King, and his master, he wasn't able to accompany William in his dungeon expedition. In the end, he decided to study the information they had about the mission in order to pass the time. Something is very fishy about this mission, Kenneth thought as he read the documents. Regardless whether it is night or day, someone from the village disappears every 3 days. There is no pattern in the disappearances. It doesn't matter if it is young or old, men or women. One will disappear without fail after 3 days, but whenever someone investigates the matter, the disappearances are delayed 2 days. Very strange. They were not the only ones that had chosen this mission from the academy. Aside from them, there were 10 other teams that were currently headed to the town of Willowdale. The rewards for this mission were quite high, which included 10,000 merit points for each team member and 1,000 gold coins. The town was not that big, and the villagers were not that well off, so the compensation money was not much. In order to entice the students to take on this mission, the Academy decided to increase the merit points as well. Still, I don't think this mission is going to be easy, Conan said after eating his cookie. The Academy has also dispatched professors to deal with the disappearances, but all of them came back empty-handed. The only good news is that none of those who went there to investigate disappeared. Princess Ayla, who was about to give Conan another cookie, also found this strange. I think that whoever is responsible for the disappearances didn't want to provoke the Academy. They probably know that once a student or a professor disappears, the Academy will send enough manpower to flip the entire town upside down. Princess Eowyn nodded her head in agreement. The Academy is taking this mission seriously. They already dispatched 2 professors to accompany the students. It seems that they want to solve this mystery once and for all. Lilith only smiled as she listened to the conversation. As someone that was the embodiment of greed, stealing things was her specialty. This also included kidnapping people. Under Andraste's command, she would travel alongside elite Amazon warriors in order to kidnap talented young men to be brought back to their empire in order for them to spend a few days with her sister. Naturally, after a few days, the young men would be safely returned to their homes, loaded with gold coins and other treasures, given to them by the women whom they had embraced in the Amazon Empire. For Lilith, this was a walk in the park. As long as she activated her divinity, she would be able to catch the culprit without fail. A few hours later, the flying carriages finally arrived at their destination. The town mayor had already prepared accommodations for all of them. Although they weren't comparable to the comforts that they were used to in the Academy, the rooms given to them were clean and comfortable enough to stay in. Professor Garin, William's homeroom teacher, was one of the professors that had been tasked to supervise the mission. Since the 3 princesses in his class had taken the mission, the headmaster of the Academy ordered him to accompany them to ensure their safety. Although the Academy usually didn't give the members of the royal family special treatment, the current mission was sensitive. If one of the princesses were suddenly spirited away, Byron would have a hard time pacifying the members of their royal families. Since they had just arrived at the town, the professors as well as the students who had taken the mission decided to rest for the time being. They thought that since they had arrived at the town, whoever was responsible for the disappearances would stay their hands. But their expectations were broken the next day. As if to mock their arrival in Willowdale, the daughter of the town's mayor disappeared from under the same roof where the professors of Hestia Academy were staying. "Please, professors, find my daughter," the town mayor pleaded. "She is about to get married next month. Please, save her." Professor Garin did his best to assure the mayor that they would do their best to find her daughter. This was why, right after eating breakfast, the 10 teams alongside their professors immediately started their investigations, in the hope that they would find the culprit before the day was over. Lilith stood inside the bedroom of the mayor's daughter and used her divinity. She frowned when she sensed the remnants of spiritual magic inside the room. If not for her strong divinity, no one would be able to find these faint traces, which could help them find the culprit. "No one entered the room," Lilith said as the frown on her head deepened. "The victim walked out of her own accord. If I have to make a guess, she might have been under a hypnosis spell, or something similar to it." Lilith followed the traces and left the house along with her party members. Since this was a mission, she didn't plan to share her discovery with the other groups. Professor Garin followed behind the group and didn't interfere with their investigation. However, he was shocked that the Amazon princess had this trick up her sleeve. "It seems that the headmaster's words are right," Professor Garin thought. "We might be able to solve this mysterious case with Lilith's help." The traces led them a mile outside of the town into a nearby forest. What puzzled Lilith was that even though the mayor's daughter had snuck out of the house in the middle of the night, she had definitely exited the town through the main gate. Due to the disappearances that had been happening, the mayor had organized people to patrol the town in shifts to intimidate whoever was causing the disappearances. The main gate was also sufficiently manned, so it was impossible for anyone to exit the town without being discovered. If the mayor's daughter, Elena, really left through the main gate, wouldn't that make the guards that were stationed there either blind or completely incompetent? The traces stop here, Lilith announced. Everyone looked around their surroundings, but aside from trees, they didn't see anything unusual. The trees were covered in vines, but there was nothing unusual about them. They were regular vines that could be seen anywhere in a forest. All of the girls activated their unique skills meant for detection, but none of them found anything unusual except for Princess Ayla. As a life mage, she was able to detect life force. However, what she saw almost took her breath away. "Oh, so I've been found out." A playful, almost teasing voice reached their ears. Immediately, the forest around them became lively as the vines on the trees suddenly sprang to life. Kenneth, Lilith, Pearl, and Professor Garin immediately took a defensive formation with Princess Owen and Ayla at the center. Conan hovered above Ayla's head, holding his death scythe and looking at his surroundings vigilantly. "It's no use," Princess Ayla said. Her voice contained traces of disbelief, fear, and despair in them. "We need to run. Run? Perish the thought, my dear. All of you will become great additions to my collection." Several vines sprouted out of the ground and coiled themselves on everyone's legs and feet, preventing them from moving. Flowers bloomed on the vines above the trees, unleashing a pink spray. "Don't breathe it," Princess Eowyn shouted as she used a powerful gust of wind to blow away the smog that had almost covered their bodies. A chuckle erupted around them. Clearly, the one who was responsible for all of this was finding this scene quite entertaining. A second later, everyone felt a prickling pain in their legs. The vine that had wrapped around their legs suddenly grew thorns and injected some sort of substance in their bodies. Everyone knew that this was not a good sign, so they hurriedly unleashed their strongest attacks in order to break free. Lilith had used the artifact that she had taken from the Creator Empire and covered her body in red armor. Her battle prowess also jumped to the saint rank, and she immediately turned the vines around them into crystals, which shattered into fine dust. "Run! Our opponent is a myriad beast," Princess Ayla shouted. "We can't win." She had already detected the powerful life force hiding under the ground due to her ability, but it was already too late, and there was nothing she could do about it. When they heard the princess' words, everyone's expressions turned grim as they hurried towards the exit of the forest. "Surely, you don't expect to leave this forest under my watch, right?" A giant flower sprouted in front of them, and standing in its center was a beautiful lady with green hair and eyes. "A dryad," Professor Garin exclaimed. The elves were no stranger to dryads because they coexisted with these tree spirits in harmony. Since that was the case, Princess Eowyn decided to negotiate with her in order to get the beast to let them go. "Your Excellency, my name is Eowyn, and I am a princess of the elves living in the southern continent," Princess Eowyn said with the dignified voice of the royal family. "I think there is a misunderstanding. We are here to—" "I know why you're here." The dryad interrupted Eowyn's words and smiled seductively. "An elven princess? Truly, this is a lucky day. I do not have an elven princess in my collection. The gods must be giving me their blessings since they brought you to me." The dryad then glanced at Princess Ayla with great interest. "I am very confident in my ability to hide. This is the first time that someone has seen through my hiding place. It seems that you're no ordinary girl. I'm feeling a very pleasant magical power coming from you. I'm guessing that you're highly attuned to spirits or are blessed with a nature-type ability. I will definitely not let you go." Seeing that the dryad had no intention of letting them go, Princess Ayla finally found the courage to voice out her opinions. "Why?" Princess Ayla asked. "Why are you kidnapping people from the town? Aren't dryads supposed to be noble spirits? Why are you doing this?" The dryad giggled as if what she heard was the biggest joke she had heard in her lifetime. "Noble spirits? Sweetheart, it seems that you know nothing about dryads," the dryad replied. "It's in our nature to kidnap people. The men serve as fertilizer, and the women serve as seedbeds. Don't worry. I will personally take care of you and love you for a long time." Lilith was about to unleash her power in order to turn the myriad beast into an ice crystal when she suddenly collapsed on the ground. Princess Eowyn, Princess Ayla, Kenneth, and Garen followed suit as they also collapsed due to the toxin that had invaded their bodies. The Dryad smiled seductively because she knew that she had already won. As she was about to wrap the ladies and take them underground, several shields materialized in the air and stopped the vine's advance. "Oh, I missed a flying bug." The Dryad smiled sweetly. "You don't look tasty, so just die for me. Okay?" Conan ignored the Dryad's taunting and stood in front of everyone. "Iron Fortress!" Conan shouted. He knew that he couldn't possibly defeat the myriad beast, so he did the only thing that he could do, and that was to defend. Kenneth, Princess Ayla, Princess Eowyn, Lilith, Kenneth, and Garen were enclosed in a steel dome. After everyone had been safely stored inside his iron fortress, Conan flew towards the fortress and became one with it. "This is the first time I'm going to do this," Conan thought. "I hope it works." The Dryad frowned and lashed at the steel ball with a thorned whip, with the intention of breaking it apart, but the attacks only caused a deep dent to appear on its surface. Suddenly, the steel dome shook and started to grow metallic spikes on its surface. "I'm rolling!" Conan's mighty shout reverberated in the forest as the 3-meter-tall spiked ball started to roll away, destroying the trees in its path. The war cry was none other than Kasaganaga's signature battle cry before it wreaked destruction. The devil familiar knew that he wasn't good when it comes to offensive attacks, so it decided to imitate the rainbow-colored anteater's move in order to compensate for his lack of offensive prowess. The Dryad sneered as she followed the speeding wrecking ball that was spreading destruction in its wake. As a myriad beast that had roamed the central continent for many years, it was confident that this pitiful attempt to escape her would be in vain. Conan's desperate struggle amused the Dryad, but she knew that she must end the battle soon. Although she wasn't afraid of the students of Hestia Academy, it was indeed troublesome if they discovered her presence now. "I'll capture them first before I leave this forest," the Dryad thought. "Those girls are of a much higher quality compared to the townspeople. I'm sure that they will become the perfect seedbeds for my children." Elliot, who was seated on William's shoulder, suddenly looked to the south. Because of certain things, their departure had been delayed by a day. As they were about to leave the academy, Elliot felt that Conan was in some sort of predicament. Although it was just a passing feeling, the angelic familiar trusted his sixth sense because of the nature of his powers. "Will, I feel like Conan might be in trouble," Elliot said with a serious expression. "Since he is out of our communication range, he can't send us any messages. Can you talk to him telepathically and see if there's something wrong?" What Elliot didn't know was that William also felt that something was amiss. He didn't know what it was, but the feeling of uneasiness was starting to make him uncomfortable. His two familiars were born with a part of his soul, so he could vaguely sense their location, even if they were far away. This also allowed him to communicate with them anytime he wanted. William closed his eyes and used one of the skills of his Familiomancer job class to talk to Conan telepathically. "Conan, is everything Finn?" As soon as the connection connected, Conan's voice immediately reached William's ears. "Will, save us. A myriad beast is chasing us. Everyone is paralyzed. I am, ah." William's face immediately turned grim as he focused on Conan's location. A second later, a streak of lightning flew towards the south. William had used the power of his Prince of Thunder job class in order to travel to Conan's exact location at the speed of lighting. He could only use this skill twice a day, so he only used it in extreme instances. Elliot watched William go as he stood on top of a golden spear. The red-headed teenager had left Soleil in the academy, and tasked the angelic familiar to look after it. Back in the forest, Conan felt nauseous as he maneuvered the dented steel wrecking ball along the forest floor. Due to the Dryad's powerful attack, Conan's defensive dome was like a disfigured aluminum can that had been crushed. Finally, the steel dome broke apart after getting hit by the Dryad's thorn whip. The girls, Kenneth, as well as Professor Garen, rolled helplessly on the ground because they couldn't move their bodies. They hadn't lost consciousness, but they wished they had because just like Conan, All that rolling made them want to puke. "Playtime's over," the dryad said with a smile. "Although I enjoyed this little game of tag, it would be bad if others discovered us, no?" Conan gritted his teeth as he held his death's eye. He faced the dryad with a glare as his body glowed briefly. A second later, a boy with black hair stood on the place where Conan hovered earlier. Aside from the hairstyle and hair color, the boy looked exactly like William when he was 12 years old. Conan had unlocked 70% of his power, which allowed him to jump to the peak of the centennial rank. A centennial-ranked creature fighting against a myriad beast was a fruitless endeavor. Even so, Conan stood his ground. He was a defender, and it was his job to protect everyone. Regardless of how strong his opponent was, he couldn't back down. He wouldn't back down. "I, the great Conan, will not allow you to harm my friends," Conan shouted. "If you wish to get them, you will have to get past me first." A giggle escaped the dryad's lips as several vines sprouted from the ground. "Sounds simple enough?" The dryad smirked and hundreds of vines lashed towards the black-haired boy, whose eyes had started to glow red. "Too bad you're not human. If you were, I would definitely use your body as fertilizer for my children." Hundreds of shields materialized in the air, but all of them were torn apart by the vines as if they were merely pieces of paper. Conan slashed his death scythe left and right to block the vines that had made it past his defenses. The dryad only curled her lips on this futile endeavor. As Conan defended from the front, several vines burst out of the ground and wrapped around the girls' bodies, taking the devil familiar by surprise. "Naive child," Dryad said with a teasing tone. "Do you honestly believe that I will play with you all day? Didn't I tell you that playtime is over?" A dozen vines lashed out at Conan, who had his concentration broken due to the attack that the dryad had made on Kenneth and the girls. The myriad beast didn't hold back her attacks, and the young boy's body was almost ripped to shreds. The devil familiar flew several meters away and fell on the ground with a loud thud. He had been seriously injured, and blood flowed out of the injuries in his body. His left arm was severed, and deep gashes could be seen on his body. Blood also flowed out of his mouth, ears, and nose. "See, Conan," Princess Ayla said with hardship as she tried to reach out to the familiar who was several meters away from her. Conan's vision was slowly turning dark, but Princess Ayla's voice had woken him up from his stupor. "Don't worry. I am just taking a short rest," Conan replied as he forcefully rolled his body to the side. He used his remaining arm to try to prop himself up, as blood spilled from his wounds. The dryad shook her head helplessly as she lashed her whip out to pin the boy back to the ground. Conan coughed up blood due to the new injuries he received. He felt faint, and every part of his body was aching. He once again tried to prop himself up, but the whip lashed at him again. This time, it slammed against his body with more force, creating a 4-meter-wide crater. "Stop!" Ayla cried out as the dryad pummeled Conan's little body while giggling. The dryad shot her a sidelong glance as the corner of her lips curled up into a smile. She then wrapped the boy's body in her vines and held him in the air. Conan's body was bathed in blood. His legs and arm were bent in different angles, which showed that they had been broken. "Okay, let's tear this off first," the dryad said as she used the vines to tug on Conan's remaining arm. Conan cried out in pain as his arm was torn off from his body. "Stop it," Princess Ayla pleaded. The dryad paid no attention to her, and continued to toy with the familiar who was under her complete mercy. "Now the left leg," the dryad chuckled. "Off you go." Conan bit his lip until it bled. Tears streamed down his eyes as the pain racked his body. With a chuckle, the dryad pulled off his remaining leg, making Ayla tear up. She had seen worse things in the past, and yet, seeing it happen to a close friend of hers broke her heart. "In order to honor your futile efforts of protecting these people, I will remember your name," Dryad said as she pulled Conan's body close to her. "Conan, is it? Well, you can die knowing that you failed miserably to protect these people. Don't worry. I will take good care of the dryad hastily backed away as the vines that held Conan in place were hit by lightning bolts. The familiar's bloody body fell down, but a pair of strong arms caught him mid-air. "What took you so long?" Conan said softly. He could no longer see as the strength in his body slowly faded. William patted Conan's head as he held back the anger that was burning in his chest. "You did well. You protected everyone," William replied as he gazed at his familiar's body that was slowly turning into particles of light. "Great job, Conan." "Kiki. I am the great Conan. A myriad beast is nothing." A sigh of relief passed through Conan's lips as his entire body shattered in a shower of sparks. He had given everything he had, and he died knowing that everything was going to be fine. William looked at his empty hands before shifting his attention at the Dryad, who was looking back at him with contempt and ridicule. "Another wannabe hero?" The Dryad smiled sweetly. "A half-elf? I still don't have a half-elf in my collection. You will do quite nicely. Don't worry. I will give you lots of love." William didn't say anything and simply pulled something out of his ear. His eyes never left the Dryad's pretty face as the anger in his chest slowly rose to the surface. Not long after, a golden metallic staff that shone brightly in the sunlight appeared in his hand. "Are those your last words?" William asked as he looked at the Dryad in front of him. The golden staff in his hand gave a metallic hum as if to answer to the half-elf's raging heart. Right now, there was only one thing in William's mind, and that was to smash the Dryad's pretty face, until it turned into meat paste. The smile on the Dryad's face immediately stiffened after the half-elf in front of her released a terrifying aura. Earlier, she sensed that the newcomer's strength posed no threat to her. Very few individuals could threaten her because she was a very intelligent creature. If there was someone that far surpassed her level of strength, she would immediately migrate to another territory and lie low for a short time before resuming her activities. This was how she managed to reach the myriad rank in the span of just 100 years. Now, there was a creature in front of her that posed a threat to her existence, and the teasing expression on her face disappeared completely. "Take them away," William ordered. After giving out his order, a portal appeared behind him. Soglav, the demonic dog that had accompanied William for a long time, had finally entered the millennial rank. The demonic dog wasted no time and summoned dark whips to grab the paralyzed people on the ground. It made sure to knock them unconscious first, before taking them back to the Thousand Beast domain. William was planning to go all out, so he couldn't guarantee their safety. It would be best for them to sleep inside his domain until the battle was over. This would also prevent the Dryad from using them as hostages against him. "Sweep away all adversaries," William roared. "Rui Jingu Bang." The golden staff grew until it was over a dozen meters long and slammed towards the Dryad without showing any mercy. The Dryad stood in place, motionless even after the staff had smashed her body to pieces. The attack also created a big crater where the Dryad once stood. A kilometer away from the battlefield, a giant flower sprouted from the ground. The Dryad had used a substitute in order to fool her opponent into thinking that they had slain her. She was not a battle junkie, and always prioritized her safety above others. Over the years, she had created various substitutes inside the forest and the nearby surrounding areas. In times of danger, she would swap locations with these substitutes in order to escape from her stronger opponents. "I guess it is time for me to migrate to another territory," the Dryad thought. "Too bad. I was starting to like this place." Just as she was about to quietly leave, her instinct told her that death was right behind her back. A second later, a gigantic golden staff descended from the heavens and turned her body to meat paste. Deep inside a mountain not far from the forest, a giant flower appeared inside a cavern. The moment the flower bloomed, the Dryad collapsed on the ground and spat a mouthful of green blood. This was the hiding place that she had painstakingly prepared as a last resort. The moment she felt that danger was approaching her, she didn't hesitate and swapped with another substitute. However, this time, she wasn't able to leave unscathed and suffered internal injuries. "That brat! How dare he!" The Dryad cursed out loud as she wiped the green blood on her lips. "Just you wait. When I break through another realm, I'll come to find you and tear you to pieces." The Dryad was very irritated by the sudden turn of events. Earlier, she thought that it was her lucky day because several high-quality seedbeds had entered her domain. It was very rare for her to find ladies with powerful magical and spiritual energies that could be used as nurseries. The Dryad had grown stronger after absorbing the seeds that had matured inside their bodies. She would repeat the process over and over until the lady's magical and spiritual powers ran out. When the Dryad saw Princess Ayla, she felt a very strong life energy inside her body. If she were able to capture her, the Dryad would be able to acquire a vessel that could serve as a rechargeable battery. Unfortunately, a hindrance appeared and her initially good day had been completely ruined. Fortunately, I placed my mark on that girl's body, the Dryad muttered as she tried to calm herself. If an opportunity arises, I can just kidnap her and flee to a faraway place. The Dryad was about to leave the cavern when her body unconsciously shuddered. Right in front of her was a young man, with red hair, and a pair of glowing golden eyes that shone brightly in the darkness. "Sorry, but that won't be happening under my watch," William said. "How?" The Dryad couldn't believe that the person that had almost killed her twice was now standing in front of her. William sneered as he pointed the staff in her direction. Immediately, a burst of light emitted from the tip of the staff. "Grand bazooka!" William roared, and a powerful explosion shook the entire mountain. William had ordered Optimus to place a tracker on the Dryad's body as soon as he arrived at his destination. The system had warned him that Dryads were experts in running away, so it was best to place a tracker on them to ensure that they couldn't escape their pursuit. "She sure is good at escaping," William sneered as he fused with the golden staff in his hand. Not long after, the golden staff pierced through the mountain and headed towards the direction of the forest, where the Dryad originally stayed. As he neared his next destination, a giant flower that was over 30 meters tall shone brightly in the center of the forest. William canceled his weapon fusion and stared at the giant flower. The energy levels that were being radiated by it were slowly climbing up to the middle stages of the myriad rank. Soon after the flower had appeared, it opened and revealed the monster within it. "Tired of running away?" William taunted the Dryad, whose face was no longer pretty. "I'll kill you," the Dryad shouted. Her body was now over 20 meters tall, and her face was laced with thorns, just like a cactus. Several flowers grew out of her body. Inside each of them was one of the young women that she had captured ever since she had arrived in the territory. She knew that she was no match for William at her current level, so she decided to go all out and burn some of her life essence, which would temporarily boost her strength to the peak of the myriad rank. Although she would be greatly weakened afterwards, she still decided to take this risk. The Dryad knew that William wouldn't stop until one of them was dead, so she decided to go all out against him. For the first time, a grim expression appeared on William's face. He was confident that he would be able to kill the Dryad, but she was currently using hostages against him. If he disregarded the life of others, this battle would end in his victory. However, he still hesitated about whether he should sacrifice the townspeople to kill the Dryad in front of him or not. There was also the issue of the duration of his heroic avatar. If possible, he wanted to end the battle before it ran out. Seeing that her plan had worked, the Dryad immediately launched a series of long-range attacks at the half-elf who was hovering in the sky. Several flower vines released acid sprays in William's direction, forcing William to put more distance between himself and the Dryad. The entire forest was like a sea of green snakes that wiggled non-stop. The beasts that resided in it had started to flee, but the Dryad had other plans for them. The countless vines in the forest captured these beasts and devoured them, sending nourishment to the Dryad whose powers were still constantly rising. Firming his resolve, William once again pointed his staff towards the forest and unleashed another grand bazooka. The Dryad shrieked in pain as the entirety of the forest erupted in a sea of flames. William fired several more grand bazookas, with the intention of burning the entire forest. He knew that fighting a Dryad inside her home turf would pose difficulties to him. Also, he was still frantically figuring out ways he could save the girls from the Dryad's body. The dryad forcefully used her magical power to extinguish the flames around her. It didn't take long before the raging flames died out, but the entire area was surrounded by thick smoke, reducing the visibility of the surroundings. This was not a problem for William because he could use the ability of the Monkey King, fiery golden eyes, that could see evil in any form. Just as soon as William activated this ability, he saw tens of thousands of vines headed in his direction, from the center of the smoke-filled battlefield. Instead of backing away, William charged at the countless thorny vines that were out to shred his body to pieces. He then activated one of the skills of his Elemental Archon job class, which was Blaze Wing Tempest. William's body momentarily transformed into a phoenix and burned everything in his path. The system had given him advice on how to deal with the dryad. However, even Optimus conceded that it was not certain whether this idea would work or not. Still, William decided to do it. He understood that the dryad had no intention of letting her victims go, so he decided to take a gamble. The myriad beast unleashed a barrage of acid sprays, poison sprays, vines, and energy blasts towards the phoenix that was headed in its direction. When William charged as the phoenix, he also merged with Rui Jingu Bang as a way to ignore most of the attacks that were headed in his direction. As William dodged the relentless assault against him, the flames of the phoenix started to change color. Earlier, his entire body was blazing in fiery red. Now, streaks of white flames were slowly spreading on his body. William had coated the phoenix's body with the flames of purification with the intention of burning the dryad's body with it. Although he and Optimus didn't know if this plan would work, they had no choice but to do it. The duration of the heroic avatar was nearing its end, so they could only try this method once. Blaze Wing Tempest. William once again activated the skill, and the flames on the phoenix's body burned with more intensity. The acid sprays, vines, and poison sprays burned in a fiery blaze as they neared the purifying flames. However, the energy attacks were unaffected by it. Fortunately, William's body had merged with a legendary weapon, so the damage he received was minimal. "No!" the dryad cried out loud as she used the flowers that housed the women as a shield, with the hope that William would cancel his terrifying attack. William hardened his heart as he broke past the dryad's last attempt to save her life. A powerful explosion erupted, and it blew away the smoke that lingered over the forest. Before her entire body was engulfed by purifying flames, the dryad glared at William, who had appeared a few meters in front of her face. "Curse you, half-elf." Her gaze contained fury, unwillingness, and regret. If only the half-elf hadn't appeared, her dreams of stepping into the demigod realm might have become a reality after a few years. Unfortunately, there was no if. The next time you reincarnate, make sure to live a better life. Also, do not make me your enemy. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate. That was the last thing that the dryad heard before her anger, her body, and dreams burned to ashes. Several miles away from the battlefield, a small flower bloomed at the base of a tree. Its petals had a pinkish flower, and it looked very beautiful. After burning the dryad's entire body, William's mark had also disappeared alongside it. With that said, he thought that the dryad had finally died, and her threat had ended. He was only half right. Currently, the beautiful flower was just an ordinary flower. It would take several years before it once again evolved and transformed into a plant-type creature, whose rank would be the lowest on the food chain. Even so, it would retain the memories that it had in its past life. Because of this advantage, it would rapidly grow in strength and reach its former glory after several decades. "At least, that is what you thought would happen, right?" Elliot said as he hovered above the beautiful flower. His usual carefree attitude, and the permanent smile that was always plastered on his face could not be seen at this time. Instead, a chilling gaze filled with killing intent landed on the beautiful flower. Perhaps it was due to Elliot's gaze, or maybe a breeze passed by it, but the flower's body started to shake. "You messed with the wrong person." Elliot sneered as he pointed at the flower. "You shouldn't have done that to Conan." A crisp, sizzling sound erupted from Elliot's fingertip as he blasted the flower with a lightning bolt. The flower was burnt to a crisp, and its ashes flew in the wind, never to be seen or heard from ever again. Yes, everyone is safe, William said via telepathy. The gem on his chest glowed softly as he communicated with Ash, who was still at the academy, waiting for him. Take everyone to the location of the dungeon, and bring Soleil with you. I will be there after I finish my business here. Understood. We'll wait for you at the dungeon of the Horde, Ash replied. After a few more words of assurances, William ended the long-distance communication and looked around him. The entire forest was gone, replaced by a giant crater and scorched earth that extended for over a mile. In the future, this area will become a lake and give birth to new life, William thought. I better return these girls back to their villages, but first I need to ask Charmaine and the others to give them some clothes. When William used the flames of purification to burn the dryad, he hoped that the flames wouldn't hurt the townspeople. Fortunately, his fears didn't come to pass and all the girls had been saved. It was quite unfortunate that the men had all been killed by the dryad to use as fertilizer, so there was nothing that William could do about it. He just hoped that after this incident, the town of Willowdale still had the strength to be able to move on. You there. You're a student from the academy, right? A woman who seemed to be in her early 30s asked from a distance. William recognized her because she was one of his teachers in the academy. The pretty woman with long brown hair was one of the combat instructors in Hestia Academy, Professor Megan. She was tasked to supervise the students on this mission, alongside Professor Garin, and ensure their safety. Since a professor had already accompanied Princess Yoan's group, Professor Megan accompanied the others in search of the clues for the latest disappearance. The moment she felt a powerful fluctuation in the distance, she immediately ordered the students to return to the town, while she went to investigate. When she arrived at the scene, she was immediately shocked at the battle that unfolded. Professor Megan saw William fight against a myriad beast until the battle was concluded, and she still couldn't believe what she saw. If not for the fact that she recognized William's robe, that marked him as a student in Hestia Academy, she might have thought that he was one of the hidden saints that was under their headmaster's personal command. Professor Megan. William nodded his head in greeting. Can you please send some people to help these ladies? They are very weak and unable to stand on their own. They are in dire need of rejuvenation potions to help their recovery. You understood, Professor Megan replied. I'll go back to the town and ask our students and the townspeople that we have located the missing people. Please, watch over them until I return. Professor Megan didn't even wait for William's reply as she left the scene in haste. Since she was a martial master, it wouldn't take her a long time to reach the town and get some help. Optimus, are you sure that she wasn't able to escape during our last clash? William asked. The marker that I placed on her body disappeared completely after the explosion. Although I am not 100% certain, the probability of the Dryad surviving that attack is very low. William sighed in relief because the Dryad was a very troublesome enemy. Her ability to escape by swapping her main body with a substitute was quite annoying. Without the system's help, their target might have escaped somewhere else and continued to terrorize innocents after lying low for a while. Now, I just have to deal with the unconscious people in my domain, William thought. I'll just wait for Professor Megan to arrive before I deal with them. When Princess Ayla opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a bed in the room that she had slept in the day before. Magic crystals illuminated the room, and the darkness outside her window told her that it was night time. She was still half asleep, and the gears in her head had just started to turn. The myriad beast's poison had a very strong paralyzing effect and a weakening effect on its victims. This deadly combination prevented the Dryad's prey from ever mounting a resistance against her, as she slowly absorbed her victims inside her body. A minute later, the images of what transpired flashed in her memories. All the drowsiness in her head disappeared when she remembered the bloody scene that broke her heart. Conan! Princess Ayla immediately tried to get out of bed, but her legs collapsed under her. Just as her body was about to hit the floor, a powerful breeze swept under her, catching her in place. It's good to see that you are awake already, William said as he stood on the doorway, carrying a tray of food. Sorry for not knocking, but I heard you shout Conan's name when I was about to knock on the door. I thought that something had happened, so I opened it without permission. Are you all right, Ayla? William moved his hand and Ayla floated back on the bed. Sir William, what happened to Conan? Princess Ayla inquired. William could sense the anxiousness in her voice, so he decided to tell her the truth. Conan died, William answered. However, after seeing Ayla's broken-hearted expression, he hurriedly continued his explanation. But you don't have to worry. He just needs to rest for a bit, then I can summon him again before noon tomorrow. Are you telling me the truth? Yes. So wipe those tears on your face. Conan will be sad if he heard that you spent the night crying because of him. William was truly surprised by Princess Ayla's concern for Conan. He never thought that he would see someone react that way to the little devil's death. You found a good friend, Conan, William thought as he placed the tray of food on the table. He then grabbed a chair and placed it beside Ayla's bed in order to check her condition. Have you run a diagnostic spell on your body? William inquired. I did it while you were sleeping, but I didn't find anything wrong. I think it is best that you check your body first, and tell me if something seems amiss. After William's reminder, Princess Ayla closed her eyes and her body glowed briefly. Several minutes passed before a sigh escaped her lips. Aside from feeling a bit lethargic, everything is fine, Princess Ayla replied. This must be the after effects of the Dryad's poison. William nodded. Optimus and him had come to the same conclusion. Princess Yoan, Lilith, Kenneth, Pearl, and Professor Garen were in the same boat, but all they needed was rest to completely recover. After finishing her diagnostic scan of her own body, Princess Ayla stared at William with a confused expression on her face. Sir William, why are you here? Princess Ayla asked. Aren't you supposed to head to the dungeon of the Horde? Did you change your mind and choose the same mission we did? Princess Ayla was aware of the mission that William had chosen for the Academy's quarterly exam. The dungeon he was planning to challenge was 3 days away from the Academy by flying carriage, and was in the opposite direction of their mission. She found it strange that the half-elf had suddenly appeared in Willowdale, just in time to save all of them from harm. I am not saying that I am not grateful that you appeared to save us. Princess Ayla panicked when she realized that she was interrogating their savior. I am really thankful, but could you have arrived earlier? If so, Conan might not have suffered so much. The corner of William's lips twitched because he could sense the traces of complaint in Princess Ayla's tone. Even so, he also wished that he could have arrived earlier. If he did, then his little devil wouldn't have had to suffer like he did. Eat first, William said as he took the tray from the table and placed it on her lap. You will need to regain your strength before I summon Conan tomorrow. Princess Ayla nodded her head. Deep inside she was feeling guilty and ashamed. She didn't know what came over her, and said those things to William. She was about to apologize, but William shook his head as he pointed at the food on the tray. Eat. If you don't, I'll tell Conan that you are not taking care of yourself. Sir William, you're a bully, aren't you? William rolled his eyes at the princess who was slandering his good name. After the princess finished eating, William left the room and sighed. He remembered what Optimus had said about Conan's state when they arrived, and he hoped that the system had just made a mistake. I'll know when morning comes. William once again sighed internally. Conan, you really did your best. I just hope that you will not take a gamble like this again in the future. Even if familiars died, they could easily be summoned again after a 24-hour cooldown. Just like the Angry Birds, they could resurrect over and over again. However, there was an exemption. If the familiar used 100% of its true power, they would gain great strength, but after that power faded, they would die permanently. Even Chloe would only use 70% of her powers during battles, and would not exceed that mark. Unfortunately, Conan had crossed that line. Although he didn't use 100% of his powers, according to the system, he had used 80%. This was the thing that worried William. He hoped that his honest and straightforward familiar would not suffer any kind of extreme backlash from going past his limit when he summoned him the next day. What did you say? A myriad beast appeared in Willowdale? The headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron, couldn't believe the report he had received from Professor Garin and Professor Megan. The two were talking to him using communication crystals that exclusively belonged to the professors of the academy. "Tell me everything that you know," Byron ordered. "Make sure not to miss anything." He almost had a heart attack after hearing the professor's emergency communication in the middle of the night. A myriad beast appearing in one of their students' missions was a disastrous thing. Byron immediately became worried because several high-profile students had been involved in the incident. Fortunately, William had arrived and prevented the incident from escalating. After hearing this piece of good news, Byron felt that the great pressure on his shoulders had suddenly disappeared. He was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after knowing that the members of the academy hadn't suffered any casualties during their expedition. "Fine. I will no longer trouble you with what you did on Antilia Island," Byron thought as he listened to the rest of the two professors' report. After a few minutes, Byron ordered them to all remain in the town while he sent the Academy's special forces to check the current situation. These elites would also serve as the students' escort when they returned to the Academy. The next day, "Sir William, please?" Princess Ayla looked at William with a pleading gaze. The half-elf nodded his head as he summoned Conan. A magic circle appeared in the air and the little devil appeared in front of them. A smile appeared on Princess Ayla's face, but it didn't last long because she noticed that something was wrong. As soon as Conan was summoned, the familiar fell down from the magic circle. William had already prepared himself for something like this to happen, so he was able to catch Conan before he fell on the floor. "Conan?" William asked as he took a closer look at the devil familiar, who had his eyes closed. Conan's eyes fluttered before slowly opening. "Oh, good morning, Will and Ayla," Conan said weakly. His face was very pale, and it was obvious that it took him great effort to speak. I'm still a bit tired from yesterday. Can I sleep a little more?" William frowned as he used a diagnostic spell on Conan, who was resting on the palms of his hands. The devil familiar could barely keep his eyes open and soon lost consciousness. It was not only William who was checking Conan's current condition. Princess Ayla's eyes glowed in a purplish hue as she examined her friend's condition. "Will, Conan's parameters are dangerously low. His life hangs in the balance, so I highly recommend that you give him a powerful rejuvenation potion. After that, sprinkle a bottle of lesser restoration on his body to help stabilize his condition. Get me the best rejuvenation potion from the god shop," William ordered. His heart shuddered when he saw Conan's current condition. Conan's life force was like the flame of a candle, swaying in the wind, a flame that could disappear at any time. This realization had made him very anxious, so he hurriedly asked Optimus to give him the best rejuvenation that was available. Princess Ayla also noticed how dire Conan's condition was. If not for William giving her a stern glare, she might have already grabbed Conan from his hand and used her life magic to forcefully help him recover. "Calm down," William said with a serious expression on his face. He tried to keep his voice from shaking because he knew that the princess in front of her was starting to panic, just like him. At that moment, a small bottle of rejuvenation potion materialized in front of Princess Ayla. "Let him drink it," William ordered. "Do it slowly." Princess Ayla nodded and gently poured the contents of the small bottle on Conan's lips. She did it in intervals so that Conan would not choke. Finally, after a few minutes, the bottle had been emptied. Next, a vial of lesser restoration materialized over Conan's body. Princess Ayla grabbed it and gently poured its contents over Conan's body. The familiar's body glowed faintly as the two potions did their work. However, William was still not feeling secured, so he switched his job class to Life Mage and used Healing Wind to help speed up Conan's recovery. Princess Ayla also did the same as she cast a healing spell on Conan. The two of them did this several times until the paleness in Conan's expression disappeared. They spent half an hour trying to stabilize Conan's condition. Only when Optimus could inform William that Conan's life was no longer in danger did William stop Ayla from continuing to use healing magic on the unconscious little devil in his hand. "He's no longer in danger," William said with a sigh of relief. "Can you look after him for a while, Ayla? I still have things to do." Princess Ayla nodded her head as William used a gentle breeze to lift Conan's body and place him in the princess' palms. According to Optimus, Conan would recover faster if he stayed with Princess Ayla. Her body was rich in life energy, and it would greatly speed up the familiar's recovery. Just as William was about to leave the room, a knock was heard on the door. He then exchanged a glance with Princess Ayla before opening it. "Professor Garin told me to inform you that we will be returning to the academy in an hour," Kenneth said. "If you are finished with your preparations, please go to the flying carriage parked outside the mayor's residence." "Okay." William nodded before turning around to look at Princess Ayla. "Can you look after him for me? Conan only needs a few days of rest. After that, he should be fully recovered." Princess Ayla nodded. "You can count on me, Sir William. I'll make sure that no harm comes to Conan." "Good. I still need to finish my mission, so I'll be taking my leave," William stated before leaving the room. "Kenneth, tell the professors that I'll be going to finish my own mission. I will not be returning with you guys to the academy." "Okay." Kenneth gave William a brief nod before stepping aside to let him pass. William walked into the hallway with a serious expression on his face. After making a right turn, he vanished, leaving no traces of his departure. A few seconds later, William reappeared inside a room holding Soleil in his right hand. "How is he?" A voice filled with concern asked William from his left side. "His life is no longer in danger," William replied as he turned to look at Elliot, who was hovering beside him. "Ayla is currently taking care of him. He will recover faster by her side." The angelic familiar patted his chest as he breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried about his twin, and he had been awake throughout the night, trying to discern his condition. However, Elliot's clairvoyance was an ability that he couldn't control. It could let him see glimpses of the future at random times, but he couldn't use it to target specific persons. William gently patted Elliot's shoulder with his finger as he faced his wives, who were looking at him with concern. "Let's go," William said softly. "Let's clear this dungeon." In order to strengthen his familiars and get to that next stage, William would need to acquire the dungeon core essence needed to upgrade his Familimancer job class and further strengthen his familiars. William hoped that once he had reached the highest level limit of his prestige class, his familiars would not have the need to gamble with their lives ever again. Dungeon of the Horde. This was a dungeon that was on the outskirts of the empire that was ruled by the Amazons' Ares Empire. This was why William had kept his destination a secret from a certain Amazon princess. He knew that once Lilith became aware of his dungeon expedition, she would immediately inform her mother to send some people to try and capture William as he dove into the dungeon. William wasn't afraid of a bunch of Amazon warriors who were planning to kidnap him. However, in order to prevent variables from getting in his way, he decided to keep his destination a secret. The Dungeon of the Horde was the stronghold of the orcs. They were a savage, humanoid race that possessed strength that far surpassed ordinary humans. This race in particular liked battles. They specialized in group warfare, and their brutish attacks against all the other races had earned them the moniker Warmongers. Because of this, no one dared to build any towns, cities, or any kinds of settlement within a 10-mile radius of their territory. However, these same savage orcs were now running for their lives, as a horde of monsters invaded their domain. "Don't run. We are your friends," B1 shouted as the lollipops in its claws shot multiple magic missiles at the retreating orcs. Although one magic missile was not enough to kill them, it was strong enough to blast them away and give them serious injuries. "B1 sure is enjoying himself," Chiffon said as she jogged while holding bacon in her hands. "Right?" Ian agreed as she jogged beside William. "B1 seems to be venting out his frustration on the orcs. I wonder why." Ian then glanced at William, who was running beside them, while carrying Princess Sydney in his arms. The princess wasn't a warrior, so her stamina when it came to running wasn't the best. Because of this, William decided to carry her as they did a speed run inside the dungeon. Their goal was not to kill every monster they saw, but to get to the 70th floor as soon as possible. With Elliot, Zhu, Sha, B1, and B2 leading the charge to scare the monsters, their progress had increased significantly. Right now, they were on the 30th floor of the dungeon. The adventurers, mercenaries, and even students of Hestia Academy who had seen William's group were dumbfounded by the strategy that they were using. William and the rest would only fight when they arrived at boss floors. On regular floors, they would just fight when a battle was unavoidable, but due to their current strength, the battles ended right away. Compared to the dungeon of Atlantis, the dungeon of the Horde was nothing. It didn't take long before their group arrived at the 50th floor. William only stood off to the side as his party faced the Orc Chieftain and its minions. The Orc Chieftain was a millennial-ranked beast, and it was guarded by 4 centennial-ranked Orc warriors. In the past, William would certainly choose to run away from such powerful monsters. Now, he could easily defeat them with the current power he possessed. Right now, he wanted his wives to get used to fighting against strong monsters, in preparation for the future. Chiffon and Ian had already experienced fighting against strong enemies, but Princess Sydney was not as proficient as them in battle. Because of this, William decided to let her fight alongside the others, so that she wouldn't overly rely on Morgana when her life was in danger. The beautiful succubus floated in the air as she hurled purple fireballs at the Orc warriors. Although her attacks were a bit clumsy, she was slowly getting used to fighting while using her succubus powers. "Are you sure that they don't need any help?" Zhu inquired as he rubbed his chin. "Chiffon and Ian are able to fight the Orc warriors, but Sydney is having a hard time controlling her powers." "No need," William replied. "She will get the hang of it in time." Shah, who had his arms crossed over his chest, nodded his head. "Great things start from small beginnings. Even so, this brings me back when we were still in the Celestial Army. Usually, when monsters would wreak havoc on mankind, the Jade Emperor would send us on expeditions to clear them out. The majority of the beasts we encountered were led by centennial and millennial-ranked creatures. They were quite troublesome since they numbered in the thousands. While the 3 were discussing the expeditions of the Celestial Army, Chiffon and Ian had just defeated their opponents. Princess Sydney, on the other hand, was still fighting against the Orc warrior assigned to her. "You can do it, Sydney," Chiffon cheered. "Beat that Orc warrior." Ian supported her friend as well. Princess Sydney redoubled her efforts as she channeled her energy and fired a barrage of fireballs at the Orc, giving it no chance to evade. Half a minute later, the charred body of the Orc warrior finally fell. Princess Sydney landed on the ground and panted. She had long been used to giving orders to others, so her physical prowess was not her strong point. The only time her physical prowess shone through was during her night battles with William. "Good job to the 3 of you," William said as he approached his wives. "Do you girls still have the strength to fight against that millennial beast over there?" William pointed at the Orc chieftain who was roaring in anger at the annoying creatures that were toying around with it. "Yes," Chiffon said as she unequipped her devourer's gauntlets. This time a brilliant flash of light appeared and the Smasher of Thousands appeared in her hands. "Let's go, Sharer," Chiffon stated as she ran towards the Orc chieftain. "Leave it to me," Sharer replied. "I'll smash that Orc to oblivion." Ian summoned her sword whip and ran after Chiffon. She also wanted to challenge the Orc chieftain and see how she fared against millennial beasts. William chuckled as he patted Princess Sydney's shoulder. "How about you? Are you ready for round 2? Princess Sydney rolled her eyes before flapping her bat-like wings to join the fray. She had heard about what happened to Princess Owen, Lilith, Princess Ayla, Kenneth, and Pearl. If possible, she didn't want to become a helpless damsel in distress and be saved every time she was in danger. Just like the others, the Princess of Frisia also wanted to fight alongside William. Because of this, she decided to participate in the dungeon expedition in order to get used to fighting against strong monsters. Although she didn't mind always being saved by William, she didn't want to become a burden to him, especially when it came to critical moments. A few minutes later, the dying shriek of the Orc chieftain resounded inside the boss room. After getting the treasure chests and beast cores, the group once again continued their descent to the lower floors of the dungeon. Their target was the 70th floor, and according to William's estimates, It would still take them a day before they fully conquered the dungeon that held great importance to the Familiomancer's job advancement. Muspelheim was the land of the fire demons, giants, and other sinister monsters, whose fiery temperament had led to the destruction of many worlds in the multiverse. They were the world destroyers that were led by one of the gods of destruction, Searcher. Currently, this frightening being was bathing in lava inside the giant volcano that was located in the center of the planet. Your Excellency, the battle that is being waged on the world of Fuma is about to come to an end, a fire demon who was 4 meters tall said in a respectful tone. Our warriors are victorious and have successfully destroyed the world core. The planet has started to collapse on itself, and it is only a matter of time before all life inside it will be given eternal rest. Good, Surtur replied. Any news about the expedition teams that we dispatched to the other worlds? To answer Excellency's question, all 3,000 exploration groups have long departed Muspelheim and Jotunheim. The majority of them have already arrived at the worlds that were assigned to them and are currently battling against the denizens of those worlds. The fire demon lowered its head. Some of them had activated their destroyer beacons to ask for assistance. How many? Around 330, Your Excellency. Searcher stood up from the lava and walked out of the crater of the volcano. He then grabbed his helmet and donned his armor. Raising his hand, a giant flaming sword appeared, immolating Searcher's body in a cloak of flames. Tell my destroyer legion to prepare for an invasion, Searcher ordered. The fire demon bowed his head before leaving the scene. Searcher took giant strides as he headed towards the direction of the Void Gate. As the god of destruction, his sole purpose was to destroy worlds. I just hope that these resisting worlds will entertain me, Searcher muttered as he looked at the giant gate that would lead him to the worlds that were resisting their invasion. Soon, the sounds of battle horns reached his ears. Searcher allowed a chuckle to escape his lips as he turned around to see his mighty army. Billions of giants, fire demons, trolls, and other monsters roared in unison. With just a glance, Searcher could see the excitement on their faces. To war! Searcher roared. To war! With a domineering laugh filled with confidence, the god of destruction stepped into the Void Gate. Not long after, the army of world destroyers followed suit. Within the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, the Jade Emperor shook his head. Another world is about to be destroyed, the Jade Emperor said as he sighed in his heart. I pity those who will come face to face with this army. With Searcher personally leading them, all hope is lost. What do you think? The Emperor of the Celestial Realm glanced at the Monkey King who was busy picking his nose. I think they should take a vacation, Sun Wukong said after flicking the filth in his hand away, which landed on the Jade Emperor's wine cup. The corner of the Jade Emperor's lips twitched when he saw what had transpired. He then raised his hand and ordered his steward to replace the cup that had been soiled by the Monkey King's lack of manners. Okay, let's set aside those world destroyers for the time being, the Jade Emperor stated. Tell me, what is your excuse for taking Zhu and Sha to that boy's world? Excuse? What are you talking about? Are you playing dumb with me? I am asking you why you agreed to help Zhu and Sha. You already know that I plan to let them reincarnate in a better world, and not a world that is about to be destroyed. The Jade Emperor slammed his fist on the armrest of his throne. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and lightning flashed in the sky. Clearly, he was very displeased by Sun Wukong's meddlesome actions, which had ruined his plan for his 2 loyal subordinates. Sun Wukong was unfazed by the Jade Emperor's actions. He didn't fear anyone, even if that person was one of the strongest gods in existence. Have you heard of that famous saying, man proposes, God disposes? Sun Wukong asked back in a teasing tone. This saying means that mortals can make any plans they want, but it's God that decides their success or failure. The Monkey King lazily laid on his back as he took out one of the peaches that were in his pocket. He then rubbed it on his robe before blowing at it. If mortals knew that the gods whom they prayed to were not omnipotent, I wonder what they would think. Sun Wukong eyed the Jade Emperor before taking a bite at the peach in his hand. We are omnipotent. Yeah? Then if you are omnipotent, Why can't you prevent me from smuggling 2 demons to a world that is about to be destroyed? Doesn't this contradict your statement? The Jade Emperor snorted. You took advantage of the fact that I was handling important business when you smuggled the 2 of them to that world. Which proved my case. You are not omnipotent. Sophism. The Monkey King chuckled as he took another bite on the peach in his hand. Sophism? I call this incompetence. Do you really think of gods as perfect beings? Yes. The Monkey King snorted and pointed at the god of Lullicons who was currently running away from the FBI god. You call that a perfect being? Sun Wukong sneered. The Jade Emperor lightly cleared his throat. New generation gods are not included in this discussion. They're a bunch of, you know? I don't. Sun Wukong shook his head. He then stood up and started to walk away from the Jade Palace. I guess it is about time for you to reevaluate yourself and make your stance on this matter. Don't think you can fool anyone with what you are trying to do in the background. Sun Wukong somersaulted in the air and disappeared. However, the mocking words that followed echoed across the sky, reaching the Jade Emperor who was seated on his heavenly throne. Most of the things worth doing in the world have been declared impossible before they were done. People who say it cannot be done should just roll over to the side and not interrupt those who are doing it. The Jade Emperor shook his head as if to ignore the Monkey King's words. Stupid monkey, the Jade Emperor muttered. There was a hint of sadness on his face as he gazed in the world that was about to meet its end. Who said that I didn't try? Several days passed, and the students of Hestia Academy were busy doing quest after quest in order to raise their evaluation before the assessment test was over. Of course, there were a few exceptions to this rule. Princess Yoan, Princess Ayla, Lilith, Kenneth, and Pearl were put under house arrest. The headmaster had told them that there was no need for them to do any missions because the Myriad Beast incident was already enough for all of them to pass the evaluation. Although Princess Yoan didn't mind accepting the headmaster's decision, Lilith argued that she didn't do anything of merit when the Myriad Beast exposed itself. In fact, the Amazon princess insisted that they were saved by William, so their mission didn't count. However, her attitude did a 180-degree turn when the headmaster gave her 100,000 merit points as compensation. She even praised the headmaster for being wise before going to the Academy's exchange department to cash out her merit points and purchase some of the unique equipment and artifacts that were stored in the Academy's treasury. Inside the girls' dormitory, Claire was looking at Conan, who was sleeping on a cushy pillow inside Princess Ayla's room. The little devil had been sleeping for several days already, but Claire knew that his life wasn't in danger. Princess Ayla had made sure to inject his body with life magic on a regular basis to hasten his recovery. When Claire heard the news about Conan's incident, she immediately went to see the devil familiar to confirm for herself if the news were true or not. As a progenitor familiar, Claire was able to detect the abnormalities that had happened in Conan's body. She had seen this before once, when Chloe stupidly went past her 70% limit during her fight against the strongest demigod of Hestia, Tarask. As Claire watched over the sleeping Conan, the door of the room opened and Princess Ayla appeared, carrying a small bottle in her hand. It was a rejuvenation potion that she had exchanged some of the merit points she had received from their mission for. His condition is already stable, Claire said. You don't have to use that rejuvenation potion on him. Even if you did, he would still remain unconscious for a few more days. Princess Ayla frowned, but she still opened the cork of the rejuvenation potion and gently placed it over Conan's lips. Claire sighed, but she didn't keep the angelic-looking lady from taking action on her desire to help Conan recover faster. Only when the bottle was emptied did Claire move towards Conan and placed her hand over his chest. She was checking to see if there were any changes. Princess Ayla did the same, and for a few minutes, silence descended inside the room. Suddenly, Claire looked up at Princess Ayla. Their gazes met and the corner of Claire's lips curled up into a smile. What is your relationship with him? Claire asked. Conan is my best friend, Princess Ayla replied. How about you? What is your relationship with him? I am his. Claire pondered for a brief moment before finishing her sentence. I am his good friend. The two ladies eyed each other before coming to an understanding. I see. So, you are just his friend, right? A friend. Just like you. Suddenly, a soft sigh escaped Conan's lips. One of the fingers in his hand twitched, and this movement caught Princess Ayla and Claire's attention. The little devil's eyes started to flutter, but it soon returned to its normal state. Soon, the breathing of a deep sleeper reached the two ladies' ears. A trace of disappointment appeared on their faces because they thought that Conan was about to wake up. Sadly, the familiar was still in deep sleep and seemed to be dreaming about something. This was the conclusion the two ladies had because Conan would mutter things from time to time, but his words were either too low or too jumbled to be understood. They had already done what they could. Now, the only thing that they had to do was wait. High above the Kirantar Mountains. Your Excellency, are you leaving already? Takam asked. Ella nodded her head. Yes, the threat has been dealt with, and our world is safe for the time being. I plan to go to the central continent to reunite with William. Then, is there something else that I can do for you? No, but please prepare for what is to come in the future. We need all the help we can get. Takam nodded his head in understanding. Understood. I will do my best. Ella smiled and walked down the Kirantar Mountains along with the members of the Angorian War Sovereign. Although she said that she planned to go to the central continent to see William, she still needed to meet up with a few people before going on her journey to reunite with William. Her first stop would be to visit Lant. After that, she would go and see Wendy and Est. She had long recognized them as William's lovers, so she thought that it was necessary to tell them a few things about what would happen in the future. I haven't been keeping track of how many lovers William has at the moment, Ella thought. So there is Wendy, Est, Ash, and that princess from Frisia. That makes it 4 out of 9. It has been several months since I've seen him. Is it possible that the number of his wife candidates has increased? A rare pouting expression appeared on Ella's face as she thought of the red-headed teenager who was far away from her reach. Well, I'll find out soon enough, Ella thought as she led the way down the Kirantar Mountains. The pout on her face disappeared and was replaced by a mischievous smile. I wonder how he will react when he sees me? Ella mused. Maybe it's still too early. I guess I'll stay in my former form when I meet him. It will not be too late to let him see my true form after I assess the situation. The goats following behind her were also thinking of the same thing. They had been with William since they were born, and they were also excited to show him their evolved forms. Takam watched them go from on top of his castle and sighed internally. Uncertainty is the most stressful thing, Takam thought. Still, the only thing that is certain is that nothing is certain. Perhaps a miracle will happen. The demigod of the Kirantar Mountains shook his head as he returned inside his castle. He knew that thinking of the future was useless, for it would come soon enough. 63rd floor dungeon of the Horde. Everyone rest for a while. A tall lady with tan skin said with a smile. We will resume our dungeon exploration in 3 hours and head to the 64th floor. The tall lady's name was Millis. She was the leader of the adventurer party known as Crimson Rose. She was one of the best warriors of the Ares Empire that was ruled by the Amazons. Since the dungeon of the Horde was within their borders, several hunting parties from the Ares Empire would frequently visit this dungeon to collect materials, treasure chests, and beast cores. Leader, how far will we go this time? An Amazon with short hair, that made her look like a pretty boy, asked. Millis pondered for a bit before giving her answer. They had been challenging this particular dungeon for the past few months, and this was the farthest floor that they had stepped on. Usually, their base of operation was only around the 59th floor, but due to her group's improvement they had decided to challenge the boss on the 60th floor. The battle on their current floor had been intense, but due to their amazing teamwork, they had been able to beat the 3 millennial bosses and their 6 centennial minions. Millis was a black-ranked warrior. Her strength was just a rank away from becoming a saint. This was why Empress Andraste held her in high regard. We will just check to see how strong the monsters on the 64th floor are, Millis replied. If we can't handle them, we will end our expedition and return to the Empire. Finally, I'm sick and tired of looking at these orcs. I know, right? Aren't there any beautiful ladies around? It's quite unfortunate that we only see our fellow Amazons among these parts. I really want to hug a delicate-looking beauty and shower her with kisses. I miss Lilith. Last time, she promised that she would give me a kiss if we could clear the 60th floor. Ha ha ha. Now that we've done it, I can cash in on our promise. What? No fair. I should have also asked her. Millis shook her head helplessly. She also wanted to end their expedition and visit the nearby city in order to play around with the beauties that were waiting for her return. She too was tired of looking at orcs all day long. Among the high-ranking adventurer parties, the Crimson Rose was well known for their strength and their desire for beautiful women. This unique taste of theirs gave Empress Andred a headache, because instead of looking for strong men, the Crimson Rose would rather seduce women and tumble in the sheets with them. Leader, I can sense some people coming. An Amazon with long brown hair reported as she reached for her weapon. She was the scout of their party and her senses were the most sensitive among the group. How many are they? Millis asked as she held her 2 swords, one in each hand. I can hear 5 pairs of footsteps, the scout reported. She had pressed her ear on the ground in order to know how many enemies they were dealing with. Get ready for battle, Millis ordered. Anyone who is able to reach this far are no amateurs. The members of the Crimson Rose nodded their heads in agreement. All of them held their weapons firmly in their hands, ready to attack at Millis' command. Her party was composed of 7 people, and all of them were seasoned fighters. Getting attacked inside the dungeon by people was very common. Crimson Rose had done the same things several times. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and this was a law that all Amazons adhered to. If their opponent was strong, they would just run. If their opponents were weak, then they would see whether their party could take advantage of the people who had arrived on the same floor as them. It didn't take long before they saw the people that their scout had sensed earlier. Although there was still some distance between them, they were able to appraise their opponents from afar. 3 men and 2 ladies. The short-haired tomboy's eyes widened in surprise. Soon, a smile appeared on her lips as her gaze landed on Princess Sydney's seductive face and body. Leader, I guess today is our lucky day. The long-haired scout smiled as she took out arrows whose tips were dipped with a strong poison that was meant to paralyze her victims. Millis took a deep breath when she saw Princess Sydney. She had seen many beautiful women before, but the young lady in front of her had far surpassed those that she had seen so far. She's even more beautiful than Lilith, Millis thought. She couldn't take her eyes off the girl that had long, reddish-brown hair, and eyes that fanned the desires that were starting to surface in her chest. Leader, look at the little girl beside her, one of her members said. She's so adorable. Can I take her home? Due to her subordinate's words, Millis forcefully tore her gaze away from the seductive beauty and focused her attention on the pink-haired girl who was radiating an innocence that made her heart melt. For her, both ladies had unique temperaments which highlighted their charms. One was a seductive beauty that could bring the downfall of a nation. The other a small fairy whom they couldn't help but want to hug and protect. Both girls were irresistible, and Millis and her group had already made up their minds to take them back to the Ares Empire with them. William's group stopped their advance and looked at the pretty girls with tan skin, who were all looking at Princess Sydney and Chiffon. The desire in their eyes was pretty evident, which made William raise an eyebrow. Sydney, did you use your charm on them? William inquired. Princess Sydney shook her head. No. You know that I stopped doing that long ago. The only one I want to charm is you. Still, these girls are not normal. The stares that they're giving me are the same as those lustful men who want to eat me up. Why are they looking at me like that? Chiffon asked. She was someone that had suffered many hardships in the past, so she was quite sensitive to people staring at her. Maybe they want to eat you up as well, just like Sydney. William chuckled as he patted Chiffon's head. Don't worry, I'll handle them. William stepped forward and blocked the gazes of the Amazons who were staring at his wives. Friends, we are just passing by, William said with a smile. Can you please step aside and let us pass? Millis frowned as she gazed at the red-headed teenager who seemed to be the leader of this group of people. She appraised him from head to foot before giving her answer. You want to pass? Sure. But leave the two ladies behind, Millis said. Don't worry. As long as you do that, I promise that my sisters and I will not cause any trouble for you. We're very good at dealing with ladies. They will be treated with great love and care. Aren't I right, sisters? The Amazons giggled as they nodded their heads. Although they didn't mind taking the initiative to fight against William's group and take the ladies by force, they still decided to talk things out in a civil manner. Some people just don't know when to back down unless they get beaten to a pulp, William replied as he shook his head. Can't we all just mind our own businesses and get along? Why must we make things difficult for each other? I really don't have time to deal with third-rate villains. Millis chuckled as she unleashed her aura. Third-rate villains? Good. I'll show you what these third-rate villains could do. Sisters, let's go. Zhu, who was standing behind the group, walked past William. Since he was standing behind Sha, none of the girls had been able to see him. Among all of them, his temper was the shortest, so when the Amazons refused to talk like civilized people, he decided to take care of them himself. Summoning his nine-toothed rake, Zhu stood in front of William's party like an immovable mountain, ready to smash the Amazons who were planning to make trouble for them. However, the moment he appeared, the Amazon party stopped in their tracks and looked at Zhu with shock. El leader, calm down. Don't do anything stupid. Millis raised his hand to stop her party's advance. All of their eyes were locked on Zhu's chubby body, which made their hearts skip a beat. Yes, sir. May I know your esteemed name? Millis asked as she tried to calm her wildly beating heart. She had never felt this way before, but the moment she laid her eyes on Zhu, she felt that the world had suddenly become more colorful. Zhu looked at the Amazons in front of him with contempt. You want to know this sir's name? Fine. I will tell you. Zhu rested the nine-toothed rake on his shoulder before raising his chin in arrogance. I am Zhu. Remember it and remember it well. Zhu? His name is so manly. Ha! Such a well-rounded belly. It makes me want to rest my head on it while I sleep. Those meaty arms. How good it must feel to be embraced by them. Those chubby legs. His thighs must be thick. I like. Sisters, remember the tradition. We're going to draw lots who gets to do it with him first. Same old rule. Okay? Okay. William looked at the crazy girls whose pupils had turned to hearts while looking at Zhu. The fuck? Are these girls monkeys in heat? Sensing that something was amiss, William stepped forward and stood between Zhu and the Amazons, blocking their views. This immediately put a scowl on the Amazons' faces, and all of them glared at William. Ladies, we're in a bit of a hurry, so can you all step aside and let us pass? William asked. Millis looked at William in contempt as she pointed straight at his face. Shut up, ugly. We're not interested in you. If you want to go, then go. That's right. No one is asking you to stay. If you want to go, then scram. Still here? We already said that you can go. What is this? You want us to notice you so badly? Sorry, we have high standards. A snot-nosed half-elf like you can just roll over to the side. A series of curses followed suit, which made B1, who was perched on Chiffon's shoulder, look at the girls with appreciation. If the dumb bird had fingers, it would have already given the Amazons a thumbs up. You ugly? Me? You're calling me ugly? William couldn't believe that someone dared to call him ugly. He looked at the crazy Amazons and wondered if they had some eye problems. Millis spat on the ground. What? Not convinced? What's so good about you? Just look at your hair? Do you think having red hair makes you look good? Compared to that red bird over there, you are nothing. William glanced at B1, and the dumb bird glanced back at him. The half-elf was surprised to see the disdainful gaze that B1 was giving him. B1 then shifted his attention to the girls and began to nag at them. He felt insulted to be compared to William. Excuse me? Don't lump me up with him. Only his head is red, while I'm red all over, B1 said with contempt. Sorry, Mr. Bird. I was in the wrong. I apologize for comparing him to someone as magnificent as you. As long as you understand, then I forgive you. Just make sure not to do it again in the future. Millis then stared back at William with a haughty expression on your face. Compared to Sir Zhu, you're too skinny. Do you think that girls will like someone like you? Millis chuckled. She then moved her gaze to William's lower half to appraise it. The other Amazons did the same. Although they liked beautiful women, that didn't mean that they didn't have any standards when it came to men. They knew that someday they would have to birth strong warriors to continue the bloodline of the Amazon race. Because of this, their standards when it came to men were more unique compared to their other sisters. Half a minute later, all the Amazons chuckled. Some of them covered their lips and giggled, while Millis roared in laughter. They would look at William's lower half from time to time only to laugh again. What's that? A little snake? Can he even satisfy the ladies with that? Sister, the snakes will be insulted if you compare them to that thing. At most, it's just a worm. That's not just an ordinary worm. It's a little worm. Seriously, no woman will appreciate that kind of thing. You? No thanks. Millis stopped laughing and looked at William with a pitiful gaze. It's quite unfortunate that you were born with such a little thing, Millis commented before shifting her attention to Zhu's lower half. The Amazons did the same, and all of their eyes sparkled in delight. As expected of Sir Zhu. He is a dragon amongst men. Such a strong and sturdy. I can't wait to. Hey, sis, can you let me give it a try first? If I can ride that thing, I can die happy. William's face twitched as he heard the Amazons' non-stop praises of Zhu. He was about to argue with them when he felt someone tugging on her clothes. The half-elf glanced at the adorable pink-haired girl who was looking up at him with a smile. Will, don't worry. I love your little worm, Chiffon said with an innocent tone. The moment the Amazons heard it, all of them laughed out loud, which made William almost spit a mouthful of blood. They even praised Chiffon for being honest. The Amazons' jeers were like sharp arrows that pierced William's heart. The damage he received from this short exchange of words was stronger than the attack of a myriad beast. Princess Sydney's and Ian's bodies shook as they desperately covered their lips to prevent themselves from laughing out loud. They had never seen William so distraught before, and it tickled their hearts. Although they knew that the Amazons were just exaggerating things, they couldn't stop themselves from chuckling due to how confused and wronged William's expression was. It was very rare to see her husband with that kind of look on her face, which made the two beautiful ladies feel more attached to him. Darling is so cute. I want to make love to him tonight. Yes, let's do that. Princess Sydney agreed. Let's heal his heart and make him fall in love with us all over again. So, William has this cute side to him as well, Ian thought. It's a shame that Est isn't able to see it right now. Zhu felt that something was wrong with William, so he asked Sha to take William to the side. He was not aware that the mental damage that the half-elf had received had made William question the meaning of life. Let my comrades pass and I'll fight with all of you for 200 rounds, Zhu declared. Don't worry. I promise that I will show you girls mercy. Millis and the Amazons looked at Zhu with sparkling eyes when they heard his declaration. 200 rounds. Did he just say 200 rounds? I think my hips will be dislocated with that number, but it sounds exciting. I knew that he is a man among men, a dragon amongst dragons, but to think that he wants all of us to have 200 rounds with him, he sure has guts. Millis had an impatient look on her face as she glanced in William's direction. Oi! All of you can pass, Millis stated. She was afraid that Zhu would take back his words if she didn't allow William and his groups to go past them. Can't you all hurry up? Stop wasting our time. The Amazons even approached William's group and hurriedly pulled the half-elf, Princess Sydney, Chiffon, Ian, and Sha along. Clearly, they were raring to go and fight Zhu for 200 rounds. None of them thought that they would feel this much attraction to a guy, and they planned to wring him dry. However, for that to happen, William's group must leave so that no one would interrupt the great battle that was about to unfold. After William's group had disappeared from their line of sight, the Amazons hurriedly attacked Zhu. The mighty demonic general of the celestial realm sneered as he prepared himself to fight 1 against 7. He was confident that no matter what tricks the girls used on him, he wouldn't lose no matter what. Oi! Why are you taking my belt? Woman! Stop pulling my pants. Why are you girls stripping? Fight me seriously. Damn it. Woman! Just where do you think you're touching? Zhu's angry roars reverberated inside the dungeon floor, but the Amazons didn't care one bit about his plight. They even became more excited as they fought the mighty warrior seriously with all of their might. Big brother, will Zhu really be fine? Chiffon asked. She was walking hand in hand with William, and was still unaware that her innocent words earlier had almost made her husband spit a mouthful of blood. His sacrifice will not be in vain, William replied. He will not be forgotten. Big brother, Zhu is still alive. Well, after 200 rounds, he might just re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Princess Sidney, who was holding onto William's arm, giggled as she covered her seductive lips with her right hand. You've been giggling non-stop ever since we left Zhu behind, William commented. Do you want me to call you Gigglypuff? Don't be like that, darling. Morgana playfully batted her eyes on him. Don't worry, those Amazons don't know how well endowed you are. I am the sin of lust. I guarantee that little Will is a dragon amongst dragons. William snorted, but his wife's words calmed his heart. Although he knew that the words of the Amazons were not true, it was still difficult to not be affected after being ridiculed to that extent. After we clear this dungeon, I'll reward you for your honesty, William said as he kissed Morgana's forehead. Morgana smiled and nodded her head. I can't wait. Will, how about me? Chiffon asked. Will you reward me as well? Okay. William lightly squeezed Chiffon's hand. He had already planned to reward Chiffon for what she had said earlier. He will make sure that his adorable wife would never call little Will a little worm ever again. Suddenly several centennial-ranked monster and millennial-ranked beast blocked their path. The monsters on the 63rd floor were composed of orc parties. Most of them were centennial-ranked beasts, led by a millennial beast. For most adventurer parties, this might have been a difficult battle, but for William it was just a walk in the park. Urketu, Soglav, Jareth, Sharks, Xerxes, Daz, clear the way, William ordered. We are heading straight to the 70th floor. Obliterate anyone who blocks our way. The beasts of William's King's Legion charged with fervor. All of them were of the centennial rank, with Jareth, Goblin Paladin, being at the peak of the millennial rank. These monsters were nothing to them, so they bulldozed their way through and sent the orcs flying. Elliot sat on Shah's shoulder quietly and seemed to be deep in thought. Conan and him were twins, so the two of them had a means of communicating with each other. However, no matter how hard Elliot called out to his other half, no reply came back to him. Meanwhile, on the floor of Valhalla in the Tower of Babylon, Father, are you really going to go? Morgan asked. James, who was seated on top of Sleipnir, nodded his head. I have to go, James replied. We don't have much time. The old bandit stared at the vast expanse of space with a smile on his face. His subordinates that had fought with him in the void had all been sent back to their homes, with the exception of a few who decided to stay at the floor of Asgard to wait for James' return. Commander, I want to go with you, Helen said. I promise that I will not get in your way. James sighed and shook his head. Stay here. I don't know when I'll be back, and someone needs to watch over the Bifrost Bridge and wait for my return. Understood. I will patiently wait for the commander's arrival. Sorry for troubling you, Helen. Make sure that William doesn't get out of line when I'm not around. Helen smiled and nodded her head. Compared to the commander, William is a saint. I'm sure that he will do his best to stay out of trouble. James chuckled because he knew that doing one's best would not guarantee that they would not attract trouble. This was especially true for their bloodline. Morgan, watch over the floor of Asgard, James reminded. I don't want William to pester me when he finds out that I'm not around. Morgan nodded. Father, what about the elven prophecy? What about it? What do we do if he... James smirked as he patted Morgan's shoulder. You worry too much, James said. We all have our roles to play. You, me, Will, and the rest of the Ainsworths. However, no matter what happens, all of us are family. Anyone who harms our family will be beaten up to a pulp. There will be no exceptions. However, if something really terrible happens, use the crystal I left you. No matter where I am, I will return running at full speed. Well then, I'm off. James straightened himself and summoned Gungnir. He then raised it high in the air and the Bifrost Bridge shot out towards the vast expanse that led to the unknown. Not long after, the old man was bathed in a radiant light. For Asgard! Sleipnir neighed and galloped on top of the Bifrost Bridge. Soon, James, and the magnificent steed, disappeared in a beam of light that pierced the fabric of time and space. Morgan, Helen, and the rest of the veterans of Lant stared at the distance for a few minutes before returning to the castle of Asgard. Ezio, what will you do for the time being? Helen asked as he walked side by side with the man who had always been around James. Just like Helen, Ezio also wanted to accompany James, but Sleipnir would only allow one person to travel on his back, and that was none other than James. Also, Ezio didn't have the means to cross between worlds. He would only hinder James from his goal if he insisted on accompanying the old coot on his journey. I'll go and see William for the time being, Ezio replied. I'm sure that the commander is also worried about him. Helen nodded. Be careful. There are many old monsters in Hestia Academy. The headmaster and our commander had conflicts in the past as well. Okay. You be careful as well, Ezio stated before turning into a black mist. Now that James was not around, Ezio decided to roam around the central continent for the time being. The old man had asked him to dig for more information about the hidden organization. Deus. James believed that there was more to this particular organization than met the eye. If possible, he wanted Ezio to find their headquarters and infiltrate it. That way, he would have a better picture on what their goals really were. If their organization's goal was to destroy the world of Hestia, then Ezio would report this to Malachi. After the battle at the Passage of the Worlds, the old bandit and the Dracolic had a nice long chat with each other. Since both of their goals were the same, they decided to cooperate and form an alliance. Since James was not around, he would let the Dracolic handle this menace that had long hidden within the world. They were now allies, so it was only natural for him to share information with Malachi, who was also busy exploring the world, in search for the hidden treasures that the gods had left behind after the era of the gods. Are you girls crazy? Zhu shouted as he pried away the naughty hand who was touching his ding-ding-dong. Fight me seriously. Right now, the chubby young man had almost been stripped of all of his clothes and was now down to his pants. The Amazon's warriors didn't even bother to take it off properly and simply ripped every kind of clothing that they could grab on Zhu's body. Zhu didn't dare to use his weapon because the girls weren't using any. He was once a general in the heavenly domain, and he would never strike an unarmed opponent. The chubby young man also knew that the girls had no intention of harming him, but the crazed look in their eyes made his body fat unconsciously shudder. They were just like a pack of hyenas that were drooling as they stared at his body, hungry for his juicy meat. Chance! Millis took the opportunity to charge at Zhu when the latter was besieged from all sides. With one mighty pull, he managed to snatch Zhu's remaining clothing, which made the latter cover his lower half with his hand. This is your last warning, Zhu said with a beet-red face. Don't make me angry. I'm warning you. Even if you are women, I will show you no mercy. Oh, don't be like that, Sir Zhu. Right? We just want to have a good time. We won't hurt you. Surrender yourself to your fate. We promise that we will all have a good time. Millis grinned evilly as she made a gesture for the Amazons to encircle Zhu. Their prey was already cornered. All that they needed to do was go in for the kill. Sisters, attack him, Millis ordered. I call first dibs. No fair. I want to be first. Stop arguing. Let's incapacitate him first. We can just draw lots later. Okay. Seeing that the crazy women were out to get him, Zhu gritted his teeth as his eyes turned bloodshot. You forced me to do this, Zhu roared. He had enough of the Amazon's craziness, so he decided to unleash his true powers. The chubby young man transformed into a demonic pig that was over 4 meters tall. He glared hatefully at the women who were currently looking at him with their mouths hanging wide open. Wow. So big. I don't think that will fit in me. That is surely a mouthful. Shit. Millis' eyes gazed at the towering giant and his mighty dong. She unconsciously gulped because she knew that Zhu's hyperweapon would definitely break them if they faced it head-on. While the Amazons were still in a daze, Zhu used his movement technique and knocked all of them unconscious. As someone whose strength was at the peak of the millennial rank, he was stronger than all the Amazons combined. Bunch of crazies, Zhu muttered. He was about to walk away when he noticed a group of orcs headed in his direction. He gave the unconscious Amazons a sidelong glance before looking at the approaching monsters. So annoying. Zhu clicked his tongue as he charged towards the orcs to eliminate them. He could have just walked away and allowed the orcs to attack the defenseless women. But if he did that, Zhu knew that it would leave a bitter aftertaste in his mouth. Several minutes later, a chubby young man ran through the dungeon, following the monster trail that William's group had left behind. After dealing with the orcs, he carried the Amazons and tossed them into the safe zone where no monsters dared to go. Only after he was finished with his business did he go to catch up to William's group, which was now on the 64th floor. Several hours later, "We've finally arrived," William said as he stared at the 5-meter golden gate that barred their way. This was the entrance to the boss room of the 70th floor. Once he made it past this last hurdle, he would be able to get the dungeon core essence, which would help him upgrade his Familimancer job class. William pressed his hands over the gate and pushed it open. Just like all boss rooms, the interior was dark. Only when all the combatants had entered its domain would the monsters appear to start the battle. When everyone had entered the room, torch lights appeared around them. It didn't take long before their gazes landed on the throne at the far end of the room. Sitting on it was a giant orc. It was none other than the final boss of the dungeon, the black-eyed Orc King. William glanced at the final boss and used his appraisal skill on it. Black-eyed Orc King. Boss monster. Tyrant of the horde. Threat level pseudomyriad beast. Cannot be added to the herd. The black-eyed Orc King is known for its brutality against all races. Among the Orc Kings, this particular monster will actively attack any kind of settlement near its domain, including the settlement of other orcs. It is just a step away from the myriad rank, which makes this beast a very dangerous opponent, especially for unsuspecting adventurer parties. Its battle cry will easily paralyze those with weak willpower. Fighting against this monster requires great caution. When the 5-meter-tall, black-eyed Orc King stood up from its throne, several monsters appeared around it. William appraised the monsters as an Orc Shaman, an Orc Chieftain, an Orc Marauder, an Orc Hunter, an Orc Berserkers, and an Orc Spearmaster. All of them are millennial beasts in the middle stages, William thought as he eyed the final obstacles blocking his way. Chiffon, you will fight against the Orc Chieftain alongside Shah. Make sure to summon B1 and B2 to accompany you in battle as well, William ordered. Ash, Sydney, the two of you take care of the Orc Spearmaster. Jareth and Daz, Goblin Warmonger, I want you to pin down the Orc King. Saglav, you deal with the Orc Shaman. Urkatu, you handle the Orc Berserker. Sharks, Goblin Marauder, you, Xerxes and Sparky, Sharks' mount, handle the Marauder. Elliot and Zhu, assist any side that needs assistance. Be mindful of your surroundings. Now attack. Everyone took their positions and attacked their respective targets. William crossed his arms over his chest as he observed the battle. His King's Legion was already many times stronger than they had been in the war in the southern continent. The only people he was worried about were his wives. Unlike the millennial beasts under his command, the girls had just stepped into the adamantium rank. William wanted them to familiarize themselves with group battles, so that they would be able to work hand in hand in the future to fight against stronger opponents. Jareth, the Goblin Paladin, was the strongest monster under William's command. It had already stepped into the peak of the millennial rank, and was only a notch weaker than the Goblin King. Daz, the goblin warmonger, was a tier weaker than Jareth, but it was still a monster at the middle stages of the millennial rank. Both of them were strong enough to hold the Orc King at bay and prevent it from supporting its minions. Chiffon was currently fighting while holding Sharer in her hands. Since the Smasher of Thousands was a mythic weapon, William felt that the pink-haired girl needed to familiarize herself with wielding it. He had already equipped Chiffon with the Weapon Master job class, which allowed her to wield any kind of weapon. This allowed her to get a deeper understanding on how to fully maximize Sharer's strength in battle. Princess Sydney and Ash were using their magical abilities to suppress their opponent. One wielded the power of purple flames, the other, the cold and merciless waters. Their combination attacks of fire and water made their opponents scream in pain. Elliot and Ju would intercept some of the attacks of the monsters in order to lessen the pressure that everyone was experiencing. As William observed the battle, he noticed a few notifications on his status page that surprised him greatly. System completion rate, 16%. System completion rate, 17%. William's eyes widened at the unexpected surprise. He didn't know why the system completion rate had started to move, so he hurriedly asked Optimus for confirmation. The system once said that once his system completion rate reached 100%, William would be able to fully unlock Optimus' full power. The half-elf wanted to know how this was happening, so that he would be able to further increase the completion rate that had been very hard to upgrade. Optimus, what is happening? William asked. I'm not doing anything, but the completion rate is increasing. Can you explain this to me? When William had unlocked the system synchronization completion rate in the Tower of Babylon, he had tried all means to upgrade it. There was one problem. Increasing the completion rate wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. Since then, his completion rate reached 15%. However, after it did, it showed no signs of improving. The half-elf had tried fighting the monsters in Atlantis to raise it higher, but the rating just wouldn't budge. This was why he was surprised when the stagnant meter was finally moving, even when he was simply standing and spectating the battle. If he could crack the code on how to increase the rating, he would be able to unlock the powers of his system at a rapid pace. The system completion rate doesn't only rely on your breakthroughs. It is also connected to the quality of the forces under your command and the relationship you have with your wives. Right now, your wives' fighting prowess is slowly having an upgrade. This results in overcoming a milestone, which prompted the rating to move. William rubbed his chin in understanding. So you're saying that if my wives get stronger, my completion rate will also become higher? Yes. However, do not expect a dramatic increase. Even so, I think you will be able to reach 20% completion after this battle is over. At least, that is according to my calculations. Good. William clenched his fist in excitement. So this is also an option. This is good news. According to the information he had of the system completion rate, whenever he reaches 20% completion rate, all of his stats would increase by 50 points. If he reached 50%, he would be able to unlock one of the abilities of the system that he could use in battle. This would give William another trump card that he could use during critical situations. When he asked Optimus what kind of ability he would be able to unlock, the system only said that he would gain the ability to one-shot any myriad beast without any problem. William hissed after hearing this information. A myriad beast was not an easy opponent, and he would only be able to fight them when he used his heroic avatar or Einherjar job class. One had a very long cooldown, the other required him to pay with his memories when it was used. Having this new trump card in hand would benefit him greatly. Is that ability awesome? William inquired. It is awesome. How awesome? It is super flashy. William was very curious to know what it was, but Optimus kept mum about it. In the end, he could only give up and return his attention to the battle that was happening in front of him. The Orc chief swatted Chiffon with his mace, and the latter was forced to summon her mythical shield, Svalin, to block it. The ground under Chiffon's feet crumbled due to the powerful collision. The pink-haired girl was forced to kneel while holding up the shield in her right hand. Shah immediately clenched his hand, and the sand around him transformed into a giant fist, which he sent to punch the Orc chieftain's face. sending it skidding for several meters. Chiffon finally got a breather and unsummoned Svalin. Chiffon, activate your giantess form, Scherer proposed. Let's smash this monster to kingdom come. Chiffon readily agreed as she took a deep breath. Moments later, she grew in size until she was 5 meters tall. Scherer also grew alongside Chiffon, and its dark blue body glowed brightly. The orc chieftain roared in anger as it once again charged at Chiffon, wielding its iron club with fury. The giantess didn't back away and faced the orc chieftain head-on. A powerful shockwave spread across the battleground as their weapons clashed. This time, the orc chieftain's weapon was overwhelmed by Chiffon and Scherer's might, which sent the second strongest monster in the boss room flying. Chiffon was surprised by the complete reversal and stared at the weapon in her hand. Did you see that? Scherer asked. Clearly, it was very satisfied with its performance. Now do you understand how powerful I am? Chiffon nodded her head before running towards the orc chieftain. Now that she had the upper hand, she wouldn't allow the monster to recover. William smiled as he watched his usual obedient and adorable wife brandish the mace in her hand with fury. The pained cries of the orc chieftain, that was being pummeled repeatedly, made the other orcs' hearts tremble. In the distance, dark and fire magic collided and repelled each other. Soglav had finally stepped into the centennial rank and was employing its abilities to its fullest. In the past, the demonic dog was a being that bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, after becoming part of William's King's Legion, it had faced many life-threatening situations, which had changed its outlook on life. The thing that changed it the most was Urkatu's death in the southern continent. It was at that moment when Soglav realized that there would be situations where running was not an option. In the past, it would not dare to sacrifice its life in order to save its friends, but after getting along with the beasts in the Thousand Beast domain like Kasaganaga and Urkatu, it no longer lived the lone wolf lifestyle. It strived in order to get stronger, even to the point of always arguing with Kasaganaga over beast cores. The orc shaman that it was fighting against specialized in fire magic. Right now, Soglav was a tier lower than it, so the battle was not moving in its favor. Will, I need help here, Soglav shouted as he was blown away by a massive fireball, which it blocked using a shield made of dark energy. William pointed at the demonic dog and used his authority to grant it additional power. Kinship evolution, William declared, and the demonic dog glowed brightly. A pair of bat-like wings appeared on its back, and instead of a single eye, it now had 3 eyes on its head, which looked at the orc shaman with a devilish gaze. Kinship evolution was an ability that William and his lovers had acquired after he had upgraded his job class to Quickshot Shepherd. It allowed him to raise the power of any member of his legion. The only downside was that he could only upgrade one of them at a time. As long as the skill was active, he couldn't choose any other beast to upgrade aside from the one that he had forcefully evolved. Death Ray, Soglav shouted, and the third eye on its forehead shot an eerie red beam of light that struck the orc shaman in the center of its chest. The latter shrieked in pain as it clutched its chest, while hurling a fireball at the demonic dog who dodged it in a casual manner. Ha ha ha! Now you're no match for me, Soglav laughed as he flew towards the weakened orc shaman. It's payback time. What followed next was a one-sided trashing. Soglav unleashed dozens of dark whips that wrapped around the shaman's body, holding it in place. Shadow Ball Barrage. Soglav fired a volley of shadow balls, the size of a basketball, at the immobile orc shaman, making it scream with fear and resentment. Unfortunately, it could not move its body or do anything to block the demonic dog's attack, so it had no choice but to endure the powerful barrage that made it feel helpless. Seeing that the demonic dog now had the upper hand, William shifted his attention to Jareth and Daz, who were fighting against the Orc King. Although the Orc King was stronger, the Goblin Paladin and the Goblin Warmonger had more battle experience. They evaded, parried, and blocked its attacks without fail. Sometimes, the two of them would work together in order to deliver blows at the Orc King's blind spots, causing it to howl in fury. William asked Jareth and Daz to pin the Orc King so that it wouldn't be able to help its allies. Once William's team had effectively dealt with their targets, they would fight the Orc King together and end its futile struggle. One by one, the Orc King's subordinates fell. After that, everyone, with the exception of William, attacked the Orc King from all sides. In the end, the Orc King fell, and a series of notifications appeared on William's status page. Aside from the experience and Beast Core rewards, William's prestige class, Prince of Thunder, had finally reached its max level. Ding! Congratulations! Prince of Thunder job class has reached its max level. In order to upgrade this prestige class, you must first go to the Hall of Thunder located at the Forbidden Ground of Seventh Sanctum. Finally, William thought as he stared at the job class that had been with him for a very long time. In the past, he was warned not to show the power of lightning to anyone, but during the battle in the southern continent, he had used this repeatedly due to its useful abilities. However, the thing that caught his attention the most was none other than the system's completion rate, which had stopped on the 20% mark. With this achievement, William was finally able to gain 50 additional stats. He was also a step closer to finally unlocking the true power of the strongest system. After beating the boss of the 70th floor, William found himself staring at the dungeon core of the Orc dungeon. Elliot was also inside the room with him and stared at the glowing orb of light that powered the entire dungeon. "Will, the bottle," Elliot reminded. "I will help you gather the dungeon core essence." William nodded and took out a vial that was made from a special material that Celeste had given him. Elliot then placed his palm over the dungeon core and closed his eyes. He and Conan were born as dungeon cores in the past. Due to the actions of Deus, both of them had been corrupted, and only their inner cores were able to survive. If William hadn't arrived on time, the twin cores might have been destroyed, and Elliot and Conan might not have been born as the half-elf's familiars. Dungeon cores could be considered as powerful batteries. Their powers were limitless. However, if one were to take their essence, they would weaken for a week or two, which would slow down the spawn rate of the monsters that appeared inside the dungeon. "Thank you," Elliot said softly after he finished communicating with the dungeon core. Suddenly, two wisps of light emerged from the surface of the core and flew towards the vial in William's hand. After that, the bright glow of the dungeon core dimmed a bit. This signified that the transfer had been completed. "Will, place your mark on the dungeon core," Elliot said. "I talked to him about your secret class, and he is very interested in joining you when the seal on your powers has been unlocked." "Okay," William replied. Even if Elliot didn't remind him, he was already planning on adding the Dungeon of the Horde to the dungeons that would be under his command, once his Dungeon Conqueror job class had been fully awakened. Once a dungeon had been added to his legion, the dungeon would be transferred inside his Ring of Conquest, allowing William to modify it on his whim. Of course, once this happened, the Dungeon of the Horde would disappear from the central continent. All that would remain is an empty husk that would slowly deteriorate over time. No monsters would respawn inside it, and the number of floors would decrease day by day until nothing was left. By that time, the Ares Empire would conduct its own investigation, but it would already be too late to do anything. "It's done," William said after placing the mark of the Conqueror on the dungeon core. The dungeon core glowed once as if acknowledging that it had been claimed by him. A few seconds later, the dungeon core sent William back to the boss room where his party members were waiting for him. "Is it over?" Princess Sydney asked. "Yes," William smiled. "Let's go back to the academy." A magic circle appeared under their feet, and all of them were sent back to the entrance of the dungeon. Their mission had been completed, and it was now time to return to the academy. Elliot had already told William about Conan's condition. According to the angelic familiar, Conan would only wake up once the Familiomancer job class has been successfully upgraded. Because of this, William wasted no more time and went to a secluded place to transfer everyone back inside his Thousand Beasts domain. Afterwards, he activated the skill of the Prince of Thunder job class to turn into a lightning bolt that streaked towards Hestia Academy. Several hours later, after arriving at the academy, William parted with everyone as he went to look for Celeste. He was worried about Conan's condition, so he decided to upgrade his job class as soon as possible. Fortunately, Celeste had already made preparations. The beautiful elf led William to the north side of the academy where a temple of the gods was built. When they reached the inner temple, a statue of a beautiful woman, wearing celestial clothes, greeted William's vision. William had already met many gods, and he wondered who this god was. Celeste, who was paying close attention to William, smiled as she told him a little about the goddess statue that was enshrined inside the temple. "She is Her Excellency Hestia," Celeste stated. "She is the goddess of the hearth, home, and family. Among the goddesses of this world, she is known as a pacifist and dislikes conflicts. Some say that she appears in front of heroes who will save this world, one way or another. Those who are able to see Her Excellency can consider themselves lucky, for very few people catch her interest." William gazed at the beautiful statue that had a gentle smile on her face. He had already met several gods, but he hadn't had the opportunity to see Hestia in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. "Have you seen her, Professor?" William inquired. "Me?" Celeste shook her head. "No. How about you?" "Not yet, but maybe I'll see her in the future." "Keep dreaming. Do you really think you're a protagonist or something?" William wanted to tell her that he was indeed a protagonist. However, he knew that Celeste wouldn't believe him, so he decided to just put the matter aside for now and focus on his advancement ceremony. The half-elf looked down at the cushion he was holding in his hands. Lying on top of it was none other than Conan, who was sleeping peacefully. He hoped that, after the ceremony, the little devil would once again open his eyes and accompany him like usual. "Let's start," Celeste said. Chloe and Claire floated beside her as they, too, prepared for the ceremony. "I call upon you, esteemed king of all familiars." Celeste pressed her hands together in a prayer. "Your loyal followers humbly ask you for your guidance. Please, honor us with your presence." A moment later, a bright light appeared inside the inner temple. William hastily closed his eyes because the light was too bright for him. Only when he felt that everything returned to normal did he open his eyes. This time he didn't see Celeste, Chloe, and Claire. He stood in a completely white world, devoid of any other color. "We finally meet. I've been waiting for a long time," a calm yet firm voice said from behind William. The half-elf slowly turned his body to look behind him, and there he saw an old man, wearing a white robe with many symbols, similar to hieroglyphs. The old man had a friendly expression on his face, and his presence made William feel calm. "My name is Xenon," Xenon said softly. "I am the god of familiars, and I am here to help you ascend to become a familiomancer sovereign." "Nice to meet you, William." "It's my honor to meet you, Your Excellency Xenon," William replied. "Can we start the ascension ceremony?" Xenon nodded his head. "Of course, but before that, let me ask you a serious question first. Is that fine with you?" William nodded and waited patiently for Xenon's next words. This was the first time he was meeting the god of familiars, and he was very curious about what he had to say. "Tell me, William, if you were given a choice between saving this world or saving the person you love, which one would you choose?" William lowered his head when he heard Xenon's question. The god of familiars gave the half-elf a knowing smile because he knew that the answer to this question wouldn't be an easy one. In order to not make things difficult for William, he decided to throw in a lifeline to make his choice easier. "There is no right or wrong answer to this question," Xenon said. "Just tell me what you think, and also, please, give me the reason why you chose that answer." Actually, the reason why William frowned was not because he couldn't choose from the two. He just remembered a few things that made him sad. So he decided to lower his head to hide the expression on his face. "Your Excellency, I know what it feels like to lose someone dear to you," William replied as he raised his head. "I also experienced the hopelessness of seeing my homeland be destroyed even after giving it everything that I had to protect it." The half-elf paused as he stared straight at the god of familiars. He wanted Xenon to understand that when it came to these two things, he would choose neither of them. "Your Excellency, I am a greedy person," William stated. "Regardless of the cost, regardless of what happens, I will hold both my loved one and the world in the palms of my hands. I will save them both." In order to save both, you need strength. The way you are now, I'm afraid that you don't have the qualifications to be greedy. Even so, my answer will still be the same. I will save both. Xenon narrowed his eyes as he met William's gaze. The standoff lasted for half a minute before the god of familiars chuckled. Well, since that is your answer, then so be it, Xenon said. Now, time for you to take that step and become a progenitor of the familiomancer profession. Xenon raised his hand and the vial that contained the dungeon core essence floated in the air. Elliot's and Conan's body glowed as the essence stored inside the vial merged with their bodies. The angelic familiar and the devil familiar were wrapped in golden cocoons that glowed brightly. Suddenly, a beam of light from both familiars shot towards the gem in William's chest. The half-elf felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy that flowed through his entire body. Ding! Requirements for ascension have been met. Upgrading job class? Less than 5%. 25%. William waited patiently until the upgrade of the job class was completed. When the completion rate had reached 100%, the half-elf heard a cracking sound from the two golden cocoons inside of him. The golden cocoons shattered like a broken glass, revealing the two familiars within. An angel, the size of an adult's hands, floated with his eyes closed. He was still wearing the same clothes that he had before, and nothing changed much on Elliot's appearance. The only noticeable change was his wings. Instead of 2 pairs of wings, now he had 4. Conan was the same. In the past, he had a pair of bat-like wings, but now he had 4 of them. A few seconds later, both familiars opened their eyes and the power of millennial beasts surged from within their bodies. "Congratulations," Xenon said with a smile. "You are now a progenitor of the familiomancer profession, just like Celeste. I hope that you will do your best to spread the wonders of the familiomancers to the entire world of Hestia." Just as soon as Xenon finished his congratulations, a series of notifications appeared on William's status page. Familiomancer Sovereign. Courage is the power to let go of the familiar. As one of the chosen ones of the God of Familiars, you are given the special privilege of bestowing the power of the familiomancer to anyone. As a familiomancer progenitor, your familiars are stronger than ordinary familiars. Do you have learned the skill Familiomancer Bestowal Skill? Do you have learned the skill Familiomancer Perfect Fusion? Do you have acquired the special title Familiomancer Sovereign? Familiomancer Bestowal. Bestow the power of Familiomancer to a person. Familiomancer bestowal opportunities can be used 3x. More bestowal opportunities will be added once the Familiomancers you have chosen have ascended to the next stage. Current Familiomancers under your wing, 0/3. Familiomancer Perfect Fusion. First form. The Familiomancer can fuse with his familiars and use their abilities. Under fusion form, all abilities of the familiars are increased by 200%. You may cancel fusion form anytime. Second form. Your familiars can fuse with you and use your body as a vessel. Your permission is needed before this form can be activated. You and the familiar can choose a set duration for this skill to remain active. Familiars can cancel fusion form anytime. Under this fusion form, the familiars will have complete control of the body and all of their abilities will be increased by 500%. Special title. Familiomancer Sovereign. Grants a plus 200 enhancement bonus to all stats. Increases your attack and defense by 10%. Familiars gain 100% increase in their attack and defense. William was quite happy with the additional bonus in stats. He had clearly felt an overall increase in his strength after equipping the Familiomancer Sovereign job class. The one thing that piqued his curiosity was the Familiomancer Perfect Fusion. He had experienced what it was like to fuse with his wives, but he had never tried fusing with his familiars. He was curious on how powerful his familiars would be if they fused with him. While he was deep in thought, Xenon's words reached his ears. "It's time for you to go back," Xenon said. "Make sure to take care of Celeste in the future." The corners of Xenon's lips rose as he waved his hand to send William back to the temple. The half-elf and the two familiars were enveloped in a golden light before disappearing from his domain. You want to save both? Xenon placed his hands behind his back as he looked down from the top of the Tower of Babylon. That will be difficult, William. But it's not impossible. I look forward to seeing you try. Did you succeed? Celeste asked when she saw William reappear in front of her. The half-elf nodded with a smile. He then glanced at his two familiars who floated beside him. Chloe, do I look more handsome than before? Elliot asked as he approached the little fairy who was looking back at him with a curious gaze. I swear that after I ascended, I became 50% cooler. I don't see any difference, Chloe replied as she circled Elliot. The only thing that changed is the number of your wings. Are you supposed to look cooler because of it? My goodness, I am sincerely troubled by your lack of aesthetic criticism. Aesthetic criticism? Is that edible? While Elliot and Chloe were having a heated discussion, Claire flew towards Conan, and the latter immediately hid behind William. Don't worry, I will not hurt you, Claire said. I just want to look at the changes to your body. Why, you can look, but don't touch, Conan replied. Look, I'm not going to eat you, okay? I know that you just recovered, so I just want to check your condition. Just check my condition? You're not going to do anything else. Claire nodded. For some reason, after seeing how worried Princess Ayla was to Conan, she felt an indescribable feeling of irritation in her heart. She didn't understand why she felt that way, but it made her feel very uncomfortable. Because of this, she decided to take a different approach in regards to the devil familiar, who seemed to have developed a trauma from her incessant physical examinations. Seeing that the four familiars were getting along just fine, William bid Celeste goodbye as he went towards the library of Hestia Academy. Right now, he intended to seriously upgrade all of his job classes and unlock the true power of the Jack of all trades. Since the Prince of Thunder job class had reached its maximum level, William decided to ascend it to its next form. The only problem was that he needed to travel to the forbidden land of the Seventh Sanctum and find the Hall of Thunder. He had already asked Optimus about the forbidden ground, but the latter said that it didn't have much data about it. The only thing that the system knew about the Seventh Sanctum was that it was close to the western edge of the central continent. The nearest city to the forbidden ground was the port city of Alabaster. This port city was a neutral ground, where humans, beastkin, dwarves, half-elves, and elves live in harmony. Slave trading was banned from this city, and any slave trader that was caught loitering around its borders was given the death penalty. Just like the name suggested, this city of Alabaster was a major trading ground due to its access to naval trade. Several merchant ships that hailed from the Silvermoon continent would often dock here to bring rare commodities that could only be found on the homeland of the elves. Since he wanted to know more about his destination, he decided to check the library to read the relevant references that would aid him in his quest. Although he said reading, the only thing he needed to do was open the pages and have Optimus record the information in its database. The system would then compile the information and give William the summary of the things he needed to know about the Seventh Sanctum. Should I bring the others with me? William muttered. The Forbidden Grounds was a dangerous place and very few people had the courage to venture inside it. Very powerful monsters that couldn't be seen anywhere else in the continent usually thrived inside this perilous domain. Of course, there were also rare ingredients, herbs, and metals that were used for cooking, alchemy, and forging. Only those that had confidence in their strength and ability would visit this forbidden ground. The riches that could be found inside it was enough for anyone to be set for life. As the saying goes, with great danger comes great opportunity. I guess I'll just ask them later, William mused as he walked towards the library. If his wives decided to follow him, then he would not turn them away. The quarterly assessment lasted for a month, so he still had plenty of time to go to the Seventh Sanctum and discover the secrets that could be found within this mysterious domain. Lilith, how can you be so careless? Empress Andraste asked in a helpless tone. You should have escaped immediately when the myriad beast appeared. Why didn't you prioritize your safety? Mother, I couldn't possibly leave the others behind, Lilith replied. If I left them to fend for themselves, Wouldn't that tarnish our reputation? What would others think of me? Silly girl. You are not fighting against a millennial beast. That is a myriad beast. If William hadn't arrived, you might have become that dryad's nursery by now. So what if your reputation is tarnished? You could have escaped and asked for help. Hestia Academy would have definitely sent its experts. Even Byron would personally lead the expedition in order to capture that dryad. You didn't need to put yourself in unnecessary danger because of strangers. Lilith frowned as she looked at the projection of her mother. Right now, she was inside her room in the girls' dormitory. She had just finished taking a bath when the communication crystal that Andraste had given her started to glow. She didn't expect that the moment she answered it, she would receive a nagging from her mother who was currently in the Ares Empire. Sorry, mother. It won't happen again. Lilith sighed. I will be more careful next time. After hearing her daughter's apology, Empress Andraste finally stopped her nagging. When she had received Byron's report about what happened to her daughter, she immediately hurled profanities at the headmaster of Hestia Academy, which made the latter almost throw the communication crystal away. Byron opted to inform the Amazon Empress about what happened because he was afraid that Empress Andraste would misunderstand. Once she received a report from her daughter, Lilith, right after their talk ended, she immediately called Lilith, which led to the current situation. Okay, just don't let this happen again, Empress Andraste said softly. How is the progress with William? Did you manage to invite him to the Ares Empire? Lilith shook her head. He is a tough nut to crack. It seems that he is satisfied with his wives, and has no intention of visiting our empire. Empress Andraste smirked when she heard her daughter's words. Since that is the case, it's time for you to make your move, Empress Andraste. You already know what to do, right? Yes, mother, Lilith replied. Whether he wants to do it or not, he will not have a choice after I'm done with him. Good girl. The Crimson Festival is almost here. Do your best to invite him to attend the festivities. Wait. It will be better to invite your entire class. You can even invite your homeroom teacher to come. That way he will not be too guarded when visiting our empire. As long as he steps inside our domain, he is as good as ours. Lilith smiled sweetly and nodded her head. Leave this to me, mother. Lilith smirked. I will definitely make it happen. Empress Andraste smiled evilly as well. Good. As expected of my daughter. Don't worry. I will make the necessary preparations on my end. The mother and daughter pair giggled as they gave each other knowing glances. They looked forward to the unexpected gains that they would acquire on the day of the Crimson Festival in the Ares Empire. Inside the villa in the Thousand Beast domain, Big Brother, I'm sorry, MMH, Chiffon, won't, do it, again MMH. The pink-haired girl panted as William used both gentle and rough attacks in order to bring her to the heights of pleasure. Why are you asking for forgiveness? Did you do anything bad to me? William whispered. He was currently seated on a couch, with Chiffon sitting on top of him, with her hands wrapped around his head. The little glutton was like a small boat in the middle of a storm. No matter how hard she tried to resist, the mighty waves would wash over her body, making her shudder. William continued his attacks, while whispering words of love in her ears. Big Brother, please, have mercy, MMH. William sealed Chiffon's lips with a kiss and held her body tightly. After their lips parted, the pink-haired girl panted for breath. William allowed her to regain her breathing and ceased all movements. When his wife had finally calmed down, he pulled her close to him and kissed her forehead. I love you, Chiffon. I hope what happened inside the dungeon will not happen again. I'm sorry, Will. The two kissed once more. This time it was a very sweet kiss when it ended. William made love to her, and Chiffon held on to him tightly. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl's body trembled as she and William reached their peak. She felt the raging warmth of her husband's love erupt inside her, which brought waves upon waves of euphoria, turning her world completely white. A few moments later, Chiffon's delicate body lost its strength and collapsed weakly on top of William. It seems that Chiffon is still not used to the throes of pleasure, a teasing voice said from on top of the bed. Poor girl, she fainted. Morgana, who had been lying on the bed for a while, walked towards William in all her naked glory. Several kiss marks could be seen on her seductive body, indicating that William had adequately punished her as well. Similar to Chiffon, Ash was lying on the bed and was deep asleep. William had made love to her many times, until the beautiful mermaid begged him to stop. Now, she was sleeping peacefully, like the pink-haired girl in William's arms. Among William's wives, only the succubus princess could match his prowess when it came to love-making. William kissed Chiffon's head and wrapped his arms around her body, securing her in place. Princess Sydney sat beside William and kissed Chiffon's cheeks, before shifting her attention to her beloved husband, who was punishing them for their transgression in the dungeon of the Horde. Darling, are you sure you don't want to take us to the Forbidden Grounds? Morgana asked. I'm sure that Ash and Chiffon won't allow you to go alone. You should at least take one of them with you, to give me and them some peace of mind. William pondered for a brief moment before reluctantly nodding his head. Knowing Chiffon, she will indeed tag along with me no matter what, William replied helplessly as he softly patted the sleeping girl's head. I'll ask Ash to stay with you and make sure you don't get into trouble. Morgana giggled when she felt William's knothy hand start to caress her snowy white peaks. You can play with them as much as you want later, Morgana said as she stopped William's hand from continuing its teasing of her white rabbit. Let's have a serious discussion first. Seeing that Morgana wanted to talk seriously, William ceased all actions and nodded his head in acknowledgement. According to the information in the library, the time inside the Forbidden Ground flows slower than in the outside world, William explained. But the difference isn't that much. A day in the outside world is equivalent to 2 days inside the Forbidden Ground. If nothing untoward happens, I'll be back in less than a month. Morgana nodded her head. She knew that William was doing this because it was important. As his wife, she intended to support his decision and patiently wait for his return. Can we help you in any way? Princess Sydney asked. She had just woken up from her slumber, and immediately swapped with Morgana in order to talk to William about important matters. Actually, there is something you can help me with, William replied. Visit Shannon more often. Know more about her. You want me to understand what sin she carries, right? Yes. It will help me tremendously if you find that out. Princess Sydney moved closer and kissed William's left cheek. I will do my best. You should be careful inside the Forbidden Ground. Leave Soleil with me so you can return anytime. William kissed her back before nodding his head. I will do that. Ah, I almost forgot. Make sure to bring Lilith with you as well. Lilith? Why? William couldn't understand why he had to bring the greedy Amazon with him on his journey. Besides, the half-elf was wary of her because the latter was serious in getting his genes. Princess Sydney smiled. Because her power is very useful. She's like a compass in finding treasures. If you bring her with you, the chances of finding something of great value is high. No, it is guaranteed that you will find something good if you bring her with you. After all, the Forbidden Ground is known for its wealth. Those who are able to come back alive will definitely earn a fortune. The beautiful princess wasn't worried about William's safety because he had many trump cards in his disposal. He could travel anywhere at the speed of lightning, and also had instant teleportation with the power of Soleil. Escaping was not an issue for her beloved half-elf, so she was confident that William would come back to her in one piece. If push came to shove, he could use his heroic avatar or his Einherjar job class. Not to mention, he had a mighty legion at his disposal. Suddenly a thought flashed inside Princess Sydney's mind. The image of William ransacking the entire Forbidden Domain and dumping it inside his own Thousand Beasts domain almost made her giggle. Knowing how shameless her husband was, the chances of that happening was extremely high. After giving Princess Sydney's idea some consideration, William thought that it was indeed a very good plan to gather resources. With Lilith by his side, he would have a walking treasure radar that could pick up the locations of treasures instantly. Optimus had this function as well, but the system warned him that the laws of the Forbidden Ground might prevent it from using its special scanner to look for treasures in the surroundings. After agreeing with Princess Sydney's proposal, William gently carried Chiffon towards the bed and laid her down. Once he completed this task, the beautiful princess wrapped her arms around William's body and stared at his beautiful eyes that reflected her own. Time for round 23. Are you game? Princess Sydney asked in a teasing tone. William smirked as his naughty hands lightly squeezed the bum of the beautiful princess. Always, William replied as he pulled her lover towards the couch. Soon, the sound of spring permeated inside the room. William showed his succubus princess that his stamina and tenacity matched hers perfectly. You are going to the Forbidden Ground, 7th Sanctum, and you want me to go with you? Lilith asked as she looked at the half-elf with a curious gaze. The Amazon princess was quite surprised when William approached her. Lilith thought that the half-elf had a grudge against her after she had stolen the collar of wisteria from Princess Sydney's neck. Since then, Lilith had stopped pestering William because she didn't want the latter to hate her more. In order to bring him to the Ares Empire, she needed to be on his good side and make the red-headed teenager drop his guard around her. William nodded. Yes. Are you free, or do you have any other plans? I'm free, Lilith replied in a heartbeat. She was afraid that William would change his mind after inviting her. However, there was still one thing that bothered her, so she decided to ask the half-elf the question that had been in her mind. Why me? Lilith inquired. William scratched his head in embarrassment before giving his answer. Because you are the best partner when it comes to looking for treasures. The Forbidden Ground might be a dangerous place, but it is also ripe with resources. I was hoping that you could help me get some of them during my trip to the 7th Sanctum. Lilith smiled. I see. You came to find the right person. With me around, finding treasures is as easy as breathing. Great. William nodded. I still need to prepare things for our journey. How about we meet at the Academy's teleportation gate at noon tomorrow? Good. I'll see you tomorrow then. All right. Lilith watched William's retreating back with a smile on her face. When their group had faced the myriad beast, Conan did his best to stall for time until William arrived. Lilith had long heard that William was powerful, but she still hadn't seen the extent of his powers. Although she was present during the founding celebration of the Misty Sect, William's battle with Meredith ended without anyone seeing the half-elf's capabilities. When the Dryad attacked them, Lilith was paralyzed, but she was still aware of her surroundings. This was why she had immediately noticed William's arrival. Unfortunately, before she could even see the half-elf in action, she was knocked unconscious by the demonic dog, Soglav, and taken away. Because of this, she was not able to see how William fought the myriad beast. Even so, she was confident that with William around, exploring the Forbidden Grounds would not be too dangerous. This would also help her know more about the red-headed teenager, which the entire Amazon Empire had set their eyes on. The 7th Sanctum, Empress Andraste frowned as she looked at her daughter. That is a very dangerous place, Lilith. Are you confident that you will be able to leave that place in one piece? Yes, Lilith replied. I have 70% assurance that I will be able to leave it without fail. Also, I have a feeling that William wouldn't do something as stupid as going to the Forbidden Grounds without sufficient strength. If he can fend off against a myriad beast, then the chances of safely leaving the 7th Sanctum is very high. Okay, you may go, Empress Andraste reluctantly agreed. You can also use this opportunity to save William during tough situations, making him indebted to you. That will be a bit hard to do, since he is stronger than me. Silly girl. William may be strong, but he is not invincible. Just do your best to get close to him during this journey. Understood. Lilith smiled. Mother, about our plan, I think it will be best if you talk to the headmaster about it. You can invite the entire 3rd grade, as well as the professors of the academy, and treat it as a cultural exchange. This way, we don't even need to invite William to the Ares Empire. The academy will do it for us. Empress Andraste smirked as she looked at her daughter with appreciation. As expected of my daughter, you are a genius, Empress Andraste praised. Very well. Just leave this matter to me. You go and accompany our stud horse on a little field trip to the forbidden ground and come back as soon as possible. Lilith nodded. Understood. I will do my best, mother. The next day, Lilith stood beside the teleportation gate of Hestia Academy, while she waited for William. Because she had informed her mother about her journey, the Amazon Empress repeatedly told her to be careful and to do her best to make the half-elf owe her a favor. While Lilith was deep in her thoughts, a familiar voice called out to her from a distance. Sorry if we made you wait. Are you ready to go? Lilith raised her head and saw William and Chiffon walking hand in hand. Princess Sydney and Ian were also there to send them off, and they gave Lilith a brief nod as a greeting. Don't worry. I just got here as well, Lilith replied as she nodded back. I'm ready to go anytime. William nodded before turning his head to look at Princess Sydney and Ian. We will be going now. Ian, make sure that Sydney behaves. Ian smiled in acknowledgement. I'll look after her. As for the three of you, make sure to return safely. We will be waiting. Princess Sydney, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow as she crossed her arms over her chest, highlighting the curves that would make any guy lose their composure. Chiffon, make sure to look after our husband. Princess Sydney stressed the word husband before glancing in Lilith's direction. Don't let him cheat on us. Okay? Chiffon patted her modest chest before replying. Leave it to me. I will not let him cheat on us. Sydney felt like her warning wasn't enough, so she decided to walk towards William and gave him a long, passionate kiss on the lips. She was well aware that there are many beautiful ladies in the academy who were giving the half-elf meaningful glances. Fortunately, William didn't care about them, but it still irked Princess Sydney to have her beloved man stared at by hungry, thieving cats. This was why she decided to give a public display of affection to deter the girls who were targeting her husband. Everyone who was there at the teleportation gate saw this passionate scene and gritted their teeth in envy. The boys couldn't help but wish that instead of William, the one that was being kissed by the princess was them. Damn, that bastard is so lucky. I wish I was him. Maybe he accumulated a lot of karma by saving a universe in his past life. This is the only thing I can think of for him to get Princess Sydney as his wife. Just imagining how he can have his way with the beautiful princess' perfect body is enough to give me a nosebleed. Oh boy, you're really having a nosebleed. Wipe it off before anyone sees it. After the kiss ended, William gave Princess Sydney the you sure know how to make a scene stare before giving her a light hug. Don't forget to visit Shannon on a regular basis, William whispered. I have a feeling that she's eager to have a conversation partner. Okay, Princess Sydney replied. Leave her to me. Lilith looked at this scene with an indifferent gaze, but deep inside, she felt a little envious of Princess Sydney. As the Amazon princess, she also had many suitors that hailed from the different kingdoms and empires in the central continent. The royal families of these nations would often send their princes to the Ares Empire for a possible marriage agreement, but the Empress had turned all of them down. The Amazons didn't care for a person's background. All they cared about was strength. Lilith had promised herself that she would only get the best, so she had been keeping an eye out for potential partners whenever she traveled around the continent. Her purpose for this trip was to get a better understanding of William's strength. Only after seeing it would she finally make her decision. After the hug ended, William bid his wives one last goodbye before walking towards the teleportation gate with Chiffon and Lilith. The three disappeared under the envious stares of the students of the academy. It would take them a week to reach the port city of Alabaster, and 2 more days before they reached the forbidden ground. William was actually looking forward to this journey. This was the first time that he would be entering a forbidden ground. The half-elf was quite eager to uncover the secrets that hid within that mysterious domain. Boss, we got a good haul today, a skinny man said with excitement. Loitering around the borders of the city of Alabaster really yields great profits for us. We managed to get 2 half-elves, 2 dwarves, an elf, and 3 beastkins. They will sell a lot on the black market. A scar-faced man smirked after hearing his subordinate's reply. The port city of Alabaster is a gathering place for the various humanoid races, so it was very easy to capture some of them as long as they traveled beyond its borders. There were many slave traders, bandits, and mercenary groups that hunted these other races for profits in the black market, along the borders of the city in secret. Even though the punishment for kidnapping was the death penalty, none of them gave a hoot. For them, as long as there was quick cash to be made, all they needed was to move swiftly and retreat just as fast. "The auction will be held in 2 days," the scar-faced man said. "Let's bring them to the underground headquarters. Make sure to erase our traces. I don't want the border patrols to get wind of our operation." "Yes, boss." The scar-faced man was the leader of a bandit group named Wild Hounds. They don't have a permanent place of residence, because they believed that no place was safe. The Wild Hounds would only visit cities where the dark traders were located because these cities were under the black market's control. It was the safe haven for criminals, and most wanted people who had bounties on their heads would take permanent residence in these cities. The group traveled for 3 days until they arrived at one of these hidden cities that had been dug inside a mountain. This city was called True Dawn. It was the underground city that held the biggest auction house located near the city of Alabaster. Due to its close proximity to the city of Alabaster, only certified members of the Dark Guilds knew of its existence. These members had powerful restrictions carved into their bodies to prevented them from leaking the city's location to anyone. The price of breaking this restriction was a very slow and painful death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that True Dawn was the strongest stronghold of the dark traders in the western sphere of the central continent. This was a very important city to the Dark Guilds, and its defenses were second to none, resembling a formidable fortress, which used the geography to its maximum advantage. Even if an army were to siege it, the Dark Guilds could easily defend it due to the powerful magical arrays that they had placed around the mountain. "All of you get out," the scar-faced man ordered. "Make sure to bring them to the underground containment area first. Skipper, I'll leave everything to you. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, boss," Skipper replied. "I know what to do." The scar-faced man snorted before taking his leave. He still had other things to do in the city, and would visit the auction house after a few hours, so he left the captured merchandise in the hands of his subordinates. A few minutes later, the scar-faced man arrived at a magnificent structure that was located at the center of the city. "Brock, you're finally back," a middle-aged man wearing glasses greeted. "How was your haul? Did you manage to snag us a few elven beauties? They are quite high in demand right now." Brock smiled before nodding his head. "I got one, and she's quite the looker. We also have 2 dwarves in their early 20s, but they are pretty at best. Nothing special." The middle-aged man made a gesture, and Brock sat on the couch opposite him. "We have noble ladies looking for good-looking men," the middle-aged man commented. "Did you manage to get a few?" "We caught 2 half-elves," Brock replied. "I'm quite confident that the ladies will love them." "How about labor work?" "We captured a few beastkins. They will do just fine." The middle-aged man chuckled as he extended his hand. "It's always a pleasure working with you, Brock. With your merchandise, we will have over 50 slaves in this auction." Brock held the middle-aged man's hand firmly and shook it twice before letting go. "It's always a pleasure working with you, sir. I just hope that the remuneration I will get from the auction will satisfy me." "How about 60%? 65? Fine. You have a deal." The middle-aged man chuckled as he adjusted his glasses. "The border patrols are getting more active as of late. Lie low for a while and don't come out of the city. You'll have plenty of cash to spend when the auction is over, so you don't need to hurry to get back to work." Brock pondered for a while before giving the man a brief nod. "Okay," Brock replied. "I'll stay and enjoy your hospitality, Lord Grayson. If possible, I'd also like to sightsee in the Ire Empire for a few days." Grayson smiled after he heard Brock's reply. "Of course, I will make the necessary arrangements for you and your men." Grayson was a marquis in the Ire Empire and one of the major backers of the slave trading in the West. Arranging for Brock's accommodation in his domain was a very simple thing for him. Meanwhile, at the underground area, "Hurry up and start moving," Skipper shouted as he used a wooden stick to strike the half-elf's back, whose good looks made him feel insecure. "He's at it again, that Skipper," one of the bandits said in disdain. "Aren't you used to it by now?" a burly man asked. "He's always like that when he faces off against any good-looking man. If not for his fear of the boss wrath, he might have ruined the faces of all of the elven men that we've captured over this long while. Still, that half-elf is quite a catch. I'm sure that our lady customers will be pleased. Indeed, he will sell for a few thousands when the bidding starts." The ragtag group of elves, half-elf, beastmen, and dwarves were tied up in special metal chains that prevented them from using magic. This was the standard equipment that slave traders use in order to neutralize their captives. As long as they were wearing these shackles, they were no different from commoners who couldn't use magic. When they arrived at their destination, all the demi-humans were locked up. They would be appraised by the elders of the auction house and, depending on the result of the appraisal, their initial bidding prices would be set. "Get in!" Skipper kicked the back of the half-elf, sending him falling face first inside a prison cell. "Skipper, don't step out of line. If that half-elf's face is injured, his price will decrease," the burly man shouted. "I'm sure you don't want to make our boss angry, right?" "So what?" Skipper sneered. "At most he will just have minor bruises. Do you think the auction house doesn't have the ability to cast a healing spell on his face?" The burly man snorted. "We'll see what the boss says later. If the auctioneers complain to him later, you'd better prepare yourself for a beating." Skipper shrugged as he gave the half-elf one last glance before leaving the underground room. Although his boss might nag at him later, he just couldn't stop the urges to beat up the half-elf that made him feel inferior. As soon as the bandits had left the scene, the half-elf slowly propped himself up from the ground and dusted off his clothes. "Optimus, start to map this area. Make sure to give me as detailed a report as soon as possible." "I'm on it." "Will he really be okay?" Lilith asked as she eyed the mountain in the distance. "That place is filled with hidden experts. No matter how strong he is, he couldn't possibly fight them all, right?" Chiffon unwrapped a chocolate lollipop before placing it inside her mouth. She licked it for a few seconds before turning her head to the side to look at the Amazon, who had a frown on her face. "He will be okay," Chiffon answered with confidence. "I trust him." Lilith frowned. When Willem told them that he found a group of slave traders hiding beside the borders of the city of Alabaster, the first thing she wanted to do was to beat them up and hand them over to the authorities of the city of Alabaster. However, William said that he had a better idea. After telling the two women about his plan, their group split, and the half-elf went off on his own. "You sure trust him a lot," Lilith said. Chiffon nodded. "I do. He is my husband after all." "Hey, can you tell me how the two of you met? I'm very curious about how you became William's wife." "It's a long story. Do you still want to listen?" Lilith nodded. "Yes, it's the perfect way to pass time." She was really curious on how one of her sisters managed to marry the half-elf that had shaken the entire world due to his achievements in the Tower of Babylon. Lilith thought that it would be a good idea to know more about William. That way, she would understand his character, which would greatly help her plan to bridge the gap between them. "I need to know his likes and dislikes," Lilith thought. "That way, I can help my mother prepare the girls that match his preferences." The Amazon princess was not ignorant and knew that men had varied tastes when it came to women. Some preferred mature ladies, some like shy types, there were others who preferred tomboys like Lilith, and some liked innocent-looking girls. Since the Amazons was a race of women, they could easily handpick the ladies in order to tempt the men who visited their empire. This privilege was only given to the strong men that they had recognized as someone who possessed prized seed. Even though Prince Maximilian and Prince Jason were considered geniuses in the Creator Empire, the Amazons didn't give them much consideration. For them, members of the royal families had a huge advantage when it came to cultivating experts. Amazons preferred those that had become strong through hardships and didn't rely on their family's influences. Only truly strong individuals would gain the right to have the Amazon women fawn on them and seduce them to become their partners. Suddenly, a red bird descended from the sky and landed on Chiffon's outstretched arm. Will has safely entered their base, B1 reported. He will start the operation in a few hours. Okay, Chiffon nodded. Thank you, B1. Continue to monitor the surroundings, but do not alert them. Understood. B1 opened its wings and flew back towards the mountain to watch the enemy's movements. After sunset, True Dawn City started to become lively as the guests they had invited arrived at the auction house. Most of them were nobles from the different kingdoms and empires in the central continent. There were also members of the influential families that could be considered overlords in their own domains. Although there were a few kingdoms and empires that banned slave trading, the majority didn't mind it too much. This was why the slave trading business was the most profitable business in the central continent. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be your host in today's auction. A handsome middle-aged man who was in his early 30s said with a smile, I'm sure that all of you are very eager to buy your new slaves. So without further delay, let the auction begin. The curtains behind the man rose and a beautiful elf, wearing red clothes that highlighted her curves, was escorted to the stage. Both of her hands were bound by manacles, so she couldn't use her magical powers to free herself from her captors. The men in the audience were captivated by her beauty and boldness. Our special artifact has appraised her as a 22-year-old elf, the auctioneer said with a smile. Her chastity is still intact, which is good news for everyone. I wonder, who among you will be the lucky person to make her a woman? The handsome middle-aged man lightly pushed the elf's back to make her step forward, so that everyone could take a closer look at her. The elf glared hatefully at the masked people who were looking at her like vultures that were about to descend to the sky and tear off her flesh. I like her eyes. I wonder how long she will have that defiant look on her face after I am done with her. I've decided. She will be my next conquest. Elven girls are the best. Breaking her will surely prove to be a challenge. Even so, it will be worth it. Seeing that everyone was itching to cast their bids, the host of the auction raised his hand to get the show going. Bidding starts at 5,000 gold, the handsome middle-aged man said. Increment will be 100 gold. Start the bidding. 6,000, 7,000, 7,600, 8,200, 10,000 gold coins. In the end, the elven beauty was sold for 30,000 gold coins. After that intense bidding war, the next batch of slaves was presented one by one. Humans, dwarves, beastkins, all of them were sold to high prices which made the owner of the auction house very happy. Meanwhile, backstage, a half-elf with red hair and green eyes hummed as he brushed his hair. His hands were tied with manacles, and a black slave collar hung on his neck. However, he didn't seem to mind it too much as he combed his hair properly. His caretakers were looking at him in a weird manner because he looked so carefree. This was the first time they had seen a slave act this way, and it was making them doubt their common sense. It's your turn, a lady in her late 20s said as she approached William. She then caressed the side of his face and her eyes were filled with greed. Too bad. I can't join the bidding for you. I'm sure that you will be a good slave. The half-elf didn't say anything and simply handed his comb to the lady. Take this as a souvenir, the half-elf replied. He then allowed himself to be taken by the men to the stage, while humming a tune. The woman looked at his back in confusion. For some reason, she felt like the half-elf was making fun of her. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude of yours. The woman sneered as she followed behind the group. She didn't believe that the half-elf would still act pretentious after he was sold to his new master. When the half-elf appeared on stage, the women's gazes locked on him instantly. The next slave to be auctioned is a half-elf. According to our special artifact, he is 18 years old, the middle-aged man said. He is quite healthy, and would definitely be a good addition to your collections, my ladies. The middle-aged man chuckled as he started the bidding for the half-elf. Bidding starts at 5,000 gold coins with an increment of 100. Let's start. 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. Every time a lady bid for him, the half-elf would look in their direction and give them a wink. His playful antics made the ladies go gaga over him, and the bidding war blazed into an inferno. 18,000 gold coins. A lady wearing a cat mask shouted. The half-elf is mine. The half-elf glanced at her direction and smiled. I'm not yet yours. You have to win the bidding first. 19,000. A lady wearing a bird mask shouted. Hands off, bitch, he's mine. Another lady wearing a panther mask joined the fray. 20,000. 21,000. 22,000. In the end, a three-way battle was fought over the half-elf as the bid rose to 25,000. The three ladies were seated on VIP seats, which meant that they were high-ranking nobles. Interesting, a cat, a bird, and a panther, the half-elf thought with a smile. While the three ladies wearing masks glared at each other, an adorable voice spoke up and placed her bid. 22,100. The three girls simultaneously glared in the direction where the voice came from. Seated on a couch were two girls. The taller one wore an owl mask, while the smaller one wore a tiger mask. The lady wearing the tiger mask had long, pink hair, and even though they couldn't see her face, they assumed that she was no older than 14 years old. After a brief pause, the lady wearing a cat raised the bid once more. 25,000. 25,100. 26,000. 26,100. 28,000. 28,100. Are you messing with me? The lady wearing a cat mask asked in irritation. The young lady wearing a tiger mask looked in her direction and tilted her head in confusion. No? Then why are you only adding 100 gold coins to all our bids? The lady wearing a bird mask inquired. Didn't the auctioneer say that the increment should be 100 gold coins? The tiger-masked young lady answered. I'm just following the rules. The lady wearing a mask choked on her saliva because she didn't expect to hear the answer given to her by the young lady that was making things difficult for her. Girl, you're not breaking any rules, but can't you fight us properly? The lady wearing the cat mask asked in irritation. Just adding 100 coins to our bid each time is disrespectful. You know? The young lady wearing the tiger mask nodded her head before placing another bid. 28,101. The tiger-masked lady said. There. I added one more coin. It's fine now, right? I exceeded the 100 increment rule. Three girls who were duking it out a while ago almost spat out blood after hearing the young girl's reply. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the young lady's common sense. Even the auctioneer could feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had hosted many auctions in the past, but this was the first time that he had encountered a customer like the tiger-masked girl. Suddenly, a heartfelt laughter erupted from the stage of the auction room. William held his stomach as he laughed out loud. He didn't expect his adorable wife to be capable of making people want to kill themselves just by saying a few innocent words. Why you? Who invited you to this auction? The bird-masked lady shouted. Are you making fun of us? The tiger-masked lady shook her head. No, don't worry. I have money. Do you want me to add 2 coins instead of 1? Okay. 28,102. There. The cat-masked lady was about to throw a fireball at the irritating little tiger, but the people serving her immediately stopped her from doing so. The auctioneer knew that if this continued, their auction house would become a big joke to the people of the underworld. So he decided to step forward and handle the situation. Young miss, if possible, can you take this bidding seriously? The handsome middle-aged man asked. You are making things difficult for everyone. I'm sorry, but if you don't bid properly, we will have no choice but to ask you to leave the auction house. The tiger-masked lady pouted behind her mask as she shifted her gaze to the auctioneer who was looking at her with an unfriendly gaze. Didn't you say that the increment for each bid should be 100 coins? The tiger-masked lady asked back. Yes, I did. Then you're the one at fault. I'm just bidding according to your words. But, young miss, there is this thing called reading the mood. Surely, you know about this thing, right? The tiger-masked lady shook her head. No, you were the one who was in the wrong. If you said that the increment should be 1,000 gold coins each time, then I would have done that. However, you said the increment should be done in the hundreds. I'm just doing what you told us. But I am a paying customer. Customer is always right. But just because you are older than me, you think you can bully me? What kind of auction is this? Is this the way you treat your customers? Big sister, that old man is bullying me. There, don't mind him. We should be more understanding of plebeians. Maybe he doesn't have enough money to buy clothes. Don't worry, I will give him a few coins later. The auctioneer became speechless because he didn't know how to proceed. Not only was the young girl calling him out for the words he said, but the older one actually called him a plebeian in front of everyone in the auction room. An awkward silence descended in the room. In a special VIP room overlooking the entire auction house, Marquis Grayson looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Even Brock, who had brought William to the auction house, couldn't keep the corner of his lips from twitching. After recovering his composure, Grayson communicated with the members of the Dark Guild to politely escort the two ladies out of the auction house. He was sure that none of his guests would mind him sending the two girls away. "You sure invited some interesting nobles, Lord Grayson," Brock commented after Grayson finished giving his subordinates his orders. "Well, we get some weirdos from time to time," Grayson replied as he cleared his throat. Although there had indeed been a few incidents in the past auctions, there was nothing that could compare to what he had seen today. Grayson then communicated with the auctioneer and gave him the order to continue the auction. All of the guests he invited were influential people, and he hoped that all of them could turn a blind eye to this unexpected turn of events. William shook his head helplessly when he saw the masked Lilith and Chiffon being escorted out of the VIP seats. "I apologize for this small mishap," the auctioneer said after wiping the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. "Let's continue the bidding." Just as the ladies were about to throw their bids, the half-elf stepped forward. "No," William stated. "This farce ends here." Before anyone could understand the meaning behind his words, the half-elf casually broke the shackles that bound him. William then turned towards the auctioneer and reached out his hand to grab him. "Stop! I order you to kneel on the floor," the auctioneer ordered. The slave collar on William's neck glowed once, and the latter ceased all actions. The auctioneer breathed in a sigh of relief as his face contorted in anger. "Kneel! I order you to kneel!" The auctioneer pointed at William. In order to prevent any mishaps, he was given some authority to order the slaves that were wearing the slave collars inside the auction house. "Okay," William smirked. "Since you want to kneel that badly, I will let you kneel." Before the auctioneer could do anything, William appeared behind his back and pressed his hand on the middle-aged man's shoulder. "Go ahead and kneel," William ordered as he pushed his hands down. Immediately, a strong pressure descended upon the auctioneer which made his body collapse. The half-elf held him in place, forcing him to kneel on the ground. William then glanced at the surroundings and gave everyone a devilish smile. He then raised his hand and tore the slave collar off his neck, as if it was just a piece of paper. "I came here to do one thing and one thing only," William stated. "And that is, to make all of you regret your decision for coming here today." Several portals appeared all around the auction house and the smile on William's face grew wider. "Say hello to my little friends," William sneered as dozens of monsters flooded out of the portals. The bodies of the guards that were present in the auction house shuddered because they clearly felt the strength of the monsters that were coming out of the portals around them. Brock's and Lord Grayson's faces paled when they, too, realized that the auction house had been invaded by centennial and millennial ranked beasts. Only one thought appeared on everyone's head, and that was to run. No one knew who said that word, but it was more than enough to snap everyone out of their daze. The auction house immediately descended into chaos, as everyone ran for their lives. William's loud laughter echoed behind them as the monsters in his King's Legion tore the entire place apart. Just where did these monsters come from? Stop talking and just run to the exit. Where are the elders that protect this place? Why aren't they doing anything? Doesn't this place have any defenses? Why is it being overrun by monsters? Trudon City focused its defense on an outside invasion, not an invasion from within. If you value your life, stop talking and just run. Complete pandemonium had erupted inside the auction house as hundreds of monsters flowed out of the portals in droves. Damn it! Lord Grayson hurriedly opened the secret passage in his personal VIP room. Although Trudon City had experts protecting it, most of them were adamantium and black-ranked warriors. There were only 2 saint-ranked warriors in the whole city, however they were only at the initial stages of the saint rank, so they were only as strong as millennial beasts in their middle stages. Brock followed behind Lord Grayson and escaped through the secret passage, along with the Marsquis bodyguards. Since the monsters were rampaging inside the city, his safest option was to follow Lord Grayson till they reached the base of the mountain. Remember, only incapacitate the members of the Dark Guilds and members of the underworld. William ordered his legion via telepathy. As for the rest of the people, herd them towards the exit. There will be a surprise waiting for them outside. The monsters gave William an affirmative reply as they wreaked havoc around them. They were not mindless beasts that wantonly killed people. As William was about to pursue the big bosses of Trudon City, he heard a call from behind him. "Will!" Chiffon called out as she ran towards him. Lilith was not far behind with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Although she had heard that William could control a monster army, this was the first time that she had seen it in action. The powerful aura of the monsters made her realize that all of them were high-ranking beasts. Although they were only of the centennial and millennial rank, thousands of them appearing all at once would give any major force in the central continent a big headache. "It's going to get a bit messy in here, Chiffon," William said as he patted her head. "Do you want to fight alongside me?" Chiffon nodded. William kissed her and the pink-haired girl turned into particles of light, which flew towards the gem on his chest. Soon, a golden flame appeared on William's forehead and his aura became more powerful. Lilith, who watched this scene, became slack-jawed because she could feel Chiffon's power emanating from William's body. How can this be?" Lilith gasped in shock. "He can merge with the deadly sins?" As a member of the 7 deadly sins, Lilith was quite knowledgeable about their circumstances. There had never been any written record of someone who could use the divinity of the 7 deadly sins by merging with them. It was completely unheard of. William gave the dumbfounded Amazon princess a sidelong glance before flying out of the action house's broken roof. Optimus had already placed markers on Lord Grayson, Byron, and Skipper. The half-elf had no intention of letting any of them go, so he left the scene after giving his king's legion some reminders. "Hello, little girl," Soglav said as it appeared beside Lilith and grinned at her. "William said that you specialize in finding treasures. He asked me to raid the treasury of this underground city. Do you want to cooperate with us?" Lilith was quite familiar with Soglav because she had seen the demonic dog knock them out one by one during the fight against the Dryad. "Sure, but I want a 70-30 split," Lilith replied. "I get 70, you guys get 30. 60-40 or no deal," Soglav replied. "We get 60, you get 40. William said that if you refuse, he will not take you to the forbidden ground to play." Lilith was about to reject the offer, but after pondering for a bit, she realized that going to the forbidden ground would yield greater treasures compared to the underground city. "Fine," Lilith said through gritted teeth. The Amazon knew that she needed to work together with William in order to earn some brownie points. As long as she got her share, getting the smaller piece of the pie was acceptable. At the Lord's mansion located on the north end of the city, "Damn, how could you do this to me, Brock?" Grayson complained as he collected the valuable items in his treasury. "Why did you bring that menace to the underground city?" Brock's face had already turned ashen. It never crossed his mind that the half-elf that he had caught not long ago was a wolf in sheep's clothing. When he had captured William wandering the borders of the city of Alabaster, he thought that he had struck the jackpot. Elves and half-elves had always been in demand in the black market, so getting those races would definitely give him a good sum once they were sold in the auctions. Not once did he think that instead of bringing in a sheep for the slaughter, he had actually invited a calamity inside their stronghold. Now, all the ringleaders of Trudon City were trying to escape like wild ducks that had heard the sound of gunshot. They knew that even if they mobilized their forces to defend the city, it would be all for naught. Everyone was busy trying to escape with their lives, and had already thought of abandoning the city. "We should leave, my lord," one of Lord Grayson's bodyguards said. "The monster army is almost here. Right now, their numbers have already increased to tens of thousands. This is the end of Trudon City." Lord Grayson clenched his fist in anger, but there was nothing he could do but flee. However, just as he was about to lead everyone to the secret passage that would take them to the base of the mountain, the roof above their heads crumbled. When the dust settled, everyone in the room stared at the newcomer that had appeared and was looking at them with a teasing smile. "Who are you, Lord Grayson? Why are you doing this?" William ignored the Marquis as he waved his hand. Several energy balls, the size of bowling balls, slammed into the bodyguards that were standing beside Lord Grayson. The guards were caught by surprise. The next thing they knew, all of them had slammed against the wall and their vision was turning dark. "Only the two of you are left," William said. "Ah, don't even think about bribing me with money, lands, position, or women like third-rate villains. That won't work on me." Lord Grayson almost choked because that was exactly what he was planning to do. He could tell that the red-headed teenager was strong. All of his guards were of the black rank, and all of them were sent flying before they could even do anything. This just showed that the half-elf was stronger than them, so he had no choice but to try his luck and do his best to negotiate. "Young man, everyone has a price," Lord Grayson replied. "I can give you anything you want. I am a Marquis of the Ire Empire. Regardless of what it is, I will give it to you." "Really? Will you give me anything I want?" "Yes." William smirked. "Then give me all your storage rings and storage bags. I will only count to 10. If those items are not in my possession, I will be taking them by force. 1, 2, 5, 8. Wait, don't you know how to count?" Lord Grayson cursed out loud. He then hastily threw his storage rings and storage bags at the floor in order to appease the half-elf that was emitting killing intent towards them. Lord Grayson was trying to buy time so that he could activate the long-distance artifact in his possession. But he would need at least 4 seconds to activate it. Time that the half-elf didn't plan to give him. William snapped his fingers and an icicle spear jutted out of the ground, hitting the artifact that was hidden in Lord Grayson's left chest pocket. The artifact was destroyed instantly, and the Marquis cried out in pain after getting stabbed in the chest. Lord Grayson took a few steps back while pressing his hand over the wound on his chest. He looked fearfully at William, who was walking in his direction. "And no, don't kill me," Lord Grayson pleaded. "Have mercy." "You don't deserve mercy," William said with contempt. "What you deserve is death." William stomped on the ground and several ice spears pierced Lord Grayson's and Brock's body, seriously injuring them. Suddenly, ice spread outward from their wounds, slowly covering their entirety in ice. In the end, only their heads were left untouched. They looked at William in horror because no matter what they did, they couldn't break free from the icy prison that had trapped them. "Don't worry, I will not be the one to end your lives," William smiled evilly. "I will let the slaves that you captured deal with both of you. I'm sure that they will give both of you the VIP treatment that you deserve." Brock stared at William with unwillingness and regret. If only he hadn't captured the half-elf in front of him due to greed, his lifestyle might have remained unchanged. Now it was too late. He knew that if the slaves get their hands on them, he and the Marquis would suffer a very long and painful death. Several members of the dark guilds lay on the grounds moaning in pain. They were the warriors that the underworld had dispatched in order to deal with the monsters that had suddenly appeared inside the auction house. What they didn't know was that they weren't only dealing with a few monsters. When they realized that they were up against thousands, it was already too late to run away. Although William had ordered his King's Legion to incapacitate the members of the dark guilds, he didn't tell them to simply knock them unconscious. The order that the half-elf had given them was this: "You can do whatever you want as long as they're still breathing. Don't touch the buyers in the auction house. Just chase them towards the exit of the city. Everyone else is fair game." Because of this, the monsters didn't hold back. Some of them broke the warriors' arms and legs, Others tore them off their bodies. Soglav thrashed his dark whip around his surroundings, while gnawing on a dismembered arm that belonged to an adamantium-ranked warrior who had attacked him earlier. "Ha! So troublesome," Kasaganaga said as he walked beside Soglav. The rainbow-colored anteater didn't join the fight and simply observed the carnage around him. Turning this place upside down doesn't pose any kind of challenge. All the enemies are weak. Soglav chuckled as it brandished its whip to grab a warrior who was about to run away. It then slammed the warrior to the ground repeatedly until the latter fainted. "It's not that the enemies are weak," Soglav corrected. "We just became stronger." Soglav then stomped on the warrior's legs and hands, breaking them completely. If it didn't accompany William in his journey, it might have never climbed the rank that it had now. Any of the warriors that the Dark Guilds had dispatched was strong enough to kill his former self. Now he could trample all of them with ease. "True," Kasaganaga agreed. After it had escaped its icy prison, its rank had degraded. If not for William, clearing out the magic crystals in the Kirinter Mountains, the rainbow-colored anteater would have definitely remained trapped in time, unable to awaken from its slumber. "Almost all the residents have evacuated." Soglav glanced at its surroundings. "Time for the next phase of the plan. Can we really trust that Amazon?" "Relax. Ethan, B1, and B2 are raiding the treasury alongside her. Those birds have a good memory, and that girl will not be able to play any dirty tricks while they are around." "I hope you're right," Kasaganaga replied. "Do I look good?" "Chirp. How about me?" "Chirp." The two dumb birds were wearing golden necklaces on their bodies like gangsters. "Oh, this ring looks good on my claw," B1 said in appreciation. "How about you, Ethan? Do you want some?" The little wren shook its head as it chirped at the two dumb birds who had decked their bodies out with various accessories. Lilith, who was busy removing the various traps in the treasury, could feel her face twitching. This was the first time she had seen birds act in this manner. "They're like William," Lilith thought. "A bunch of posers." The four of them had fought their way towards the treasury and knocked out all of the guards that blocked their way. Lilith had gotten a bit of understanding as to what the two birds were capable of, and it unnerved her. When facing opponents, the birds would fire magic missiles that came from those so-called lollipops that she was seeing for the first time in her life. When the charges of the lollipops run out, they would hurl bottles of acids at their enemies that were strong enough to melt steel. If given the choice, Lilith didn't want to face these birds in battle. Not only did they hurl all kinds of dangerous items at their enemies, they also insulted and cursed them with vulgarities. She became speechless when the red bird, B1, even cursed one of the black-ranked warriors up their 13th generation. The man had gone insane and attacked B1 with the intention of perishing together. Unfortunately, the dumb bird was now a pseudo-centennial beast, and was strong enough to slap the assailant away with its wing. "Oi! Keep those hands moving." B1 glanced at Lilith, who would stare at their direction from time to time. "We still have a dozen more locations to visit. Put your back into it." "That's right," B2 commented from the side. "Oh, this tiara will look good on our chiffon. Let's give this to her later." "Indeed. Our chiffon is the best." "Chirp." Lilith was very tempted to hurl the treasure chest she was trying to unlock at the two dumb birds and bury them with its weight. Fortunately, she was able to stop herself in time. "Just you wait," Lilith thought as the lock in her hands broke apart. "I'll make William pay for this." Achoo! William rubbed his nose while watching Chiffon smash the treasure chests using Sharer. Unlike Lilith, who had the ability to unlock any kind of traps and chests, the pink-haired girl opted to use the Smasher of Thousands to forcefully bash the treasure chests that were stored in the warehouse of one of the big shots of the city. Most of the members of the Dark Guilds had been dealt with. After their rampage ended, the members of William's King's Legion started to pillage the entire city. The Requiem ants that had transformed into lobsters and crabs diligently took everything of value back to the Thousand Beast domain. Even the tables and chairs didn't escape their grasp. The nobles and other non-combatants that escaped have all been captured by the border patrols that encircled the mountains. "Good," William replied. The half-elf then sent his legion in order to double their pace in clearing out the items inside the city. He planned to ransack it to the ground and leave nothing for the army of Alabaster who had arrived to assist them in their operation. A few hours ago, Chiffon and Lilith had gone to the city of Alabaster to make their report. The Amazon princess went straight to the embassy of the Ares Empire and asked them to help her communicate with the various forces in the city. At first, the army of the city was skeptical about her claims. However, after knowing that she was the princess of the Ares Empire, they thought that listening to her report was the least that they could do. However, when she told them that there was a slave trading city near them, everyone went bonkers and pressed her for more information. Since the city was a gathering place of the different races, they hated slave traders to the core. Once Lilith had told them that there was an underground city that sold slaves near their territory. They decided to mobilize their troops to surround the mountain, in order to purge the bastards from their domain once and for all. "Don't you know who I am?" a captured noble screamed at the top of his lungs. "I am a good friend of the Prince of Renoa. You can't touch me. I am the daughter of a count. Get your filthy hands off me. Release me. You mongrel, release me." A burly tigerkin who was over 2 meters tall had his arms crossed over his chest as he watched his men tie up the nobles that had escaped from the mountain. Due to the commotion that had happened inside the city, all the defenders that were keeping a lookout for outside forces hastily entered the city to check what was happening. The army of Alabaster used this opportunity to storm the front door and lay an ambush, capturing everyone that was headed to the exit. They couldn't believe that an underground city was built so close to their city. If not for the angry birds that led them to the hidden entrance, they would have overlooked it completely. "Commander, we managed to capture over 500 nobles, as well as 1,000 slave workers," a half-elf reported. The anger in her eyes was evident. If not for the strict discipline that had been imposed on them by their commander, she might have already started killing the people who dared to break the taboo of their domain. "Take 200 men and scout the interior," the tigerkin ordered. He then grabbed Skipper, who had also been captured by his subordinates, by the neck and stared into his eyes hatefully. "You will guide my men to free the slaves that you have imprisoned. Do you understand?" Skipper gasped for breath as the tigerkin strangled his neck. Only when he was about to lose consciousness did the tigerkin throw him to the ground. "Go," the tigerkin ordered. "Save our brothers and sisters from this hell." "Yes, sir." The half-elf saluted before dragging Skipper towards the underground city. The tigerkin watched until their backs disappeared in the distance. He then eyed the people that they had captured with a feral gaze. "I don't care who you are, who you know, or where you're from," the tigerkin said in a voice that was laced with killing intent. "There is only one thing that all of you should know. Everyone here will be punished according to our laws. There will be no exceptions." The faces of the nobles paled after hearing the tigerkin's words. They knew that the punishment for the slave traders was death, and many years of imprisonment for the slave buyers. Their only hope was for their family members to come and bail them out. But, even then, the price they had to pay as compensation would amount to no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. If their families couldn't pay this amount, they would be imprisoned for an indefinite amount of time. The tigerkin snorted as he ordered his men to be on high alert. He didn't know what caused these people to flee from the underground city. All he knew was that whoever was responsible for dealing this deadly blow to the slave traders would be the friend of the port city of Alabaster for life. Barracks located inside the port city of Alabaster. "It's my honor to meet you, William von Ainsworth," the tigerkin commander, Whitefang, said with a smile. "I didn't think that the most famous member of the young generation would not only enter our domain, but help us rid ourselves of a thorn that was growing right under our nose. We are truly grateful for your help." "The pleasure is mine, Commander," William replied. "I couldn't possibly turn a blind eye to these bastards who are harming the lives of our people. My only regret is that I can't wipe them all off from the face of the central continent." White Fang looked at William with admiration. There had been some merchants from the city of Alabaster that regularly visited the Tower of Babylon. When they heard that William had kicked the ruling families that promoted slave trading from the tower, The half-elf's name had been the talk of the town for the past few weeks. Most of them wanted to get the chance to meet the red-headed teenager, but due to their duties, they couldn't leave their posts. Fortunately, he visited their domain and even helped them with the slave traders who were active near their borders. White Fang's vice commander, Haleth, the beautiful half-elf with blonde hair and green eyes, looked at William with a beet-red face. "Sir William, are you planning to stay in the city?" Haleth said in a voice that was laced with adoration. "If you don't mind, I can be your tour guide during your stay." "Commander, can I ask for a vacation leave? I would like to guide Sir William around our territory." White Fang glanced at his subordinate's pleading gaze and chuckled internally. "I never thought I'd see the day when our pretty Haleth would act like a lady," White Fang teased. "You've always acted like a tomboy when you're with us, but as soon as Sir William arrives in our city, you become all ladylike again. What kind of sorcery is this?" "Commander," Haleth glared at the burly tigerkin who was grinning at her. White Fang then patted his chest and gave Haleth the "leave this to me" wink, which made the half-elf's already red face even redder. "Commander, we came here to the city to resupply our food rations," William said with a smile. "At most, we can only stay here for 2 days before we resume our travels." Disappointment flashed across Haleth's face when she heard that her idol was planning to leave the city in 2 days. However, this expression only lasted for a brief moment before she returned to her normal state. "2 days? What's the rush?" White Fang asked. For him, Haleth was like a little sister. He thought that since William was also a half-elf, Haleth and him had a lot in common, since both of them were half-elves. "There is a place that I need to visit, and I want to go there as soon as possible," William replied. "However, since this is a rare opportunity, I can stay for another day or 2 to see the attractions of the city of Alabaster." White Fang nodded in understanding. He then thought of a way to use this short period of time to pull some strings in the background. Although it might be a long shot, it was quite possible that sparks would fly between the 2 half-elves if he gave both of them a little push. "I didn't think that I would play matchmaker in this manner," White Fang mused as he glanced at the 2 half-elves that were smiling at each other. After thinking things through, he decided to give Haleth a chance and decided to give her a few days off. "Haleth, from today onwards, you will be Sir William's tour guide," White Fang ordered. "This will be your mission, so make sure that you accomplish this mission at all cost." "Why, yes, sir," Haleth stuttered as she gave White Fang a salute. Chiffon and Lilith looked at the overly excited blonde half-elf whose face had reddened once again. "Sir William, since you will be staying here for a few days, please allow me to take you to the best inn in the city," Haleth proposed. "I promise that you will not be disappointed." William smiled and nodded his head. "Thank you. I'll be in your care. Please, lead the way." "Understood." Haleth unconsciously saluted William out of habit, which made White Fang burst in laughter. After that brief episode in the barracks, Haleth led William, and the 2 ladies accompanying him, to the inn called Shaking Nut Tavern. The medium-sized inn was located not far from the city center, which made it the ideal place to stay if you were a traveler. "How many rooms do you plan to have, Sir William?" Haleth asked as she gave Chiffon and Lilith a sidelong glance. Both girls were exceptional beauties in their own right. Lilith had a valiant appeal, and her sun-kissed skin was radiating with youth and energy. Since she was a warrior, her body was fit and no excess fat could be seen anywhere. She also had curves in the right places, which made the men they met along the way turn their heads to look at her in appreciation. Chiffon, on the other hand, stood out because of her cuteness. Her small height and her overall appeal makes people want to give her a hug. Even Haleth found it hard to resist the little girl's innocent charms. As part of the army that managed the safety of the city of Alabaster, Haleth's observation skills were second to none. She could tell if one was an evildoer with a glance, and this ability of hers had allowed the patrolling army to capture suspicious individuals before they could even manage to do their nefarious deeds. 2 rooms, William replied. 1 room with an extra large bed. "I see." Haleth nodded her head in understanding. "We'll do that then." After observing Chiffon and Lilith for a while, she found out that there seemed to be a distance between Lilith and William. This made Holith a little happy because for her, the one with the highest threat among the two girls was Lilith. With that said, Holith couldn't help but feel envious at the special treatment that Chiffon received from William. The way the red-headed teenager held the young lady's hand, as well as the way he looked at Chiffon, made her jealous. It was very obvious that William truly cared for her, and Holith wished that she could take the young lady's place. Of course, this was only in her mind. For her, William was the idol of all half-elves. A man that wouldn't turn a blind eye to the evil of the world and would use force to mete out justice to those who deserved it. William was like the moon in the sky during nighttime. He seemed so close that one could reach out to hold him, and yet those same hands wouldn't be able to hold anything. Ha! Who am I kidding? This is impossible. Holith sighed as she tried to curb the fantasy that was starting to play in her head. Get a grip, Holith. You should face reality. Don't dream an impossible dream. Using all of her willpower, she did her best to push down the budding feelings in her heart. For now, she would treasure these precious feelings. Holith knew that after William left the city of Alabaster, the chances of meeting him again would be very slim. Since that was the case, she would just do her job and guide him properly. That way, these beautiful memories of seeing her idol would remain in her heart till the end of time. The first rays of sunlight peered through the window and hit Lilith's face. The Amazon princess opened her eyes and slowly propped herself up from the bed. She then walked towards the window and opened it to admire the city of Alabaster, which was hailed as the biggest trade city in the western part of the continent. I wonder if he's still asleep, Lilith thought as she extended her senses to the room next to her. Although it was barely audible, she heard the sound of a sleeper's breathing in William's room. Clearly, the half-elf was still asleep, and it made Lilith shake her head helplessly. The two of them only stopped at dawn, Lilith muttered. It is understandable why they are still both asleep. I guess they will wake up around noon. Lilith then washed her face before leaving her room to eat at the inn's tavern. She had visited the city of Alabaster once in the past, but it had been a few years since then. That time, her mother assigned her to go in her place to supervise the building of the Amazon embassy in the port city. Although it was called an embassy, it was more of a warehouse used by the Amazons to store the products that they had bought from the merchant ships that frequented the city. Also, the city of Alabaster was a place where the different races mingled together. It was a good place to find strong individuals that they could invite to the Ares Empire in order to strengthen their bloodline. The Amazons were granted by a special blessing of their goddess, a start that allowed them to give birth to children with the special bloodline characteristics of their father. Naturally, Amazons that were born with this strong bloodline could also pass their ability to their daughters. This was why the Amazons liked to invite the talented prodigies of the influential clans who had special bloodline talents, exclusive to their families. Lilith and her two sisters were born from such a union. She was the middle child and held far more freedom compared to her sisters. This allowed her to travel the land whenever she wanted, and only return home when she missed her family. The Amazon princess was about to order her breakfast when she saw a pretty half-elf with blonde hair and green eyes enter the tavern. The moment Holith entered, she immediately saw Lilith and approached her with a smile. "Good morning," Holith greeted. Lilith smiled and gave her a brief nod. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" "No. I came here early because I thought that all of you would already be awake." "Is Sir William still sleeping?" "He is." A look of disappointment flashed in Holith's eyes, but it only lasted for a brief moment. "Why don't you join me for breakfast?" Lilith proposed. "I'll take you up on your offer then," Holith replied with a smile. After ordering their food, the two ladies chose a table in the corner of the tavern. Since it would take a while before their food was served, Lilith decided to ask the army officer a few personal questions about herself. It was quite easy for her to tell that the half-elf was very interested in William, so she decided to tease her a bit. "Do you like William?" Lilith asked as she propped her chin over her open palm. Was it that obvious?" Holith stuttered. "Oh no. Did Sir William notice it as well?" Holith covered her face in embarrassment. She thought that she did a good job hiding her feelings, but looking at the confident smile on Lilith's face, She knew that her cover was blown. "I think he did," Lilith replied. "Between you and me, I think he has the mindset that all girls will fall in love with him because of his good looks." Haleth blinked once then twice before the meaning of Lilith's words dawned upon her. "Sir William is like that?" Haleth inquired in a hushed tone. "Is he some kind of narcissist or something?" Lilith smirked. "A bit. Fortunately, he's not the type that would look in the mirror and say, 'I'm so good looking. I guess I'll just marry myself.'" The two girls stared at each other for a few seconds before chuckling at the same time. A minute later, both of them managed to rein in their laughter and continue their chat while they waited for their food. "I didn't know that Sir William has this side to him," Haleth said. "For me, he's someone unreachable. But, after hearing your words today, it made me realize that despite his legendary status, he's still human." "Half-elf," Lilith corrected. "He's only half-human, just like you." Haleth smiled as she eyed Lilith. "You're an Amazon, right?" "Yes," Lilith replied. "Then, are you interested in Sir William?" "I'm only interested in his seed. We prefer to give birth to the children of strong men." Haletha's expression was tinged with curiosity as she pressed on with more questions. "Do Amazons know the meaning of love?" Haleth inquired. "I mean, you are a matriarchal society, so men didn't have much power in your domain. I've heard stories that Amazons treat the men like slaves. Is this true?" "Nonsense. Although women hold the power in our empire, we don't mistreat men," Lilith answered. "They are treated with respect because Amazons only give birth to the child of the strong. This has been our tradition since ancient times, and will remain the same in the future. As for love, there are Amazons who also fall in love. We're not that strict when it comes to these things, but they are a small minority." Haleth smiled. "Have you ever fallen in love, Lilith?" "No. Not even once?" Lilith shook her head. "I've seen many men, but for some reason, I don't feel any strong attraction to them." Haleth nodded. "Then what about Sir William? Do you not feel attracted to him?" Lilith was about to say no, but suddenly remembered the time when William confronted her because she stole the collar of Wister from Princess Sydney. Back then, William's eyes looked so cold and the pressure that he had given her made her unable to breathe. Because of this, she returned the collar to him, without putting up a fight. She could still remember that incident like it was only yesterday. William's light green eyes, which looked so warm and tender whenever he looked at his wives, had been as cold as a blade that was sharp enough to pierce her soul. That was the first time someone looked at her in that way, and it left a lasting impression on the Amazon princess. "I guess he's not half bad," Lilith answered. "Still, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only after his seed, and have no intention of falling in love with him. I'm just doing my duty as an Amazon." Haleth sighed after hearing Lilith's words. She knew that this was part of Lilith's heritage, and the culture had been ingrained deeply in her bones. Even so, she felt that it was such a shame for someone as strong-willed as Lilith to not experience what love was. "I wish with all my heart that you experience what love is like, Lilith," Haleth said. "What are you? Some kind of hopeless romantic?" Lilith smirked. She had seen many girls like Haleth. Girls who dreamed that they would find their Prince Charming and live happily ever after. Unlike the half-elf, Lilith didn't believe in happy endings. Although she was a princess, she wasn't looking for a prince. Love only makes people weak, Lilith thought. Then, what if you fall in love? Like I said, that's not happening. Haleth shook her head as she lightly tapped the table using her fingertip. "Just humor me," Haleth stated. She was very curious about what kind of answer Lilith would give her after she had asked the Amazon a question. "What if you fall in love, and the man you love already has a lover?" Haleth inquired. "What will you do if that happens?" The Amazon princess gave Haleth a mischievous smile before answering her question. "If I really fall in love with someone, and they are already taken, then there's only one thing that I can do, and that is to steal them," Lilith replied. "Silly girl. There is nothing in this world that I can't take." The Amazon glanced in the direction of the staircase and saw William walking down the stairs, while holding Chiffon's hand. The two chatted with each other, and the tender gaze that he gave the pink-haired girl was vastly different from that cold and indifferent look that he had given her back then. The smile on Lilith's face widened as she looked at the two lovers, who were still unaware that she was looking at them from the corner of the tavern. Yes, there is nothing I can't steal, Lilith mused as she looked at the half-elf who only had eyes for his wives. Not even your heart is safe from me. After breakfast, Holith took William, Chiffon, and Lilith for a tour around the city. As the trade capital of the West, it had many shops and boutiques that catered to people of all ages. There were also many specialty dishes that came from all over the world, which made Chiffon very happy. The little glutton sampled as many as she could, including snacks and desserts, which made Holith wonder where all the food that she had eaten had gone. Chiffon, you've been eating since we've left, Health said anxiously. Are you sure you're going to be fine? Sir William said that you'll be staying here for 2 days, so you don't have to force yourself to taste everything. Big sister, I'll be fine, Chiffon replied before taking a bite of a croquette that William had just bought for her. No matter how much I eat, I won't gain any weight. How envious. I can't eat as much as you, or else my figure will be destroyed, Holith said enviously. In the future you should eat moderately, Chiffon. What will you do if you suddenly become fat and Sir William won't like you anymore? Chiffon almost dropped the croquette in her hands in panic. She then looked at William with an anxious look, which made the red-headed teenager chuckle. Don't worry, even if you become a little chubby, I won't mind. William patted the pink-haired girl's head. So, eat as much as you want. Will it really be okay if I become as fat as Mama Adiphagia? Why yes. Chiffon smiled as she happily bit into the croquette in her hands. Ever since she had lost her mother, the goddess of gluttony had treated her like a real daughter. Because of this, Chiffon and Adiphagia were really close, and was also why the goddess of gluttony went out of her way to make her daughter happy. William watched his little wife eat one croquette after the other with a smile. But, deep inside, he vowed that he would not allow Chiffon to become as fat as the goddess of gluttony, who even threatened to sit on his head if he ever made Chiffon cry. Lilith watched this scene with a calm expression as she strolled the city with her 3 companions. What the 3 didn't know was that she was also talking to her patron goddess, Mammon, as they explored the sights and sounds of the city of Alabaster. Lilith, the Forbidden Ground is a dangerous place, but it also holds great opportunities, Mammon said. When you venture inside it, pay attention to your surroundings. The dryad that you faced is nothing compared to the monsters that reside inside it. Are there myriad beasts inside the 7th sanctum? Lilith inquired. She had heard that the Forbidden Ground were dangerous places, but she didn't know how truly dangerous they were. Myriad beasts are the least of your worries, Mammon answered. Although I can't tell you exactly what you can encounter inside the 7th sanctum, know that utmost caution is required. I know that you and William plan to look for treasures, but do you really think that it is going to be that easy? If both of you think that way, then I can only say that the 2 of you are naive. Lilith nodded. I will do my best to be careful. Thank you for the reminders, Your Excellency. Good. Also, tell that half-elf that he shouldn't be too overconfident when he enters the Forbidden Ground. There are places where brute strength will not be enough to save him. Understood. For hours later, William rented a medium-sized boat, and all of them went on a boat cruise. They even visited a small island 2 miles away from the port, and stayed there for lunch. What is that dress that Chiffon is wearing? Holith asked while pointing at Chiffon, who was wearing a one-piece pink swimsuit with a frilly skirt. The pink-haired girl was letting the waves wash over her feet. Clearly, she was enjoying this weird sensation of the sand slipping past her feet. That's called a swimsuit, William said. One-piece swimsuit? Yes, a swimsuit. Do you want to wear one? I think I'll pass. Holith shook her head. She was a conservative type, and someone that didn't want to show a lot of skin to people. This was why she preferred wearing her uniform even though she acted as the tour guide for William's group. That swimsuit looks interesting. Can I try wearing one? Lilith asked. Are you sure? William asked back. Lilith nodded. Yes, Since we're the only people on this island, I don't mind giving it a shot. William observed the Amazon from head to foot. As an Amazon, Lilith's clothes showed a lot of skin, which made the red-headed teenager nod his head in approval. Okay, give me a second, William replied. He then pretended to look at the contents of his storage ring while Optimus bought a two-piece bikini from the god shop. After a minute, William passed the 2 pieces of clothing to Lilith, which made Holith blush like there was no tomorrow. Wait, isn't that just underwear? Holith asked. Sir William, please, don't tease Lilith. William wagged his finger at the beet-red-faced young lady. That is not underwear. That is a 2-piece swimsuit. Lilith glanced at the swimsuit in her hands before glancing back at William. She then went to the boat in order to change her clothes, leaving the slack-jawed Holith behind. Let's play, Chiffon said as she pulled William towards the water. Holith watched as the two started to frolic and splash water at each other. Chiffon's childish giggles reverberated in the air, which made the pretty half-elf sigh in envy. She wished that she could do the same with William, but unfortunately, she didn't have the courage to wear skimpy clothing. Suddenly, something appeared at the corner of her vision, and the pretty half-elf turned her head to the side. She couldn't help but gasp at the Amazon whose lean and toned body made her jealous. How can she show herself like that in front of a man? Holith couldn't believe what she was seeing. William also noticed Lilith's approach, and the latter gave the Amazon an appraising gaze before giving her 2 thumbs up in his heart. Indeed, a beautiful girl will look good in anything they wear, William thought as he eyed the Amazon who was walking towards him with a confident smile. Lilith's skin was lightly tanned, and the red swimsuit highlighted her body perfectly. William had long gained some kind of immunity when it came to beautiful women because all of his wives were beautiful. Not only that, he had also seen them in their birthday suits. Although Lilith wasn't as beautiful as Princess Sydney and Celine, her appeal was more than enough to make any man wish that she was their girlfriend. Also, the regal warrior aura that she radiated and the confident smile on her face made her a bona fide head-turner. Even William had to admit that Lilith was an exotic beauty that was different from his wives. Well, how do I look? Lilith inquired. You look amazing, William replied honestly. Do I look amazing enough for you to surrender your seed? On second thought, Lilith chuckled when she heard the half-elf taking back his words. She clearly saw the appreciation on William's face, and for some reason, it made her happy. The Amazon princess wasn't someone who actively sought the recognition of others, but William's reply was enough for her to feel confident about herself. So, he finds me attractive as well, Lilith thought. Too bad the two of us are not alone on this island. Lilith glanced at Chiffon, who was also staring at her body. The Amazon thought that the little girl would feel inferior because Lilith was more sexy than her. However, no trace of jealousy or envy could be seen in Chiffon's innocent gaze. For a brief moment, Lilith even felt a sense of peace in the pink-haired girl's eyes as she appraised her from a distance. Lilith was not aware that Chiffon had been able to throw away all of her insecurities after she had become William's wife. The little glutton knew that William loved her for who she was, so she stopped worrying about competing with his other wives. Although her chest wasn't as big as Celine's, and her face wasn't as beautiful as Princess Sydney's, Chiffon no longer cared. After William and Chiffon were satisfied with looking at the eye candy before them, the two decided to head back out to the sea to swim. Lilith felt competitive and joined the two, and the 3 of them swam far from the shore, leaving a pitiful half-elf to stand alone at the beach, all by herself. 2 days passed, and it was now time for William's group to resume their journey. Holith and a few of her subordinates escorted the 3 of them until they arrived at the border of their domain. Sir William, please visit us again, Holith said as she gave the half-elf a salute. That goes for Chiffon and Lilith as well. I'd be happy to become your tour guide once again. William smiled and nodded his head. I'll take you up on that offer, Miss Holith. We will be passing by the city of Alabaster on our return trip, so I look forward to seeing you again. Once again, thank you for your hospitality. Our short break here in the city washed away the fatigue of our journey. After saying a few more parting words, William summoned Raiden, his dark Qilin, which surprised Haleth and her subordinates. Bidding their final farewells, the Qilin rose up to the sky and flew southwards. As the scenery sped past them, William, Chiffon, and Lilith noticed the subtle changes in the terrain. They noticed that, as they neared their destination, the flora and fauna on the ground was getting sparse. An hour later, William and the girls saw a giant purple dome in the distance. Tendrils of lightning snaked across its surface, and a purple mist covered its interior. As they drew closer, all of them felt like a weight was pressing down on them. Even Raiden's speed slowed, and their altitude slowly decreased with each passing second. "Lilith, if you still want to back out, feel free to speak your mind," William said. "Once we enter that thing, I can't guarantee your safety." "I already made up my mind," Lilith replied. "I'm going with you." Since the Amazon had already decided, William didn't try to dissuade her. He only ordered Raiden to land near the border of the Purple Dome, because they planned to enter it on foot. Flying inside the Forbidden Ground was a disaster in the making. Not only would they not know what lay ahead, the Dark Qilin's presence might also attract the overlords of the domain. This would only make things difficult for William and his group, so he decided against it. The half-elf firmly held Chiffon's hand as they passed through the Purple Dome. Lilith followed behind the two as she raised her guard to the fullest. When they entered the domain, the purple mist was so dense that they could only see a meter in front of them. Suddenly, William reached out to hold Lilith's hand, which caught the Amazon completely by surprise. "Visibility is close to zero," William said with a serious expression on his face. "We need to stick together. If we get separated in this mist, we might have a hard time finding each other." Lilith nodded in understanding. She knew that what William said was right, so she didn't reject his offer. As the three of them walked side by side, all of them expanded their senses outwards. They didn't know how long they walked, but after William looked at his status page, he found out that they had already been walking for 2 hours. Optimus had activated the system's compass, so the half-elf was sure that they were walking in a straight line. Finally, after almost 3 hours of waiting inside the purple mist, they finally broke out of it and found themselves in what seemed to be a forest, whose trees extended several meters towards the sky. Various roars, howls, shrieks, and other sounds permeated the forest, which made William, Chiffon, and Lilith tread lightly as they explored its depths. The half-elf had asked Optimus to do an extensive scan of their surroundings, but just as they had anticipated, it didn't work. The map only showed the places that they had walked, leaving a vast expanse of black on William's status page. "There is a powerful law that permeates this domain. Be careful, Will." "Understood." Suddenly, something caught William's attention, and his first action he did was to summon Stormcaller and throw it behind him. The sound of metal hitting metal spread throughout the surrounding area as William and the two girls by his side wore a grim expression on their faces. A 4-meter-tall green mantis eyed the three of them with its viscous eyes. The half-elf raised his hand, and Stormcaller freed itself from the mantis' claws. "Shit!" William cursed when he saw that the mantis in front of them was not an ordinary beast, but a myriad beast in its initial stages. Even Chiffon and Lilith couldn't believe that the first creature that they ran into inside the Forbidden Ground would be a myriad beast that had been stalking the three of them. If not for William's heightened senses, they might have fallen to a sneak attack from this silent killer who had reaped the lives of those that had dared to enter the seventh sanctum in search for treasures. The three immediately took out their weapons in preparation to fight, but something unexpected happened. Just as they were about to duke it out with the mantis, William's face paled when he sensed a few more presences behind them. Sure enough, when William turned his head to look behind him, 3 more green mantises appeared in his vision. The 4 mantises then sprang towards them, leaving William no choice but to grab Chiffon's and Lilith's waists and activate the skill Lightning Strider. This skill allowed William instantaneous travel at the speed of lightning, completely evading the 4 mantises that had planned to slice the 3 of them in half. Having lost their targets, the green mantises looked in the direction William had escaped, but none of them pursued him. They only glanced at each other and clicked their mandibles in frustration. Soon, the four mantises leapt up into the trees and hid themselves once again. They would patiently wait for their next prey to come and ensure that none of them would be able to escape their grasps. Such was the life inside the forbidden ground. Only the strong would survive and the rest would end up as prey. Although the domain hid untold treasures within its vast lands, one must have sufficient strength in order to take those treasures and make it out of the seventh sanctum with their lives. A streak of lightning flew through the trees as William looked for a safe place to land. Soon, his gaze landed on an area that he deemed to have no wild beasts laying in wait in order to ambush them. Although he wasn't sure if his hunch was correct, he could only try it for now. Flying randomly around the forbidden ground was not the best choice that they could make right now. William sighed as the effect of the lightning strider skill faded. This was one of the trump cards that he could use to escape and travel across the land with the speed of lightning. Although it wasn't as convenient as Soleil for instant transmission, it was more than enough to escape the pursuit of 5 myriad beasts who intended to kill them without mercy. "Are the two of you all right?" William asked as he looked at the two ladies, whose complexion had turned pale. "I feel dizzy, Will," Chiffon said as she held her head with both hands. William pulled the pink-haired girl against him and gently patted her head. "Sorry. I didn't have the time to warn the two of you about my plan." Lilith, on the other hand, weakly leaned on a tree and puked. Unlike William, who was already used to instantaneous movement, the Amazon princess felt nauseous and was unable to stop herself from emptying her stomach due to the discomfort that she was feeling. Fortunately, as the sin of gluttony, puking was not an option for Chiffon. Even so, Chiffon still leaned weakly against William's body as she allowed the dizzy sensation to pass. While the two girls tried to get over their discomfort, William extended his senses throughout their surroundings. The ambush of the green mantises made him realize how dangerous the forbidden ground really was. Although he could have used his heroic avatar to deal with their enemies, it had a very long cooldown. William didn't plan to use it unless it was a last resort. After a quarter of an hour, the two girls were able to recover enough to continue their exploration of the seventh sanctum with William. As they walked, the half-elf asked the Amazon princess if she could feel any treasure near their surroundings. "Actually, I've been sensing a very rare treasure in that direction," Lilith said as she pointed towards the northwest. "Although I don't know what kind of treasure it is, I'm pretty sure that it is extraordinary. My only concern is that there is a possibility that this treasure might be guarded by a powerful beast. At the very least, the beast protecting it should be at the peak of the millennial rank. There is also a possibility that the one guarding it is a myriad beast." William weighed his options, whether they should go in the direction of the treasure or continue to wander around their location. With Optimus' mapping system weakened, we will have a hard time finding the Hall of Thunder, William thought. The only thing we can rely on is Lilith's ability to find treasures. If the Hall of Thunder has treasures inside it, there is a high chance that we will stumble upon it as we go treasure hunting. After weighing the pros and cons of his decision, William decided to give it a try. "Optimus, place trackers on Chiffon and Lilith," William ordered. He was afraid that they would get separated if something unexpected happened as they journeyed towards their destination. "Understood. Trackers have been placed." After the trackers had been successfully placed on the two girls, William asked Lilith to lead the way. However, as an extra precaution, William decided to summon B1 and B2 to scout ahead. When the two dumb bird appeared, both of them instinctively felt that they were in a very dangerous place. Because of this, they decided to be extra cautious and kept each other within eyesight. With Lilith leading the way, and the two birds telling William about the dangers in their path, they were able to detour around the powerful beasts that lived in groups. After 2 hours of walking, William, Chiffon, and Lilith came upon a small clearing. At its center was a blood-red tree that was 3 meters tall. A single golden fruit could be seen hanging from one of its branches. Even from his hiding place, William could sense the powerful life force that was coming from the fruit. He had a feeling that if ordinary beasts were to eat it, their ranks would immediately skyrocket to the peak of the millennial rank. William would have definitely taken the fruit if not for the 4 beasts that were sleeping beside the tree. The half-elf cursed internally after he saw the information of the beasts after using his appraisal skill. Black-striped terror rat. Vengeful rat beast. Threat level, SSR low. Myriad beast. Cannot be added to the herd. The black-striped terror rat is known for its vengeful attitude. If anyone were to offend it, this beast would not rest until it had killed those who antagonized it. This beast usually form groups with other black-striped terror rats. When more than 5 individuals form a group, they will be able to trigger their racial ability, Primal Rend, which is strong enough to severely injure a myriad beast of a higher tier. Or this race also had the special ability called Trace. Once they have planted this skill on their target's body, they would be able to find their location without fail for the duration of a month. Unless you don't want to be hunted down by these savage and vengeful creatures, stay as far as you can from them. William could feel a headache about to descend on him after he realized that all 4 of the giant rats in front of him were myriad beasts. Even Lilith, who liked treasures, had a grim expression on her face as she watched the rats from afar. Chiffon, on the other hand, had a more simplistic attitude when it came to the golden fruit on the tree. The little glutton was thinking about what the fruit would taste like when it was eaten. The half-elf then shifted his attention to the fruit and used his appraisal skill. He was very curious about what kind of fruit would entice 4 myriad beasts to guard it. Golden blood fruit. 95% ripe. This fruit will automatically detach itself from the tree once it has reached maturity. When this fruit is eaten by a creature when it is 100% ripe, it will allow that creature to undergo a special transformation. If this is eaten by a beast, it would gain a massive upgrade in its overall strength and undergo beast evolution. If that beast has a special bloodline, then their bloodline powers will be fully unlocked after their evolution. If this fruit is eaten by a human, it will allow that person to break through 1 tier in their ranking. Meaning, if this was eaten by a saint in his or her initial stages, he or she would have the strength of a myriad beast in its middle stages. Those with special bloodlines will get their bloodline abilities enhanced by 100%. If this fruit is eaten by a creature when it is still not fully mature, it will only give them a strong boost in their physique, but they will not undergo evolution. They will also not be able to unlock the hidden bloodlines in their bodies due to the fruit's immaturity. I see, that explains it, William thought. These giant rats are aware that the fruit is not yet fully ripe, so they decided to guard it in turns to prevent others from snatching it. With Optimus' help, William was able to detect at least a dozen more beasts that were lurking around the clearing. The half-elf was sure that when the fruit dropped off from its branch, a bloodbath would occur. Should we snatch it? Lilith inquired. I am confident that I will be able to take the fruit if I am at least 10 meters away from the tree. The problem is that I'll probably be torn to shreds once those rats discover me. William shook his head. The fruit is still not ripe. It will detach itself from the tree when it reaches maturity. Also, there are some opportunists like us that are aiming for the fruit as well. Aside from those 4 rats, there are other beasts that are lurking around it. If we do something funny, all of those beasts will become our enemy. Also, those rats will be able to trace you if you try to steal the fruit from them. If you don't mind being chased by 4 crazed and vengeful myriad beasts, then feel free to give it a try. Lilith sighed as she looked at the fruit with regret. Treasures were good, but what good would they be once you're dead? William was about to tell the 2 girls to leave the beasts to fight against each other, when he felt a familiar presence headed in his direction. The half-elf became confused because it had been a very long time since he had met this creature. Also, from the looks of things, this creature had finally crossed that threshold and stepped into the myriad rank. William stood in front of the 2 girls and made a gesture for them to not do anything. Before they could even ask what was going on, they heard a pair of footsteps walking in their direction. A minute later, a young man, who seemed to be in mid-20s, appeared in front of William's group. Fancy meeting you here, the young man with brown hair and eyes said with a smile. This is truly unexpected, don't you think? William was still unsure of the young man's identity, so he decided to test the waters to confirm if his hunch was right. Are you His Excellency, the diabolical hell ape? William inquired. The young man smiled and nodded his head. When the half-elf last saw the diabolical hell ape, it was still in the southern continent. Also, back then, the powerful beast didn't have the capability to take human form. Seeing this old acquaintance of his inside the seventh sanctum made William both happy and worried at the same time. "Are you now human, Your Excellency?" William asked another question. The half-elf could still remember that when he asked the diabolical hell ape for help, it said that it would only help him if he helped it become human. This time, the young man shook his head. "Not yet," the diabolical hell ape replied. "However, if I get that fruit, I will be one step closer to reaching my goal. Will you help me, William?"